Hello and welcome from a wonderful day here at the Mangong Oval. It is just picturesque. Another day here in Bloemfontein. Glorious day for cricket, and the game is poised perfectly. My name is David Mitchley. Alongside me is Tsepo Tyler and the indomitable Ken Borland. And don't forget that you can tweet us throughout the day. Hashtag it SS Cricket or hashtag SAAV India A, INDA. And you'll see as well on my Twitter at CoachDev93, there's a poll there. Go vote. Let's hear your thoughts about who should get selected from this SAA squad into the Indian squad ahead of the South African series. We want to hear from those Indian fans who are connoisseurs of the game.
Another thing not to forget is that this broadcast was brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and events destination 2020.
Ken Borland, you're alongside me. What did you make of yesterday's play? It was an interesting day. There was late drama. It was a wicket off the final delivery of the day. But Ken, what have you thought about how it all panned out yesterday?
Yeah, thanks, David. Morning, listeners. It was an intriguing day yesterday, really. A lot of really good, hotly contested cricket. South Africa A resumed on 249 for 7 in their first innings, and Deepak Chahar very quickly wrapped up the tail. South Africa A all out for 268. Chahar finishing with 4 for 45. And India A then went into bat and had a bit of a troubled start. 92 for 4 when Miguel Pretorius took a wicket straight after lunch. That was the wicket of the opener Abhimanyu Isaran for 28, who had been holding the top order together. So from 92 for 4, India A in dodgy waters, really. But then we saw a fan Ishan Kishan, Vihari very much being the anchor. Ishan Kishan played especially well. He came in, was extremely positive, and in a way shifted the momentum of the innings. Vihari eventually was trapped LBW by Sipamla for 63. That ended the partnership of 115 for the fifth wicket, and Sipamla striking another important blow on what would be the last ball before close of play, when he had Deepak Chahar very nicely taken by Zubair Hamza for 10. So India A finishing on 229 for 6. Ishan Kishan is still at the crease, and he is on a marvellous 86 not out.
That's absolutely crucial, Ken, I think, for the Indians, as there's only 4 wickets remaining in their innings. Tsepo, who stood out to you? There was a couple of really good performances, but who really stuck their hands up?
On the batting side, as Ken was saying, Kishan were absolutely stellar. That they had, the strokes that they were playing, really took it to the bowlers, and you could feel that there was a lull in the South African camp. They were struggling to get some wickets, struggling to get a breakthrough, but a lapse in concentration and absolute focus and precision from Sipamla at the end of the day did very well to get the wickets of Vihari, man of the match in the last game, captaining this game, played a captain's knock, but you can't take away from the quality of Ishan Kishan, more than just a nice name to say. He's going to come in today, and he's going to probably want to continue his innings here. A very good start, sitting on 86, not far away from getting a century. But with that said, the bowling attack did quite well. Marco Jansen operated quite nicely with the new ball. Luto Sipamla, his 3 for 63, also very well done. Getting wickets at crucial times. And you could see there the way he broke the partnership, really just putting his hand up and saying that he can contribute when needed.
Tsepo, there's only 4 wickets remaining in this Indian batting lineup. We're 4 overs away from a new ball, deficit just 39. What would you like to see from India here in the first morning session? It's going to be a crucial one. We spoke about it in our build-up session about the first hour of play here is going to be a vital one.
Now they just need to stay focused, need to stay in the game, but not stay there too long. I think it's one of those situations where you're here for a good time and not a long time. Kishan will definitely want to get his century, and I'm sure his teammates will want to help him. Next man in is Kumar, so they'll definitely want to just keep it going. They still have 4 wickets in hand, so they can really get a decent total down here. 39 is the deficit, so they'll probably want a lead, a solid lead. But at the same time, they won't want to bat too long. It is the third day, and the game is very close to over. So you don't just want to go for the draw here. You want to go for the win. So don't see them resting on their laurels. Don't see them consolidating too much. Maybe just at the beginning, just to get their eyes in. But then I definitely see maybe not necessarily fireworks, but urgency from the Indian lineup.
Ken, we had a chat with the umpires this morning around what the wicket is doing. They were saying it's going to quicken up a little bit as this game goes on, but a new ball, and particularly a partnership of Marco Janssen and Michael Pretorius, who was so effective the first time with the new ball, they've got an opportunity here with the second new ball to really make inroads. The challenge is not to let it get away from themselves.
Well, that's exactly it, David. It's such a finely balanced contest at the moment. Absolutely crucial morning session, really, because Kishan is so dangerous. And if he stays in and is able to get a bit of support from the tail, if he's able to marshal that tail, India could get 100 runs, 150 more even, with 4 wickets in hand. Some of the Indian batsmen to come are no mugs. They can hold up their end. And Kishan's the sort of guy who can score very quickly against the new hard ball. So very crucial that South Africa's bowlers. It'll be interesting. There's just what have you got? 3 overs and 1 delivery to go until the new ball is due. Sipamla has got that one ball to complete his over. Will he carry on his spell into the new ball? You've got Janssen, you've got Pretorius, whoever it is. It's absolutely vital though that they are bang on the money and that they can really keep India quiet, build the pressure, and thereby take wickets. And on the other hand, very interesting to see how Kishan plays this, how he manages this situation to get the most number of runs he can out of it.
Definitely, Ken. And for those of you who've just joined us, good morning. You can see the umpires making their way out to the middle. It's going to be a splendid day of cricket, to quote the late, great Richie Benno. It's going to be a marvelous day of cricket ahead of us in store. And we'll be with you for every single moment of it. Don't forget as well that you can tweet at us, hashtag it SSCricket, alternatively hashtag SAAVINDA as well on my Twitter at CoachDave93. You can go and participate in the poll there. Who do you think in this Indian A squad will get a call-up South Africa series? Who would you like to see in and amongst the mix there? We know we certainly have some thoughts about who should be there, but we want to hear from you. You've been listening to us for the past 3 games, and we want to include you in everything. And we'll get underway very shortly. Ken, there was discussions about the weather maybe playing an impact in this game, but today you would swear that there was no threat of rain, even if you put your house on it.
Well, I've learned not to put my house on things like the weather. Even the smallest little cloud can turn into something. a very large thunderstorm. But at the moment it's beautiful. It's beautiful, pale blue skies, no cloud in sight from where we are. A bit of a fresh breeze though, so perhaps something is blowing in. But we saw yesterday how the breeze actually did help to bring a bit of swing with the new ball. So South Africa A will certainly be hoping for that. And we see that Gautam is the batsman who is joining Ishan Kishan at the crease. They're just waiting for the South Africa A team, who are in a bit of a huddle down at Fine Leg. Here they come now, led by Peter Milan.
Yeah, so it's going to be myself, Dave Midgley, alongside Ken Borland, a legend of South African cricket journalism. Like brain in the first hour of play here. For those of you who have been awake since very early this morning, I'm sure you would have seen the Australian England Ashes series that's going on at the moment. Ken, the Australians ripping through the English early on day 1 at the Gabba, but you were talking about the fact that rain might spoil the party there.
Yeah, apparently the forecast is not great, unfortunately. And it hasn't been a great start for England, but let's see how Australia do batting as well before we cast too much judgment.
Yeah, some people are already asking whether or not Joe Root should have won the toss and maybe decided otherwise. But you reminded us of a former England captain who won the toss and put the opposition into bowl in Australia, and that didn't exactly pan out as he would have liked.
Yeah, poor old Nasser Hussain, the time he bowled first and Australia got 500 and they're still talking about it. So I don't think any England captain's going to win the toss and bowl in Australia for a very long time still.
It was the great W.G. Grace who said if you win the toss 9 times out of 10 you bat, and on the 10th time you think about it and then bat once again. Luto Sipamla, he's just got one ball before concluding his 16th. He's picked up 3 wickets for just 63 runs. And it was a late wicket there, right at the close of play. It was the final over, the penultimate ball, Ken. It was a fantastic catch by Zubair Hamza at the lone slip position. How much would that have impacted in the momentum or the energy within the South African camp?
Well, it's massive because now with the new ball very, very shortly due, they've got a bit of opening into the tail. Chaha, obviously a bit of an all-rounder, so getting him out just makes Kishan's job a little bit more difficult now in terms of marshalling the tail. And it's a vital breakthrough that they'll want to back up very quickly this morning.
Oh, there's an edge, and it so nearly could have been 2 and 2. Zubair Hamza diving to his right. You see him there, just picking himself up off the ground. Wow. So nearly was an edge. What a start, Ken Borland. Goodness me, it caught the edge and could have been 2 and 2, but it's a wicket maiden and Sipamla won't be too unhappy with it.
Just dropped short of Zubair Hamza there at second slip. Excellent delivery by Sipamla, right in the channel from the get-go. And
yeah, I think it may have been on the bounce there.
Yeah, it was. It definitely dropped short of second slip. And looks like we're going to have Marco Jansen to start proceedings from the Willows end.
Lanky fast bowler would love to get in a couple of overs here. Ken, make sure he's nice and warm. The 78th over now to be bowled, so the new ball's just 2 away. Right, let's give you the field. It's a slip, gully, deep point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and deep fine leg, which means there's bound to be some short pitch bowling.
Yeah, in a way it's an ideal situation because Marco Jansen gets to have a warm-up over, whole over with the old ball, and then he can start rearing to go at 100% right from the outset with the new ball.
Marco Jansen, left arm over the wicket. It's full and he's just pushed at that. A little bit of a bluff early on here. There's 2 men out on the leg side square. It's definitely for that short pitch stuff. Can 3 men out and how long before we see a short pitch delivery here? You imagine that Marco Jansen's maybe going to get a couple of balls up there and then he's going to drop 1 or 2 short.
Oh, a bit of a loose drive there by Kishan, the bottom hand coming through. It's squirted away behind square in the leg side for just a single. Yeah, I think the field setting also has a lot to do with they don't want to give runs away to Kishan, so protecting the boundaries for him. And happy to give him the one and be able to bowl at the new man, the number 8 Gautam. And also I've been impressed that Jansen generally has kept the ball up. He's generally bowled a fuller length, and most of the South African bowlers actually have used the short ball quite well as a surprise delivery.
You don't want too much of the same thing, Ken. It becomes predictable, and that's when batsmen can really do their very best. Settle into a rhythm here. Krishna Pagatham yet to get off strike, and yet to really make an impact in this game. And he'll just want to, like Tsepo said in the build-up, hold up. 2 slips in place. He's pitched it up again. Has Marco Jansen collected nicely there at mid-wicket.
There's been a bit of movement, both the last couple of, well, all 3 balls actually that Jansen has bowled in his first over of the day. Just a bit of movement there, so he'll be encouraged by that with the new ball to come.
It's crouching down now. Ooh, that one was a little bit straight to that time. Didn't look all that comfortable with it, but able to negotiate that quite comfortably. So, Ken, would they look to just shut up shop here with the Indian players before looking to attack with the new ball? Or do you imagine that they'll have a bit of a go here before the new ball to try and get ahead of the momentum early on here?
No, I think both batsmen really need to get themselves in, especially Gautam. So Kishan will give himself a bit of a look, I imagine, as well. But it's going to be really interesting to see how he manages the situation against the new ball. Gautam, I think, initially his job is really just to stay there and try and give Kishan as much strike as possible.
And he just leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Yeah, it's going to be to answer, Ken, how the first hour, 2 hours of play today. The game so evenly poised. It's a golfing parlance to talk about moving day. It's traditionally moving day on day 3, but it is a 4-day game, so you might yet see some movement on day 3 here. Just 1 from the over so far. He would like to wrap this up. Just slightly over pitch there, but a great stop there at mid-wicket, and that concludes Jansen's first over of the morning. 230 for 6. Those tweets keep them coming. Hashtag SS Cricket, hashtag SAAV. You'll be with us in conversation. What a glorious day. Picturesque. Those blue skies, Ken. Looks like there's a filter on the camera, but there really isn't. It's just a glorious Free State summer's day.
The sky does seem to be a slightly different colour here in the Free State as to elsewhere in the country. The beautiful flatlands of central South Africa. The locals apparently not very impressed with that description, getting a bit of a glare and shake of the head. So Sipamla is going to continue bowling the 79th over. It'll be interesting to see if he does get the new ball after this, though.
It's driven hard. There's a for 2, but Marco Jansen is picks it up and lobs it into his wicketkeeper. So just the 1. Things are kept quiet. Everybody changes around. 2 slips now for Gautam. Just the 1 for Ishan Kishan. You see Sarul Arvia make his way into the picture. Sipamla would want to, he'd love to replicate what his compadres on the other team were able to do, Ken, and wrap up the South African tail. But that's exactly what Luto and the remaining South African bowlers would just love to do, clean things up very early.
Yeah, absolutely, and so far so good. It's been a good tight start by the South Africans. Certainly the outside half of the bat there, out him as it goes to point.
Yeah, he doesn't look all that comfortable, and South Africans will be licking their lips at the prospect of a new ball to number 8, Krishna Pagatam. Definitely handy with the bat. The plan is definitely clear. Well, that's well bowled. It's very well bowled by Sipamla. There's a little bit start of day 2, but it's the end of the day's play. We'd love to see more of him. He is a genuine prospect for South Africa. He had some time both in the red ball stuff and in the white, and we'd love to see more of him. We're really blessed that he's here in front of us today. 3 balls into the over. Oh, just leaves that alone, does Krishna Pagatham. Wise indeed, just to shoulder his arms. Shoulder arms, rather. Sheath your scabbard. Put your sword into your scabbard. Sheath your sword. Yes, that's the word. That's what I'm looking for. Just the 1 from the over from Sipamla. He's keeping it very, very, very tight. The key strike bowler for South Africa in this game, Sipamla. Oh, it just opens the blade and it beats the man at gully. Backward point has to come around and do the fielding. Sunaran, Mutasame, Pranil and Sabrine partnering there to just allow the 1 to come through. There's 1 to come, Ken. And it's been a good start this morning. Measured. Not reckless in anybody's assessment, but it could very quickly change. Is this the calm before the storm, do you think?
Yeah, it could well be. I mean, as I said, both first, and they're busy doing that. But credit to the South African bowlers. They've started well, kept it tight, just singles so far. And also, they're managing to keep Gautam on strike more than Kishan, who now just has 1 ball of this over to see if he can get back on strike. No, it's very tidy from Luto Sipamla. Good line on the off stump, good length. And that forces Kishan just to push it to the cover. So the end of another over, 232 for 6. And we've had just about 3 overs this morning and just 3 runs. So very good work by Sipamla and Janssen.
You can see Krishna Pagatam remonstrating with the guys in the dugout. He wants a new blade, but nobody seems to be interested in his conversation. And now you'll see there comes the Willow Ken. Gesticulating. Inside and go fetch a bat.
Maybe he has like a warm-up bat, and then now he feels, okay, I'm in. Bring me the proper blade.
Maybe he's got an old ball bat and a new ball bat, perhaps. But change of grip color, you can see he's got a white one now as opposed to his orange. He was matching with his partner, but perhaps they didn't want to get confused in case they bump into each other or something silly like that. No, but 232 for 6. 36 is the deficit. Marco Janssen to begin a new over. Oh, that's driven square. Ended region he would have hoped for. If you want to hang out with us at the Mangong Oval, don't forget you can definitely. When you do, give us a big wave. Say hello. 50 Rand and proof of vaccination will get you into the Mangong Oval. Lush grass embankments for you to sit on. Green as you like. If you aren't with us, perhaps you're watching from around South Africa or indeed India, tweet SS Cricket, hashtag SAAVINDA. We'd love to hear from you. I know there's many people in the comments of the YouTube video. You guys, I'm talking to you. Chat to us. Tweet it, hashtag SS Cricket. What a delivery there, Ken. He started with 2 dot balls, and then he came back with an absolute rip snorter.
Yeah, it was very interesting chatting to Alan Donald yesterday, who is the coach of base here in Bloemfontein, the Free State Knights, and Donald coached Marco Jansen from a couple of years ago before his move away from Bloemfontein, and he was just saying one of the great attributes that Marco Jansen has is that he's a very good flat pitch bowler because he gets that extra bounce. And that was certainly on display the previous delivery. A bit of a misfield there in the gully, but no damage done.
Ken, you've been around the cricketing fraternity for a number of years. You've seen players come and go. You've seen a number of players at domestic level as well. Is there anybody here that when you see them from either the Indian A team or the South African A team that really lights a fire inside your belly? Is there somebody that sticks out, or do you think it just needs some time to mature from both of these two teams? Oh, again, short stuff from Marco Jansen. He's all too happy to drop it in short against the right-handed Gautam.
Yeah, I think I've been impressed by the quality of play by both sides. And, I was thinking that, sure, we've had 2 draws, and this game, hopefully we get a result. We don't know. But maybe that's also been a factor. But there has been bad weather, but maybe it's also been a factor of the players being able to produce 5-day disciplines and in a 4-day match. Batsmen have batted time, and so results haven't been possible. But very competitive all round. But Marco Jansen has been one guy who's really stood out for me. Again, outside half of Gautam's bat. Yeah, to me, Jansen, I've been really impressed with the control he's shown, first of all. He's bowled at good pace, he moves the ball around, he's got that extra bounce, and he's got that wonderful added string to his bow in that he's batted well. He's made some very valuable runs.
Oh, Umpy's just dropped the ball there. The new ball came out with a third umpire Kuma, and on the bounce, umpire Jacobs. But we're going to see now whether or not it will be taken. Maybe 1 or 2 balls as a bit of a loosener. The new ball has in fact been taken. So Luto Sipamla straight into it with a new ball, Ken. Not giving himself 1 or 2 deliveries. He's going straight into the thick of it.
Yeah, no need for looseners. He's had a couple of overs to warm up. So yeah, I'm surprised Arno Jacobs put that down. He was a very good cricketer in his day. Actually played for SAA. Very good left-handed batsman, Arno Jacobs. But played most of his career at a time when South Africa, the Test side, had a lot of very good batsmen in the middle order there.
Sipamla will go to Ishan. Kishan, there's still just the 1 slip despite the new ball. Everybody's hanging out on the edge of the ring. 2 men out on the leg side. And that's driven hard, and that's why those men are just hanging on the edge of where the 1-day circle will be. You'll see a massive field change. You'll see people coming into your screen there because presumably there's going to be a packing of that slip cordon. Just the 2, so not going for 3 for Gautam, but certainly more, I wouldn't say aggressive is the word, but a positive mindset from this SAA squad early. India A having to weather probably another half an hour or so. Shot. He's just overpitched, has Lucha Sipamla. He just whips that off the pads, and Gautam is going to get 3 here. Big throw from Marco Janssen, but it's not enough to prevent Kishan returning to strike, and Krishnappa Gautam gets 3.
Just for a moment, Janssen was a bit interested there at mid-wicket. It was a little bit aerial from Gautam. But so far, Kishan seems very comfortable trusting Krishnappa Gautam, and why not? He averages 20 in first-class cricket. He's got a first-class century, and clearly batting 8 in this side. He's no mug.
Sipamla to Kishan. Oh, that didn't look all that healthy. Didn't look all that healthy at all. Kishan, he's on 89 at the moment. Nervous 90s are beckoning. Are you a man of superstition, Ken? I'm not expecting you to be at the level of some players who are notorious for it, but would you say that you're a cricket superstition man?
Maybe slightly. Firm believer in Nelson. The feet are always off the ground. Sweeper on the cover point boundary for just a single. He'll go to 5, and India A are 238 for 6, and that's the end of the 81st over. The first over with the second new ball, and Kishan has got into the 90s. He's on 90 not out. His partnership with 9 runs so far, and Marco Janssen will continue from the Willows End. His first over with the second new ball.
Chance to really show what he's worth here. He's a quality cricketer. You spoke about him. I don't think we'll need to bang on about him anymore. He's really done well, and just a serious prospect for the future. 2 slips in a gully. Ringfield, only man out is fine leg. Here we go. Oh, that's hit the pads, and that's going to go to the boundary for 4. Leg byes is the most likely call. It is signaled by umpire Arnu Jacobs. Not the best start for Marco Janssen, but he's hitting the pads, Ken. That's got to be positive.
I think maybe it swung a bit more than he expected there, but a late movement into the right-hander. As I said, there's that quite a stiff breeze blowing here, so had a bit of swing.
Well, the thing to remember, of course, Ken, as well with leg before shots, is that because Marco Janssen is coming left arm over the wicket, if the delivery pitch is outside of the leg stump. Not contention for a leg before. It's a point. We saw him under the helmet most of the day yesterday, but good to see he's got his cap on.
Janssen just examining the ball. They're probably just deciding which side they're going to shine. Yeah, some decent bounce there by Janssen. Well handled by Galton.
.242 for 6 at the moment. 81 overs gone. Deficit now down to 26. Umpire Jacobs, you just see on your screen there, is just having a leer at the ball. Captain Peter Malan is saying, you happy with this? But yes, definitely there's going to be something on offer here. Like you said, encouraging signs. But India A, particularly Kishan, would not want to lose a wicket here. Or just fends that off on the bounce to the man at the gully. Sonoran Mutasamy. Didn't look all that comfortable with that one. And would you think, Ken, that the possibility of a plan of short pitch bowling may be employed here, particularly to Krishna Bhagatam?
Yeah, I think they'll want to see how he handles the hard new ball whizzing around his head. But still need to back it up with those fuller deliveries to get the... There's a fuller delivery and it's got him. Trying to play it through mid-wicket and edge straight to that man in the gully, Mutasamy. And there's that fuller length I was talking about and a bit of late movement.
Yeah, it's exactly the line and length that you would want from your premier fast bowler when it comes to utilizing that new ball. 7th wicket falling now. Gautam is gone for 5. Just have a look at this replay. Just hangs it out there. Oh, that is such a good delivery. Such a good delivery. It's going across and then just straightening, and that's the end of Krishna Bhagatam. He's gone for 5. And Saurabh Kumar looks like he's making his way to the wicket. Great catch by Mutasamy there at gully. Really great stuff. It's so easy to fall asleep, to drift. We've seen it a couple of times in this series where players just let their minds drift away. And they are definitely keeping sharp in the field. Gautam has gone for 5 from 22. And not a lengthy stay at the crease. Saurabh Kumar, 46 matches to his name. He's got 2 first-class hundreds. Definitely not anybody's bunny in a hurry. 29.7 average. His highest score of 133 coming in 2017-2018. That 2017-2018 season. He'll love that, and anything close he can get to that. As he takes guard, he asks for leg stump, Mr. Jacobs. Good afternoon, sir. Good morning, sir, rather. May I please have leg stump? Ken, the worst thing would be for Kishan to run out of partners while in the 90s. I think Temba Bavuma can attest to that.
Well, it won't be the worst thing for SA, eh? They'll be delighted. But yeah, it would be hard on the young man, the 23-year-old Kishan, because he really has batted quite beautifully. Especially yesterday. He's still getting in today. But the left-handed Kumar now taking strike against the left-armed Janssen. Decent first ball up to a new batsman. Yeah, it was a good catch by Mutasamy because there was a bit of a leading edge about it. He would have been a little bit unsighted in the gully until the ball came flying towards him. But he's a good fielder, Mutasamy, good catcher. Good all-round cricketer. Useful with the bat, although he didn't get to show it in the first innings here. Bowled tidily with his orthodox left arm spin.
He bowled so long yesterday, Ken. 23 overs, 1 for 54. That does take a toll on the body. I know people will say that sometimes, spinners, they don't work as hard, but 23 overs does take a toll. 5 men out at the region. Goodness. There's a deep point, long off, long on. There's a man at deep backward square and fine leg. Everybody's just hanging right on the edge of the circle here. Can they definitely? The plan is obvious. Can it? They're not hiding their cards, are they? Give Kishan a single.
Absolutely, and then they've still got a slip and then a long gap to the gully. So still trying to get him out a bit.
Oh, he swafted at that one. There was a shout of catch from Sipamla, but simple take there by Krishile. The angle, Ken. He's coming from around the wickets to the left-hander, trying to angle it in and maybe get the seam to just nip it away. He'll be facing that seam to where first slip is traditionally placed. So he'll, when it comes out the hand for those youngsters watching at home, he'll have the seam pointed towards first slip and then just bowl it. And so when it lands, it just takes it and it nips away.
It was a brute of a delivery. That's probably the most bounce we've seen this morning so far.
Squared him up, but he's able to just dot that out into the offside, and everybody will come in now. It's a little bit like a hokey pokey dance. Out and in, shake it all about. But good start from Sipamla this over. A little bit cheaper than the last one, but crucially that wicket. And now he has 3 deliveries to bowl at Sarab Kumar. 2 left-handers at the wicket, Ken. Sipamla going to come over the wicket now. Maybe he's going to come very wide and try and throw it across the left hand at Sarab Kumar. Lovely little replay there for you. Fantastic work here by our production team. Two slips, a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Oh my goodness me. What a delicious ball. That was a ball, medium rare, pepper crusted, with a side of hot roasted veg, Ken. That looked like the dinner you were making last night. It was delicious.
It's just the perfect length from Sipamla, because the batsman kind of feels he has to come forward, but it's not quite there, and he's reaching for it, and then with a little bit of movement away. Yeah, fantastic delivery by Sipamla. He's bowled really well this morning.
There's a fifer on offer for him. Oh, he's bowled him. My goodness me, he's absolutely castled him. Cleaned him all ends up. Done him and shattered the stumps. What a delivery, Ken. My gracious. He's got 4. So he's 1 away from that fifer.
That is fast bowling gold by Sipamla. What a delivery. The stumps spread-eagled, and Saurabh Kumar really groping in the dark at that delivery. He's gone for a 3-ball duck, and I fancy that one came back from Sipamla, whereas previously he's just been taking the ball away from the left-hander. What a cracking delivery. Here's the replay. Beat him for pace, didn't it, David, as much as anything else, angling in.
Yeah, not really a ball that hooped, but certainly a fast bowler's delight. And he got the 7-10 split there, Ken, to use bowling parlances. Other bowling, not this type of cricket bowling. What a delivery. It's a perfect delivery to a tail ender. There's nothing more frustrating as a captain or a coach when you see him missing everything. Look at this one again. Boom! You can see the middle stump just disappearing nearly from the frame there. Glorious. Yeah, there's nothing worse than a fast bowler wasting a new ball, but also not bowling to get tail-enders out. You're not here to assist them, and he's done just that. He's cleaned them all ends up, and a big smile, I'm sure, on the face of Peter Malan. One away from Sipamla's fifer here. There's 2 wickets on offer. Maybe one apiece here, or maybe he wraps it up with his over. But he's got 1 ball here to face. Does Navdeep Sani, the new man at the crease. 2, 4, 3 for 8. 1 ball remaining. Lucas Sipamla keeps getting wickets off the 4th ball of his over. He did it last night, Ken. It was the great catch to dismiss Deepak Chaha by Zubair Hamza at 2nd slip. Navdeep Sani is going to have a lot of words in his ear here. 3 slips in place. Prenelin Subrian makes his way into the slip cordon. So Arvia, Hamza, Subrian, Mutasami at Gully. Sipamla here. Oh, well defended, well watched by Navdeep Sani. That is the end of the over. And Sipamla with 1 run and a wicket in that one, Ken.
Well, we're now properly into the India A tail because Navdeep Sani just has a first-class average of 9. So now interesting to see how Ishan Kishan responds. Fancy if he wants his 100, he's going to have to change gears a bit.
And he's got to look to farm as well, Ken. He's got to keep the strike. He cannot just give easy one. The South Africans are not going to give anything to him freely. Gavin Hoffman on Twitter is asking, please explain why the wicket will quicken up today. Is it because of atmospheric conditions? Or is it the grass on the wicket drying out, Ken? What do you make of why a wicket would quicken up after the first 2 days?
Yeah, because generally, so the groundsman has to prepare a pitch that's going to last 4 days. So in order to do that, he has to keep a certain amount of moisture in it from the start. And moisture generally slows down a pitch. But then as the sun beats down on it, we've had a couple of days of good sunshine, so the moisture goes and it quickens up. And then the deterioration of the pitch starts. Cracks start forming and the sun widens those. Oh, is that off a glove? It is! It is! What a wicket to get for Marco Jansen. Kishan goes for 91. The first real shot in anger he's played this morning, and unfortunately it cost him his wicket.
Great bit of fast bowling there to dismiss Kishan. He worked so hard, did Ishan Kishan. 91 from 153. And he's been dismissed. Just watch this, Ken. Shorter delivery. He wafts at it. He tried to get it fine towards that fine leg position. He's gloved it. And umpire Jacobs has given him out. He's out in the 90s. 153 deliveries. 12 fours and a 6. And you might think that the conclusion of this Indian A innings is nearing ever closer. Although we did see a wonderful 10th wicket partnership from the South Africans in the previous game. Look at this one, Ken.
Just interesting, you see just the slight first reaction from Kishan. It's a bit of a duck. And then he decides to play. And I think he was just not in a greatest position to play, which, to be fair, it wasn't the greatest, most hostile shortish ball in the world. It was going down leg a bit. But just that first little head movement of his, I think, got him out of position to play the shot properly.
Yeah, Shweta Chopra on Twitter will be desperately disappointed with that dismissal. He was hoping that Ishan Kishan would get his 100. But Hanuma Vihari, Ken, he's averaging 71 in this series. 71.33, 4 innings, 214 runs. He's had a wonderful time of it. And he's had those 12 tests. Is there a possibility of a selection here? Or is it maybe a foregone conclusion with other members of the Indian team?
No, I think out of all the batsmen here, Vihari is probably the most likely if someone is going to get called up to the India squad. He's looked the business in the series. He really has, and it would kind of make sense to include a guy who's been in South African conditions now for a month, has succeeded in them. His confidence will be high. Not saying that he'll make the India Test 11, but as a backup in case there are injuries. And of course, India will probably be bringing quite a big squad over to South Africa as well in these COVID times. Oh, that's just a real number 11 shot there by Porel, backing away and having a swipe.
Yeah, he didn't enjoy that one at all. Our cameraman Vian called it just before the ball came out that it was going to be a short one. Ken, we were watching a bit of lower order batting of times gone by, and Nanti Hayward and Mackay Ntini having to face up to a Brett Lee. In that case, Mackay Ntini was hit on the head twice, and that is not something we'd want to see here. But we want to continue here between the two. A good contest. Marco Jansen in again. Oh, he didn't look comfortable at all. It's a wide ball. Ken, goodness, Porel is not happy with the short pitch stuff at all. Is getting out of the way there, evading it.
I think that's a bit of a harsh wide call, isn't it? Phew. Yeah, I knew you were going to bring up Monanta Hayward after that first delivery that Porel faced, and the second was a very good approximation as well. Whereas Mackay and Ntini very much got into line against Brett Lee, and that's why he sconded twice on the head. Jansen goes fuller, and Porel's totally missed that ball, and unfortunately it misses the stumps as well.
Marco Jansen, a very nice young man, well-mannered. Do you think he's possibly leaving it hanging out there for his fast bowling partner to pick up his 5? Probably not. He'd also want his 4th rather. He's got 3 already. So between Sipamla and Jansen, they've really damaged this Indian A squad. Oh, that's very wide. Very, very wide. As I say that, it looks like he's trying to help his partner Sipamla get to a fifer. We're not speculating, but I'm sure he would love to have Sipamla get his 5. 2 balls remaining in the over. 3 slips and a gully in place. And 10 and 11 at the wicket. A dream for a fast bowler, Ken, with a new ball that's only 3.4 overs old, bowling to 10 and 11. The dream.
Well, pitch it up. Target the stumps now. He's not able to hit the ball clearly. Oh, just as I say it.
And it falls between 2 men, Dzozi and I think it's Mutasami there. Or it's Kazondo, sorry. Kazondo and Tony Dzozi coming together. And there's a run. Ishan Porel on 1 now. Gavin Hoffman is asking on Twitter, the series is going to, well, he says that the series is going to come down to the final 2 innings. What will be a target that will be very difficult to chase? Well, answer Gavin. Answer Gavin, tell us. Kaushik is desperately heartbroken for Ishan Kishan. Well played, but he'd gone for a well-made 91.
It's a solid defensive shot by Sani. This might not surprise you, David, but Ishan Porel is one of those special guys who has actually taken more first-class wickets than he's scored runs. He's got 67 wickets in 23 matches and has only scored 50 runs in his 29 innings. And even with 14 not outs, his average is 3.33. I'm not surprised, judging by what we've seen so far.
Yeah, it reminds me of Chris Martin, who also had a tough time of things with the bat. Courtney Walsh was also another man who seemingly collected ducks, whether he liked it or not. He certainly handed out a number of ducks, I'm sure. The legend, Courtney Walsh. But he didn't enjoy his time in the middle.
Yeah, I think we need to add, however, that Porel has bowled really well in this series, which is his principal job, obviously.
Change in the field here. Kai Zondo has gone from a fine leg. I think they're going to put him at a 3rd man region, maybe for the uppercut shot. So there's 3 slips and a gully, and then Kai Zondo is at a fly slip. Fly slip, really? A short 3rd man? Yeah, you can see Sheila just pushing him back 3/4 of the way to the boundary. There's got to be something short here, you would think. That's pitched up, and Sipamla does the fielding off of his own bowling. He's got 5 more deliveries here, Ken. I don't think Marco Jansen will give him any more than just the server to get rid of these two.
Yeah, well, Perel seems to be getting his eye in a bit. He's hit the last 2 balls he's faced.
Yeah, unlike his partner, he's made contact. Sipamla. Oh, he didn't like that. Didn't like that. Ducked out the way. Good direction on the short pitch bowling. And we just saw umpire Jacobs from where we are. Just saying it was fine. It was okay. It's well. It's good. He's got to follow this up with a fuller ball, Ken. You would think that cricketing etiquette dictates you follow up a short one with a full one. Is he going to hit the stumps here?
Maybe give him another short run. Just make sure the feet really are taken away.
Let's see how we go here. Sipamla. Oh, it was the fuller one. He got out the way a little bit there, but he managed to make contact. Zozi cleans it up. One of only 2 men on the leg side is Dezozi. There's mid-on in Marco Jansen, and then himself, Tony Dezozi, at a mid-wicket position. He must feel like he might have a bit of fear of missing out. He's the lone ranger out there on the leg side.
Well, he does know that if anything gets squirts away on the leg side, he's in for a run. Maybe even a long run.
Another short one there by Sipamla. Well managed by Ishan Poral. There's a question by Vishal on Twitter asking, what's with Mumbai Indian batters throwing away their wickets in the 90s? Shake of the head. Shake of the head. Kishan worked so hard. He grafted, grinded, did he can to get that 91. So Sipamla with 2 opportunities here. We've seen 2 short balls in the over. Is it going to be the Yorker? Swinging Yorker. Perhaps a Mitchell Stark type delivery. It's not. It's the one that looks to entice the edge. Mitchell Stark picking up a wicket, Ken, with the first ball of the Ashes this morning. Yorker into the leg stump, and Rory Burns was gone for a duck. Isn't that what is that? A platinum duck? A royal duck? What's that? A diamond duck? First ball of the series?
Gold. Oh, first ball of the series?
Yes. First ball of the game. First ball of that you face is a golden. And then
it happened apparently in the 2010-11 Ashes series as well, that England lost a wicket first ball. Things got a lot better for them.
He's just over-pitched on his length. And there's a shout of support there from the Indian dugout. It's a maiden from Lutu Sipamla. And you would think Marco Jansen is going to wrap things up now.
Well, we're bowling to Saini, who has shown a bit more technique with the bat. So just a bit disappointing in that over. Sipamla not really targeting the stumps enough with the fuller deliveries. They were a bit wide. And then going for the Yorker last ball, and it missed its mark. It was a low full toss. But South Africa is so far with a lead of 23 runs in the bag. So it's nothing major. And as it has been for so much of this series, both the teams so really evenly matched on first innings.
Yeah, it's Sandile Petlukwayo, the deficit, 23. And like you said, it's so well poised. We said at the start of the day's play, but also they've been fairly evenly matched in the most recent 2 games. The first one was a little bit of a one-sided contest purely because of the conditions underfoot. It was a real road, and the rain delays on day 3 and then on day 4 it being rained out really didn't help. Oh, that's a short one. That's a short rip snorter. Wow.
Some would say that the rain in the first match was a bit of a mercy killing, because that match seemed always to be headed for a draw, with the conditions so heavily favouring the bat.
Yeah, our team behind the scenes is looking for that first ball of the series. What that means. Oh, that's full and straight and probably missing leg stump. You've got two stumps visible there. So a golden duck, Ken, is when a batter is dismissed off of his first ball, and then obviously silver and bronze are there. When a batsman is dismissed without facing a ball, he's a diamond duck. A royal duck is applicable for openers when they get out in the first ball of an innings. And a laughing duck is, while that one goes through to the keeper, while ending the team's innings when a batsman gets out for a duck, it's known as a laughing duck, and then obviously there's a pair. So I presume, let's just see if we can go down a little bit here. A king pair is when a batter gets out very first ball that he faces in both innings of a test match without scoring a single run. So platinum duck, first ball of the series, that's got to be unfortunate. And I know Sir Alistair Cook was tweeting about the fact that England were behind 1-0 in that famous 2010-2011 series. So the Ashes series is long, Ken. It's 25 days worth of cricket. That's a month. Anything can change in the course of a month.
Yeah, still very, very early days, but Australia have certainly laid down a marker, which they'll be happy about. Are you going to copyright Platinum Duck, Dave?
Absolutely. It's mine. You can't have it. It's all mine. 5 dots in a row here. Marco Janssen. South Africa want to wrap this up quickly. Oh, he just leaves that alone outside the off stump, doesn't Navdeep Sahni. He's faced 7 balls. He's not got anything yet. But that is the end of another over. Back-to-back maidens here, Ken. South Africa want to clean this up. They want to go for a bit of brunch, perhaps, in the change of interval. Not necessarily the openers, but you might see openers Pieter Malan and Sarel Ervia take a bit of a jog to their change room, make sure they get changed and into their kit, ready to go. They'd be raring to bat on this. It's a glorious day for batting. Absolutely book in for bed and breakfast is the assessment. There's some fans that have come in to watch their heroes. 50 Rand and proof of vaccination, and you can hang out with us. Give us a wave if you can see us.
Yeah, Sipamla again from the Loch Logan end, looking for his fifer. And let's just hope when he does bowl full, he can just target the stumps a little bit better, get a bit straighter than he was in his previous over.
Just puts the bat in the way there. Does Porel, but collected by Michael Pretorius. Seemed to be in a bit of a lull, Ken, after the last wicket. The theme of the morning has somewhat become more placid.
Well, Perella's settled in a little bit. He's not backing away the leg quite so much. Oh, that's a good straight drive. They're going to take a one to Janssen. Fancy he was targeting both ends there. Didn't manage to hit either of the stumps. So a good quick single by Porel there. He goes to 2. Only 8 runs to go for his career best.
He'd love to see it. Maybe he raises his bat. Deficit now 22. And these runs, Ken, are crucial. Just see this replay here. It looked uncomfortable for Sipamla in trying to get there. I think his left foot just jammed in the track there. And that's why he wasn't able to push off from it and get his right foot in the way. But 3 slips in a gully. 1 run from the over so far. 246 for 9. That's hit high into the air. And it's exactly the kind of region that they had for Kazonda to lurk in. Third man. A little bit wider there. Would have been a really difficult opportunity for him to catch it. But boundary there, Ken, and deficit under the 20-run mark.
I think when Saini saw Perel get his second run, he just thought, well, enough of this blocking and playing properly. I'm going to have a good old swing, and he gets a boundary as reward. India as 250 comes up. Just a couple minutes short of 400 minutes at the crease. 525 balls. They've had 29 fours and 2 sixes. So the deficit 18 now.
Oh, he steps out the way and has a fantastic looking shot there. Looking to hit that through the covers. There's a vacant cover region. Just Peter Malan at a very wide mid-off. And then there's a man, Michal Pretorius, at point. It's not a bad looking shot, Ken.
Down on one knee. It was Caribbean in flavour. It was a real swashbuckling attempt there.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Absolutely the word. Swashbuckling is the word. Two to come. Well, he just steps out the way and he does exactly that. Swashbuckling indeed. Smashes it through that vacant cover region. What a shot, Ken.
That's probably the shot of the day, isn't it? It was a fantastic stroke. Gave himself a bit of room, but right off the middle of the bat. And there's plenty of space in the covers for him to get through. But beautifully timed. And Sipamla will not be happy with that. Needs to get it a bit fuller, I think. Or maybe stick a few up their noses just to remove some of this confidence they're showing.
I was just about to ask. A fast bowler gets hit through the covers for 4 from number 10. I imagine that something short is soon to be incoming. No, he's pitched it up and another shot up and over the cover field. What a shot. 4 runs once again. What a way to end the over, and it was expensive. It was 13 from that over. India are not going to die wondering here, Ken, are they? What? He's just teed off as if he was at Augusta National. First tee box, and he smashed it.
Goodness, amazing shot. And, well, Sipamla's bowled 5 overs this morning, and even though he's chasing that 5-4, I think Peter Malan might be tempted to get Miguel Pretorius on at the other end. Maybe even a spinner, you know, with the newer balls skidding on. Tail end is often not particularly good at handling good spin bowling.
Yeah, you might imagine, Ken, if that is the case, that South Africans would crowd the bat. Numerous men around the bat. Under the helmet, 2 or 3 men. Steady point, forward short leg slip, 2 slips in place. You can't die wondering. Deficit now down to 10. And Peter Malan's lead is being eroded. Marco Jansen wants to wrap this up. They do now put Sir Brian out of the 3rd slip position and down to a maybe fly slip is not the word, but 3/4. Jansen to begin his 20th. Oh, and he just fends at that one, does Ishan Paral.
Over the stumps. I think it went over the stumps. How did that not bowl him?
It was too good for him. Too good for him. Local scorer Kenny here saying it's gone around the stumps on its way through. You often hear players when they seem certain of a leg before wicket shot, they'll maybe ask the question to the umpire: has it gone under the stumps? The umpire, but that in that case, Kenny believes that it's gone round the stumps. Janssen once again. Just fends at that one. Does Perel.
He doesn't seem to like the Marco Jansen angle, the left-hander, left armer, because that front foot just can't help itself. It's heading towards leg side straight away.
Maybe he's looking to clear that front foot and send it over cow corner. He's not here for a good time, a long time perhaps, but rather a good time. Leg slip in place. Marco Jansen changing the angle round the wicket. And he just drives that into the cover. There is protection for him. Loud applause from the dugout, Ken. They're loving it. They're loving it, and why shouldn't they?
It's one of the great things about cricket, a genuine number 11. You don't get them that often anymore, which is a bit sad. But a genuine number 11 surviving against the opposition's new ball attack, always very entertaining.
South African letting that lead just slip from them. We might even, Ken, if we're lucky, go to the score, go to the change of interval, scores level. We're just driven away through the covers. What a shot, young man. He might get 2 here. Picked up in the deep by Tony DeZorzi. These two are having a bit of fun here, Ken. Lovely to see from these two. They're batting really well at the moment. They've put together 17 in quick time.
Yeah, they're having a wonderful time. I think maybe a change of pace. Let's get Mutusami on and that harder new ball, arm ball, LBW, done and dusted.
I'd love to see a Yorker. I think just a Yorker around the wicket, swinging into him. Here we go. Oh, I've called it, and he squeezed it out. So, not the idea then, maybe. But South Africa wanted to wrap this up. They were well ahead with the lead when these two came together. But 17 vital runs. 25 was the lead, Ken, at that time. Now just down to 8, single figures. Marco Jansen to finish his 20th, 2 from it. And again, just defended away. End of another Jansen over. He's got 3 for 48 from 20. And India A are 260 for 9. And we're going to have a drink. So we'll be back with you after the drinks break. And don't go very far. Just a reminder that this broadcast is brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, world's leading festival and event destination 2020. Welcome back after the drinks break. Good refreshing break. Along to see Vian. Good morning and hello.
Hello, David. It's nice to join you for this session, however brief it may be. These two Indian tailenders really have frustrated South Africa. Maybe the viewership as well. What do you think?
Well, I'm not so sure. I think there's a lot of Indian fans that have joined us on YouTube. Hello to them. Sipamla to begin a new over. Oh, that didn't look lovely at all. He kind of just swayed out the way and he hit the bat. But if you're an Indian fan, this is definitely the time to be enjoying yourself. You say that the session may be brief, and I think you might be right. There could be an intermission once again. We've just had drinks after the 11 o'clock hour mark, and lunch is only at 12. But if we do get a wicket here, there's going to be 10 minutes of changeover. And so South Africa would want to wrap that up fairly soon. Always stands out the way, and that's exactly it. Swashbuckling. Ken Borland, you called it. What a shot, Vian.
Yeah, Saini's come out with intent after maybe copying a few short deliveries and maybe not being a fan of it. Playing a few lusty blows here to Sipamla, and one might feel maybe Sipamla should fight fire with fire.
Yeah, he's really not having a good go with these guys. He's got the 4 wickets, but a little bit expensive, especially from the last couple of overs. He's going to come round the wicket now, Will Luto Sipamla. On the angle, one slip in place, a man out at that cover region sweeping. Now he's feeling a bit of confidence in himself. Is Navdeep Sani sweeping away the dust. One slip. And there's a short third man, or three-quarter third man. Oh, again, he's done it exactly. That's high in the air. Mikael Pretorius. No! The Indian dugout rambunctious. That's a 6. Vian, what a shot.
Yeah, Navdeep Sani not gonna die wondering, as he absolutely nailed that one over the sweeper region, and Mikael Pretorius could not reel it in as it goes for 6 as we see the replay.
Bang.
Oh, leaving nothing to desire and making an awful mess of Luther Sipamla's figures, one might say.
Yeah, Luto's at risk of conceding 100 here. 95. And there's still 3 balls remaining there over. 10 from it, 13 from Sipamla's last over. And Sani's on 22. Are we going to see something here? More of it. Oh, what a shot! Kashila did well there because he would have gone down to the leg side to perhaps cut off the delivery that may have taken something. But Sani feeling the confidence here. He tried to, what was that, a scoop? Bit of a, yeah, a scoop.
Yeah, an interesting shot play there by Sani. One must say is, as we see the replay, almost getting a little glove on that. Would have made for tricky wicket keeping from Kishile. As we see deep square going out as well. I would love to see someone short in on the leg side if a short bowling barrage is coming now. Sani giving it its all.
Oh, double bluff. He tried to go over to the offside and then gave himself room on the leg side and was looking to target that cover region. Once again, there's 1 ball remaining in the Sipamla over. This has been T20 cricket type stuff.
Yeah, David, I must say this is some old school tail end batting. Would love to see maybe a slower ball here, as he's just swinging at one pace, maybe an off cut or something. We'll see after Marco Jansen had a word with Sipamla what his plans are.
Oh, that one just gets squeezed up and over the top of the slips. That's going to race away to the boundary. Loud noises coming from the Indian dugout once again. When it rains, it pours. And the lead is 6.
Yeah, the Indian tailenders making the deficit something of the past. And as we see it, the replay now on your screen, I think that might have been a slower ball, but nicely sliced over the slip region. Doing well to watch the ball as we see spin on offer now as Senaran Mutasamy is in from the Willows end, and he's going to go to Ishan Poral, who I think might be looking for a single. Saini obviously being the senior partner with 26, really giving the Indian innings some impetus.
Yeah, and you know that's going to come out in the conversations in the change room. He's going to say, how difficult is this batting? Looks at his partners at the top of the order, Prithvi Shaw and Devdutt Padikkal, and say, come on, I mean, I faced a new ball. What's your excuse? Just stand and deliver. This is easy. But Senaran Mutasami's got a slip in place. There's a man at deep mid-wicket, long on and long off for back. There's everybody in the ring in the cover region. Man at 45. Man at a straightish mid-wicket as well. We're about to begin the 90th. Floats it up and just defends. Vian, you're a spinner. Tell me what your plan is for Mutasamy.
I'd probably give it a bit of air and tempt the guy to go for the shot as Mutasamy is in. Oh! And Poral maybe misreading an arm ball there, and an extra coat of varnish on the stumps might have seen him dismissed. But as I said, maybe tempt him to try and clear the long fences as we see the guys out on the boundary.
It is indeed the shorter of the two. There's a quick run taken here. Krashila has a fire in and it's going to go all the way down to long off. But they are hitting with the spin or against the spin. Yes, against the spin. If they hit out to that leg side boundary. So Mutasamy clearly planning his attack here.
As we see Saini now on strike. 26 of 18 balls, and it's been a very nice innings to behold. But I might think we might see something fairly agricultural now.
Backing the spinners so nearly was trapped in front. They just worked that away off the pads, did Saini. And the man who was in the covers, Tony DeZorzi, is now making his home on the boundary. Just a couple of steps in. Men on the onside, tight to the rope. Just defended there. Mutasamy wants to toss it up here. Get it above the eye line of the two batsmen. And Krashila would love to get a stumping here. He's already got one. And they just push that out, and there's a quick run there. It's too easy for these two Indian batsmen to get around. And there's a couple of balls remaining. Oh, that is the over, rather. Sipamla, we'll see if he'll continue from the other end. 4 for 99.
Yeah, as we see the Indian tailenders having a measured approach to the spinners, maybe fancying the seam bowling stocks of South Africa to go after them, as it looks to be Sipamla to continue. Yeah, Sipamla's going to keep going. I think if I was the captain, I probably would have gone to Michal Pretorius. But having said that, it's pretty difficult to take the ball out of a guy's hands that's on 4 sticks.
Yeah, you're right. It's exactly that. He would have said to Captain Peter Malan, don't take it from me just yet. I've got these guys. So the 2 men out on the offside, or 3 men out on the offside. There's a third man sweeping cover and long off. Again, giving himself some room there. And I believe he's got him. He's out caught. The faintest of nicks through to Krashile. And Lotus Sipamla has 5. It's well deserved. He's had a bit of stick here towards the end, but great bit of work from the fast bowler. And he has 5 to his name, and he keeps the ball.
Yeah, no, David is definitely deserved the this 5 wicket haul, and maybe just making a statement, telling the selectors that he's still around and he's still in it, and that looked to be maybe a slower ball off cutter. Yeah, indeed, and Sani deceived and a well taken catch by the South African wicketkeeper, as we see the end of innings of the Indians, and it's been an interesting one.
It has indeed. A narrow lead for them. South Africa will trail by not very much, but 90 overs it took for the Indian innings to come to a conclusion. 276. It was a wonderful performance by Kishan with the bat. Just missed for 91. He'll be frustrated with himself, but really the man of the innings is Sipamla with his 5 wickets. But we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Don't go very far. Make sure you've got your kettle well boiled. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the Mangong Oval in Bloemfontein. It's a quick changeover for change of innings. South Africa A will get their second innings underway very shortly. You can just see the heavy roller making its way off the track. But this broadcast is brought to you by the city of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020. My name is Dave Midgley. I've been with you all this morning. South Khan already trying to get under the skin of Sarel Ervia. Alongside me, Vian Duplessis. Welcome back.
Thanks a lot, David. It's good to be back. As we had a swift innings break, the Indians winning the first innings by 8 runs, you could say. And we're in for an interesting next half an hour's play, I think, before the luncheon interval. And it's going to be challenging times for the South African batsmen.
Yeah, definitely. And we welcome once again all of our fans from around the world on SuperSport's YouTube channel. If you want to chat to us, hashtag SS Cricket, hashtag SAAVINDA, or DSTV Now, channel 246. And we've got a tweet here. Vian, you've got a bit of a fan here. Julia Strauss is saying that Vian klink soos 'n lekker ou. What does that mean? Explain for us, please.
I just want to say thank you to Julia. She's, as a matter of fact, my girlfriend's best friend, and being a lekker ou means to be a overall nice guy, I think, and an alright oak, enjoyable in conversations and so on. What do you make of it, David?
Yeah, it's nice to have fans. I'll let you know when I get there. But let's get back to the cricket. Sarel Ervia to take the first ball of Deepak Chahar. There are many men around the bat. Goodness me, everybody's hanging out. There's 2 slips in a gully. There's a point in place who's right at the end of the strip. There is a shortish mid-on. There's 3 men catching on the leg side. Deepak Chahar. And he decides he's not going to bowl that one. Hit a bit of a handbrake. So the only man out is down at the fine leg region. But there's a short mid-on. There's also a catching cover. And a, well, you might say a shortish forward short leg. Oh, that's down the leg side and it's just tucked away. And that's the South African innings underway, and the deficit is now 7.
Yeah, that's nicely tucked away off his legs by the recently called up Ervia into the Proteas squad for the Test series against India. And geez, I'm looking forward to that series. I think it's going to be a very well contested one, and a lot of fast bowling to look forward to. What do you make of the squads, David?
Yes, South Africa A have had a number of call-ups to the full-strength squad. 21 names. A call-up for the first time for Sisanda Magala and the wicket-keeper batsman, Ryan Rickleton. So good to see their hard work being rewarded. But a massive squad, and everybody's going to have to work hard in that bubble. Over the wicket, Chiaha. Was driven hard, has Peter Malan. Positive from him. A deficit of 7. Not really anything to write home about. But runs are runs, particularly going into the 3rd innings of a game.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's nothing to write home about, but in the bigger scheme of things, and we might see a close end to this game. So I think that 7 runs, and particularly that 26 or so that Saini made, might be having a big impact here.
Just leaves that alone. A exaggerated stretch there from Captain Peter Malan. But Vian, there's only, half an hour or so to go to that lunch interval. So it's been a stop-start 2nd hour of play this morning. We saw a drinks break and then a change of innings, and we're going to have another interruption. 3rd slip coming in place now. So what do you make of that in terms of concentration from the batting pair? they may have in their mind been thinking about batting once that drinks break was taken with 9 wickets down on the board.
And a close call, maybe a heart and mouth stuff for a moment as we see the slip fetching the ball. I think it's off his pad. And they go through for a single that will be added to the extras tally. Definitely a difficult time to negotiate for opening batters. Never ideal. I don't think there's any opening batsman that would want to be out there for such a short time. It's going to be nervous times. That I'm certain of, and not only for the batsmen but for the people in the dugout. I can imagine South Africa's number 3 maybe being a bit tense, sitting there waiting for the luncheon interval.
Yeah, it's never easy, like you said, for batsmen to keep concentration. 3 slips now. Vihari continuing to attack. A less aggressive field now to Arvia. Chaha with 2 balls. He just pushes at this one, does Saro Arvia. Good to see Ishan Kishan back on the park, Vian. We saw him go off in the first innings with some back troubles, but good to see him back on the park.
Yeah, definitely. I think especially from an Indian point of view, he is one of the young rising stars and maybe a prospect for the Test series coming up as well. It's nice to see him out there, and one would think his back should be alright. He batted for a really long time and he batted well at that as well. I did, however, this morning while setting up equipment, see he was doing a lot of stretching and foam rolling, and the physio was busy giving him a bit of attention as well. So we might see him as Chahar over pitches slightly, and good work from, I think it's Sarfraz Khan at mid-off, as the ball is slightly swinging from Chahar as he completes his first over.
Vian, yesterday we had a poll in which we asked, now that the series had been confirmed between South Africa and BCCI, so Cricket South Africa and BCCI, who will come away victorious? 44% of you said South Africa, 38% of you said India, and 18% of you thinking that it's going to be a draw. But if we look at today's Twitter poll, at Coach Dave 93, you can go vote there. Hanuma Vihari is way ahead of his compatriots. We said to you, which Indian player deserves a call up to the test squad to take on South Africa? And if you don't like any of our assessments or our options, make sure that you comment down below. But Hanuma Vihari, Vian, so far, there's still plenty of time in the poll. 76% in his compatriots just languishing down there in the single digits, barring Ishan Kishan. Looks like there's going to be some treatment. It was Ishan Paral who was suggested to begin the new over, but there might be some physio work here. But let's chat about the poll quickly.
Yeah, as we see the physio coming on, it looks like Sarfraz went down after doing that fielding, and I don't know for what, but it looks to be maybe hammy or groin problems, as we see a fielder over him. But looking at the poll again, look, I'm not surprised at all to see Hanuma Vihari being so far ahead. He has been that far ahead in this whole series in terms of the way he's played, and also the way he's been a senior player and how he led the side. Indian Kissinger, I think, replying to Coach Dave 93, Vihari, he has been hard done by the selectors. Should bat 3, in my opinion, ahead of Pujara. You guys can, that's quite a statement. You guys can comment and let us know what you guys think. Go to hashtag SAAVINDA or hashtag SSCricket, all in small letters. And then let us know what you guys think. We'll be sitting reading tweets up until the luncheon interval, and yeah, give us your opinion and we'll have a little discussion.
Now is the perfect time to do the hashtag, as Vian would say. We're seeing some fans just enjoying the shade there at the Mangong Oval. Maybe if they can hear us, give us a wave. You're on camera. Kenny's the scorer here. He's trying to wave. Wave to Dave. Maybe that's what you're looking for. But Ishan Paral will now begin a new over. He's coming from the Willow's End. little bit down to the leg side, tailing into the right-hander.
Yeah, that one came in a lot, but wayward, rather wayward. Yeah, hashtag wave to Dave. We can make that another one, especially for spectators. As we saw those spectators on the embankment before the previous delivery, seeming to be Indian supporters. They were going wild when Navdeep Saini was making amends in the end of the previous innings, and I have to say the Indian supporters have been coming in, and I love to see it.
Absolutely. That one again, tailing back into the right-handed Malan. He's yet to get off the mark. And the South African skipper definitely wants to put on a solid knock here. Opening stand. They've only had 150 opening partnership between Arvia and Pieter Malan. Just some stats around Marco Jansen. I know we've been banging on about him in this series, Vian, but he's averaging 63.5 for the series. His runs are 127. And he's got 5 wickets. Love to see a little bit more of him. Cut away, and what a shot! What a way to get off the mark there. Short and wide and spanked to the boundary.
Yeah, that was put away nicely by Pieter Malan, and the wicket does seem to be flattening out once more. We have heard that the wicket is definitely picking up some pace, and it was a bit slow on the first day, a bit too paced maybe as we have a look at the field and the replay now. Oh, absolutely murdered that ball in front of square to the fence.
Nice tweet we're going to read after this one. Porel, halfway through his over. And that's very wide. In fact, it is called a wide. Umpire Jacobs, or it's rather Umpire Harris, they've switched ends. They've just done it to mess with us. They did it in the previous game, did the umpires? Third innings, shifting ends. But Umpire Harris is now hanging out with us at the Willow's end. Umpire Arno Jacobs from the Loch Logan end. A nice tweet there. Edwan Trutter is saying, who's the most underrated player in this SAA team? So I'm talking a player who hasn't been selected for this SA squad. Who do you think is a dark horse for the future?
Off the toe into the cover region, and thanks a lot to Edwan Trutter, another one of my very good mates, for the tweet. And it's a good question and a very difficult one at that. What do you think, Dave? Are we looking at someone that has not been picked for the Protea squad, or?
Yeah, I'm definitely saying who is, because they're not really underrated if they are being selected, in my mind. Somebody who is part of perhaps this squad, or perhaps the one-day squad that was put together with a number of key players rested. Who do you think is a bit of a dark horse, one for the future? And don't say Marco Jansen. That's a wide ball again.
Yeah, if you've read my mind, and it's no secret that I'm a Marco Jansen fan. Very excited to see him, and I really hope he gets a go, as he has been put into the Protea squad now. I'd have to go with Michael Pretorius, not being in the Protea squad now, and definitely not being underrated either. A highly rated and highly regarded player in around South Africa, and also on the T20 circuit in most recent times. He had a good time over at the CPL with the Talawas. But also I think maybe Prenelin Subrian, maybe being a bit of an underrated bowler. I am glad for him, as that is left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, Subrian, I think he's a really, really good bowler. Very happy for him being selected and called up into the Protea squad. What do you think if you had to pinpoint someone?
Yeah, you make good points there. It seems like it's only Vian's fans that are tweeting us, but it's nice to see that you've come on and been super popular. But definitely, no, I'm completely jealous. You know, what can I say? So let's carry on here with Ishan Parol. He's bowled in a lengthy over here. And that's the 8th ball of the over, and he's finished. So maybe it's an 8-ball max here. No, not quite. But end of that over, and the deficit is 1. Somebody who sticks out to me. I know I've spoken about Tony Dezorzi. I think the key is just consistency for him. Senator Makashile is still very young. He's got some time ahead of him in his career. He's done well, at least with the gloves. First opportunity in which he scored 82 when the declaration came. I'd love to see a little bit more. Sipamla's done well here today. Yeah, this South African contingent full of opportunities. Looks like Safras Khan is going to make his way off the park here, Vian.
Yeah, I did look in a bit of discomfort, and also shortly just before the luncheon interval, as you were pointing out that the umpires changed sides, the law states that after 2 completed innings, the umpires have to change ends, and that would be why they did change ends then.
Keeping the variety up, spicing things up. Scores are level at the moment. I know it doesn't seem like much when the score is 8, but all things par. And if everything went calamitously wrong, we might even have a tie. But we're far away from that. It's still early on day number 3, moving day. Make sure you lift with your knees, not your back, when moving. Change now. It looks like Deepak Chahar is also going to come off. He's not happy. 2 injuries. This is seriously worrying for the Indian A, Vian. To have a fielder is one thing, but somebody who's been bowling, that's a grave concern, as we are so close to lunch. Quarter to lunch, really. 15 minutes to lunch, quarter to the hour mark.
Yeah, Dave, definitely not ideal. Seeing 2 Indian players leave the park, and once again taking time out of the innings and out of the game. Not ideal, and especially so close to an interval, as we see the physio attending to Deepak Chahar, and it looks to be on his leg. We don't have an angle from the other side, but it looks to be maybe groin trouble or a hamstring. Regularly with the physio attend to. Is all right.
Yeah, Ishan, Kishan and the physio have been good friends recently. This Indian team has really struggled with some of the injuries and niggles that they've had. I just looked at that tweet from Edwan Trutter, and he's used the hashtag wave to Dave, please, absolutely. But you've got to be here, though, to wave to Dave. You've got to be here at the Mangong Oval. 50 Rand and proof of vaccination. Wave to Dave. I'm here. I'm wearing a black shirt. Give me a wave. But, not a bad way to join in on the fun. We have another interval. You see Prithvi Shaw there chatting to the umpires. He was also somebody who went off for an extended period in this series. Dropped catch at second slip, where he dove across first and jammed his fingers. You can see on the right hand he's got a bit of tape there. And Deepak Chahar looks like he might continue this over. With such a short break there, Vian, is it something that they're looking at, maybe just to manage the time of this game?
Yeah, it's definitely been a point of concern. A lot of time being taken out of all 3 games so far, not only by the rain spots, but also a lot of stoppages in play as Chahar continues. And a well ball delivery off the edge into the gully region, and well fielded by the Indian skipper. But yeah, it's, overrate is a huge concern in the modern game. What is your opinion there on? It has been a concern and a talking point over the recent years, and there has been quite a few deducted match fees and so forth as a result of it.
Yeah, captains have to manage the overrate in terms of the flow of the game. And sometimes they're often guilty of intentionally delaying things. We understand there's a bit of gamesmanship here and there, but you don't want to see the game unnecessarily delayed to be halted and dragged into a draw when a team is maybe behind the 8 ball. And we just see a tweet earlier from 1WSR tagging at Varys, saying that he was the cameraman on site, but it's not. There's this one's just guided out into the offside. I think that by accident they may have tagged the wrong guy, but you have fans and you have an imposter, Vian. You've really just taken the commentary world by storm.
David, I must say I've enjoyed my time a lot in the media these last 3 or 4 weeks. It's been really enjoyable and something entirely new to me. But I've loved every minute of it, and really a childhood dream of mine. And never would have imagined I've gotten the opportunity, and especially at such a young age, maybe to commentate at such a high-profile game, and just to be here at the stadium and see so much of my childhood heroes and current heroes, and guys that I'm obviously a fan of, a lot of IPL stars. It's an honor and a privilege to be here, really.
Yeah, we've been happy to have you alongside us. 5 dot balls in this over. Chaha, just the 1 run from his first 2 overs. 1 away here. Bit of chatter from the Indian slip cordon. 2 slips in a gully. He goes now. Arvia pushes down hard at that. And that's the end of his over. 3 gone. 8 for no. And we're 11 minutes away from that luncheon interval. Uncle Kenny's looking forward to that one. He's worked hard this morning. Our resident scorer, that scorecard that you're seeing at the bottom, that little score bar, exactly that one. That's all Kenny. He works tirelessly to keep an eye on what's going on, make sure scores up to date. Kishan Paral from the Willow's End, and he's going to have some fun here, you would imagine. Yeah, he's good to see some fans in there. Give us a wave. He's under the shade of the alternative scorecard, the electronic scorecard. There's 2 of them. There's one that you'll see on screen regularly, and then there's one just towards the long on boundary. Ishan Poral just leaves that alone, does Milan.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see Porel ball here. He did get quite a few short deliveries. No more fast bowlers code out there nowadays. All the fast bowlers being quite good with the bat nowadays, especially on the international scene. No love lost, and he received quite a bit of hostile bowling there when he came to the wicket, and luckily his partner Navdeep Saini came to the party and battled on.
Oh, that's short and cut away. It's another shot that we've seen duplicated from Peter Malan, but he's not going to miss out on that. It's just set up, and he's hammered that off the back foot to the boundary. Good shot, young man. Not young man, he's older than I am, but good shot.
Yeah, Peter Malan has looked good in this pre-lunch session. And quite contradictory to what you'd usually see from opening pair so shortly before lunch. They've come out and they haven't held back. He's played his shots. Maybe a good sign. South Africa looking to take the game forward, to force a result, really. And I do feel this test, 8-test series deserves a result. It's been incredible cricket. Just a pity that the weather hasn't played along, and as we see Shamparal bowl him an absolute jaffer that has looked to angle in and nip away off the surface as we try to get the replay in here. There's a replay now on your screens. Oh, an absolute beauty. One must feel if he was a foot or so fuller, maybe. Because the movement at this stage maybe just too much. Maybe a foot fuller, get him playing, maybe get the edge.
Perel in once again. Halfway through his over. Just leaves that alone through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, never easy. Never easy opening the batting. You just get a short wide one. You've punished it, thumped it away to the boundary, and then immediately followed up with a delivery that you're fending at. Can say Kishan going up to the stumps, maybe having a bit of a conversation. You saw he was directing traffic there with the man at point, but he might have had a wee word with Peter Malan. The lead is now 4-12 without loss, and 2 balls to come in the over. Cut, and he's just hit that awkwardly, but they take off quickly, and it's a good single.
Yeah, well run, and I do feel it's good to keep the scoreboard ticking and change the guy facing every now and then, because especially with the left-hand, right-hand combination, you don't give the bowler the opportunity to settle into a line and length if you change the whole time. Having left-hand ball to the right-hander, not necessarily a good ball to the right-hander. So yeah, it's good to see, and I'm excited to see RB in the second innings.
Yeah, a couple of those left-right combinations that come to mind. I think it was let's just defend it. It was more so the 2 left-handed opening pairs that we saw at least Andrew Strauss and Marcus Trescothick were the left-right, left-right, left. And then in the case of the Langer-Hayden partnership again, left. So the 2 lefties seem to be a prolific opening pair. South Africa have 2 right-handers in Aiden Markram and Dean Elgar. Oh, Dean's left, you're right. It's the left-right combination.
Yeah.
South Africans love this left-right combination. I keep forgetting.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's been a few good opening, well, not good, great, and very prolific opening pairs over the years. If the viewers want to tune in and let us know who are their favorite opening pairs of days gone by and who are they excited to see in future times, let us know on the hashtag. Go at hashtag SAAVINDA or hashtag SSCricket and let us know, and we'll have a chat about it. It's always interesting to hear and enlighten us with your opinion.
You think of great openers within the Test arena over the last couple of decades. You think of Virender Sehwag is one that comes to mind. Sanath Jayasuriya, Christopher Henry Gale. Although his career did wane somewhat in the Test arena, he does have a 100 to his name. If you think going back to the West Indian Legends team, Gordon Greenwich and Desmond Haynes opened for the West Indies. They were a prolific pair together. I think of a South African opening pair. Who would you have as your South African opening pair? I've got my thoughts, and I'll share them with you after you share them with me. Who's your South African opening pair Test cricket of all time? Your all-time favorite?
Yeah, that's a good one. Obviously, I was a bit young to see some of the great opening batsmen and players of South African cricket. But growing up, Graeme Smith was he was a stalwart of the South African cricket scene, and he has to go down as my number 1 South African opening batsman. His record is unbelievable. He averaged close to 50 odd. He especially batted well in English conditions. I remember specifically 2 double hundreds in England, and
in his debut series as well.
Yeah, as me being a young boy at that stage, definitely inspired me at that point. And that's definitely at the one end. Who would you have to open with, my guy?
Oh, I'd love to go for a left-right combination. That one is played away off the pads of Arvia, and that'll race away to the boundary. It's exactly what the doctor would have ordered. Good stuff there from Arvia. He's been playing a sort of second fiddle, sort of, not quite, to Milan, but that's only because Milan has slapped away the ball twice through a short and wide. Just have a look at this replay, Vian.
Yeah, that's nicely clipped off. One has to say that's quite the buffet ball. Sort of help yourself to that one, and most lefties tend to be good off their legs. But well put away, dealt with appropriately. I would think that Char might want to settle into that outside off stump channel again, as we see the luncheon interval maybe just ever slightly coming closer.
Yeah, there's 2 balls remaining in this over, and there's another bit of a stoppage here with the change of field. Vian, I'm going to go with Double H Gibbs, Herschel Herman as the opening partner to Graham Smith. They were prolific together. He was very good with Gary Kirsten as well, was Herschel Gibbs. Just the right balance between the two of them. Oh, Double H Gibbs, Herschel Herman. Oh, and he pulls the handbrake there, so maybe they're just hoping that this will be the last over before lunch. Now, Tsepo Tyler, one of our commentators, is saying he's asking if Smith and Amla opened together. They certainly opened in one-day cricket. I'm almost fairly certain of it. But in Test cricket, I don't think that they did. Yeah, and he's saying if not, Smith and Gibbs is his favorite pair.
Oh, squared up ever so slightly as Arvia looks to survive this last couple of balls before lunch. But the South Africans have looked good in this session so far, and haven't merely survived, but they've thrived as well. But yeah, there's been a lot of good domestic opening batsmen over the years, with great first-class records in South African cricket, but not a lot of them making it on the biggest stage for quite as long as Graham Smith and Herschel Gibbs and the like.
Yeah, it's never easy batting in South African conditions with the new ball swinging around. It's 11:59. Round the wicket and the ball is left alone. So now it's going to be a race to the standing end for umpire Harris. He's watching his clock on his wristwatch very closely. If the clock ticks over to 12 o'clock before he gets to his position, it's a race really to the standing end to see whether or not he's going to make it there. And it's 12 o'clock and he hasn't arrived. Is it going to be lunch? No, he squeaked it in there. Maybe they're keeping an eye on their own personal watches. But we're going to have one more over before the luncheon interval. It was a narrow victory there for umpire Harris. But yeah, a number of surprise opening options for South Africa over the years. I think of Andrew Hall, who opened at one point. AB de Villiers, who opened in the early part of his career. I seem to remember Morne Morkel opening the batting at one point. I believe it was in the 2008 series in Australia where Graham Smith broke his hand.
Yeah, we've had some interesting opening batsmen and interesting combinations over the years. But yeah, Pieter Malan, just another example of one of our fine domestic opening batsmen, as is Sarel Arvia. But over the last couple of seasons especially, there's been a lot of very good opening batsmen in the domestic setup, as we saw Edward Moore have a good few seasons. Matthew Breetske is a good one. Dom Hendricks, he's been having a good time of it, as Jock Snyman with the local guys, with the Knights. That's just to name a few. And who have you got?
Yeah, it's always difficult, isn't it, Vian, when you have a set opening pair. You think of guys that would have done well in the time of Matthew Hayden and Justin Langer. They would have struggled to break into that squad. There was a number of prolific openers at the time. Just couldn't quite squeeze in. I mean, Simon Katic was a name that came to the fore, but he had to drop down the order to get a regular space in the team. And was left alone outside the off stump. The New South Wales captain, Simon Katic. But yeah, it's always difficult, Vian, when you think of opening batters, when there's a gap at the other end, then you might think an opportunity may present itself. I think South Africa struggled to find a consistent opening partner to replace Herschel Gibbs when he did retire. They found some assistance with a couple of makeshift options until Alvira Peterson got together with Graham Smith. They did well together. I seem to remember an Indian series where they did particularly well. Oh, thinks that he's got him. There's a massive shot, and umpire Harris is far from interested. You may think they were selling that one a bit. Kishan's pointing to his ear saying, I heard it something. I don't know what it is, but I heard it.
Yeah, and once again, a very well bowled delivery in a good area. As you see on your replay now. Oh, that was a good ball, but no, it doesn't seem to have a deviation. And from up here, we couldn't really hear something. But yeah, in the past, there's been guys that batted well with Graham Smith, and Aiden Markram's been doing well as well now with Dean Algar, who is another very good and solid South African opening batsman, and he has been for quite some time now, being one of the leading opening batsmen in the world, and definitely in South Africa.
Yeah, he quietly goes around the world and plugs away. He's carried his bat, I believe, twice, which is not an all too common occurrence for an opener in the modern game. But good for him, Dean Algar and Aiden Markram. It's always difficult to break into that because they have chemistry, do opening batters. They spend most of their days in the slip cordon, so there's the chat and the banter there, and then they go out and bat with one another. That one's cut away again. Too short and put away. That'll race to the boundary for 4. And that is the end of the over. 3 overs for Parel, North for 15. And it's time for some lunch. It's been an interesting session. It's been a stop-start, has this one. It was a drinks break and a change of innings, as well as now the luncheon interval. So it's been lovely shot though. It just sat up and he's spanked it away. He's not missed out on too many opportunities with that. But we'll be back with you after the lunch break. Don't go far. Make sure you stick to us. And don't forget that this broadcast, as well, is brought to you by the City of Cape Town. They're our sponsors for today. City of Cape Town, come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020.
Welcome back to the Mangaung Oval here. Don't forget that this broadcast is brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination for 2020. My name is Tebotela. I am joined now by the man, the myth, the legend, Ken Borland. Ken, how are you doing?
Yeah, very pleasant lunch from the Free State Cricket Union. Thank you very much. And lovely sunny day here in Bloemfontein. There are some clouds building up as we look across the ground towards the... Kenny, is that the south? The south. So it's the west. Clouds building up to the west of us. But certainly nothing too threatening at the moment in terms of stopping play. South Africa will resume 22 without loss after 6 overs of their second innings. That gives them a lead of 14 runs. Sarel Avia will take strike. He's on 5 not out. And Peter Malan, who was on a pair, he's got to 14 not out. So the SAA captain will be very happy with that, Tepo.
I will be very happy. Was very keen to get runs, especially after getting big runs in the first game, and also being run out in the second with a very unfortunate run out there. He was looking pretty good, but unfortunately in this game falling for a duck once again. Sadal Arvier is also impressed, a little bit more circumspect this time around. He has 5 at the moment, Peter Malan on 14. But the Indian bowlers will definitely be keen to make inroads in the South African lineup.
Yeah, Sarel Avia has had a good series for SAA. Also made a big 100 for the Dolphins in 4-day cricket. What I like about him is he sticks to his game. He's got his own game plan that he knows works, and he's willing to back it for long periods of time, which is pretty much ideal for a potential test opener as Chaha's into him. Just can't get that ball away down the leg side.
Chaha did very well in the first innings, cleaning up the tail quite nicely, especially on day 2. Heard that he can get movement both ways, can swing it in, swing it out. He does that with the white ball in the IPL. So definitely a quality new ball bowler. Will be keen once again to make inroads as he comes in from the Loch Logan end. Driven on the onside, mid-on's picking that one up. Quite a sporting wicket we have here in this game. Very excited about that. There's a lot in it for the bats, a lot in it for the ball. If you just stay in, you can make big runs. You saw big runs from the Indians and the South Africans, in fact. Tons of half centuries in the first innings. So definitely value for your shots here.
That's well left by Avia. Generally, they're always good batting conditions at Bloemfontein, but it's been nice to see that there's a bit in this pitch for the bowlers. Not a huge amount. For me, this is like a good test batting wicket where bowlers have to work hard, but the really good bowlers will be able to extract something from it.
A lovely drive on the up there from Sarel Arvier, a little bit on the offside. Interesting field placings here as the camera pans there. You see 2 mid-wickets very close to one another, probably identifying that as a gap that they want to close up. But opening a big gap here, just behind square. There is a man at fine leg, but giving away the single that side.
No, well, I think those 2 mid-wickets are catching positions. I think perhaps they've identified that Sarel Avia falls over a bit when he's playing off his pads. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But interesting with a ball that's only 6 overs old to have 2 mid-wickets in catching positions. There are still 2 slips and a gully.
And as you can see, just closing the face of the bats a little bit, getting the shots to the onside. So those fielding positions on the money there.
We've seen Chahar shaping the ball back into the left-hander this over. Evie has had a couple of shots coming off the inside half of the bat. But look out for the one that Chahar moves away towards the slips. He's got those catches there. And he might just be setting Evie up here a bit.
A very good ploy here from the Indians. Well kept out from Arvia. That ends a maiden over here by Chahar. We're just seeing on the edge of your screen, Saini warming up, keen to get in on the action. But it seems that Porel is probably continuing. You can see him on the right-hand side of the pitch with his hat off. Hasn't done as well as expected in this test match after having a fantastic opening test here in the second test. Was very difficult for the South African attack to face, but missing his lines and lengths from time to time and giving away a few runs.
Yeah, Porel's been interesting in this innings. He's been a bit wild and woolly, but I tell you what, he's bowled some cracking deliveries in between the wayward stuff. So he's certainly they're going to have to watch out for him.
Now that's the thing. You don't want to be lulled into a false sense of security, lulled into believing that you have the upper hand, which he can potentially do. Continues from the Willows end. Slashed at that did Peter Malan. Cross bat shot. Didn't quite middle it. And no run there. A little bit of width, not too much though.
So Vian Duplessis, our resident local expert on the playing staff here with Free State, has just jogged our memory that Sarel Evia was in fact out, caught chipping the ball uppishly at mid-wicket in the first game. So India A obviously remembering that, and also just pointing out that they're trying to get Evia also to play a bit squarer against the swinging ball, which could get him into trouble. And that's a good line by Porel and a good leave by Peter Malan.
Always love to see a very clear plan. Love to make that very apparent. It really makes Test cricket enjoyable. Once you understand what's going on, once you understand the ball-by-ball nature, the slow burner that a Test match is, you really enjoy it for what it is. A mental masterclass, if you will. Oh, he got that one. Got hold of that, but straight to the man at point. Peter Malan not getting value for his shot here. Looking for that gap on the offside. There's a man sweeping on the offside, quite square of the wicket. But if Malan could just get that a little bit straighter, could go for the cover region. That's where he's aiming for. There's a big gap there, and I'm sure the bowler's hoping that he does drive him there. If he misses, gets an edge, Slips will be in business. So coming back after lunch, Ken, from the two camps, I'm sure they want to take hold of this game. Right now, the game not really in anyone's favor. So what would the South African team want to do coming straight from lunch? Would they want to put pressure on the bowlers or just stay calm for a while and then kick on a little bit later?
No, it'll just be about building an innings, building partnerships. 67 overs left today. A result is definitely still possible in this game. Nicely driven by Malan, but he can't beat mid-on. Yeah, so 67 overs left today. If South Africa go at 3 to the over, That gives them around 200. So that'll be a lead of 180. They could have a bit of a, if they're only 2 or 3 wickets down, 200 for 2, 3, that allows them to have a bit of a thrash tomorrow morning and set India a target and try and bowl them out in the afternoon and hopefully set a target that India A, obviously they'd also like to win the series, no doubt, might be tempted to go after. Oh, this quick single. I'm sure it'll be safe. Safraz Khan, yeah, he's missed the stumps. Peter Malan has dropped his bat, but I fancy he was always going to be safe there. Good running between the wickets by the two openers.
And acrobatic backing up from the shy at the stumps here. An opportunity potentially for the Indians. But it's always good to see quick singles. It shows that Peter Malan is keen to get runs on the board. And just seeing a replay of this opportunity, and as you'll see, by the time the ball bounces, Peter Malan is safely there, and gotta love the acrobatics. Very, very neat, very tidy. Chahar is going to be continuing from the Loch Logan end. Peter Malan sitting on 15 at the moment. He'll be keen to make big runs, no doubt about that.
I think for Peter Malan, the big thing is consistency. He's tended to be the sort of guy who's followed a good innings with a duck or a couple of poor returns, if you like. Tough job opening the batting in South African conditions, of course. But I think if he's going to get himself back into the test squad, he needs to be consistently piling up the big scores.
Chahar continuing from the Loch Logan end. This off the hips. The man at mid-wicket will pick that up. Yeah, consistency is the key for Malan. Yeah, as you said, follows up a really good innings with a duck. In fact, in this series it was century first game, duck second game, first innings, 33 or 30 in the second innings, and then a duck in the first innings once again. So on and off, on and off, on and off. That's not what you want from an opening batsman. It puts their opening partner in a uncomfortable position. Looked like a beautiful shot that's off the back foot, but once again finding the field. Not quite finding the gaps at the moment, but he won't be too bothered about that. It's good to feel bats on ball, middle it, and then after that it's just placement.
Quite a bit of laughter coming from the field. The India A team obviously found something amusing. Good to see their spirits are still keeping high on a warmish afternoon here in Bloemfontein. Chahar just testing Malan's back foot defence there. Very solid Peter Malan. He is technically one of the better opening batsmen going around. Very solid technique.
No doubt about it. We saw the shots that he could play, the strokes that he could play. It's just about placing them now. Will definitely be keen not only to get runs for himself, but to be a good partner for Sadal Arvia. Very good partnerships in the first test between him and De Zorzi. That big one, I believe it was 117. And was looking on course to make another one with Renar van Tonder before they got run out there. Unfortunate way to go out, especially when you're struggling or looking for form. Oh, thick outside edge, and the man at Gully, oh, fantastic fielding, getting high fives all round. It's Vihari, the captain, once again, just setting the example in the field. You gotta love it.
That was very sharp by Vihari because that ball was travelling very quickly off Peter Milan's bat, and there's no third man, so that would have been 4 runs saved there by Vihari.
So we spoke about what the South Africans would want, not to rush too much, but just to build an innings. As that one is left. What do you think about the Indians, Ken? What would make you feel that they're on top? More than just 2 wickets, 3 wickets in the session to really stamp their authority?
Well, they'll be very happy to get 3 wickets before tea. I think they've got a dual kind of objective here. They need to make it difficult for SA to score quickly, so they need to create pressure and keep things tight. And with that, almost inevitably, if you create pressure, wickets generally follow. So those two things go hand in hand, really. That's a nice back foot drive by Peter Milan. Not sure it's going to reach the boundary. Yeah, good fielding there. Pulling it back. And just 2 runs.
The Indians after lunch in the field have been lively. They've been energetic. And they've been cutting down unnecessary runs, which is fantastic to see from a bowling perspective. From a cricketing perspective, the view's also fantastic here. Gotta love the South African summers. Oh, don't forget that you can join the conversation here. It doesn't just have to be me and Ken. Use the hashtag #SSCricket or hashtag SAAVINDA. We love hearing from you guys. Love hearing from the fans, even from the haters. We love to hear from you, get you in the conversation, and get you watching the cricket here.
So Ishan Parel's going to continue from the Willows end. He's of no great pace, and it's quite interesting that he and Chaha take the new ball ahead of Saini. But perhaps it's because they're at their best when the ball is still new and has got some shine. Kishan Parel doesn't have a very strong front arm when he's bowling. He reminds me a bit of a guy that I'm pretty sure is before your time, Tsepa. Venkatesh Prasad, Indian seamer from the 90s. And just seeing a replay with a bit of a seems to be okay. Yeah, Venkatesh Prasad, also a big, strongly built, fast medium bowler from the 90s. Stalwart of India's attack, alongside Javagal Srinath.
It's time for all the young'uns to bring out all their Googles. Gotta make sure when Uncle Ken speaks, Google, Google, Google. You want to learn as much as you can.
Are you fact-checking, Chepa?
You know what? Why not? You know what?
Always a good idea.
Always good to learn. Take the opportunity to learn about classic cricketers because, as you said, before my time, couldn't see much of that. I will have chats about that. But just quickly on Peter Malan, now, when you mentioned the inconsistency, I was thinking of one player, not necessarily to say that they were inconsistent, but just to show that how important rather consistency is, especially for an opener. As this one dotted down, the fielders swarm in to just save the single there. But thinking of Stephen Cook from a while ago, he got a late debut into the South African Test side. Started with a century against England at Centurion. Didn't do too badly, got a few half centuries or 2 half centuries and a few runs here and there. Wasn't a mug, but all of a sudden you just didn't hear from him. A few bad performances, literally just 4 in a row, and then boom, he was gone.
Yeah, for me, Stephen Cook was pretty unlucky to be dropped from the Test side. I'll carry on after this delivery. Well, that's never going to be LBW. In fact, the bowler's fortunate that Avia didn't put that away. down to fine leg. Yeah, I mean Stephen Cook's got something like four centuries and 12 tests. Is that right?
1 century and 2 half
Three
centuries.
300s in 11 tests.
Oh wait. Oh.
I see, yeah.
There.
3 centuries in 11 tests and dropped.
Oh.
He was a victim of what happens when a team loses, unfortunately. And in his case, South Africa had a poor tour of England in extremely difficult conditions for opening batsmen. But as ever, when a series is lost, people feel the need to make changes. And he was one of the victims of that.
My apologies, was just looking at all the first innings. Thought that those were the runs. Didn't see the second innings there. Yeah, had 2 centuries, or at least all the centuries were against England, Australia, and Sri Lanka. 2 of them at home, 1 in Australia. So, as said, he's no mug with the bat, but yeah, unfortunately, just fell with a few bad performances from the team. And you really need someone to take the game by the scruff of the neck and really make a change, be an impact player. And if you're just winning when the team is winning, it becomes difficult for you to justify your spot. So consistency is key out of your facing. He's middled this one, finds the gap on the leg side, vacant square man region. The 45 fine leg will pick that up. Arvia gets 2 more runs, adds 2 to the tally. South Africa 27 for 0 after 10. Arvia will also be keen to make big runs this game. Has consistently made a good start. Converted 1 of 3 of those good starts. As we just see Safraz Khan coming onto the field. Or it looked like he just got a little bit of water, or maybe he just did come onto the field now. Yes, the 12th man going off. Prithvi Shaw is going off the field at the moment. It looked like a Parajit was coming on, but there could be another one. We'll tell you when we find out exactly who that is. Interesting. Chaha to Malan. Doesn't have those 2 mid wickets. But has a really packed offside. 2 slips, a gully, a point, cover, mid off. Sliced in the gap. Oh, no one was going to get that one. That one raced to the boundary. Peter Malan putting pedal to the metal here. To get himself another boundary.
Yeah, it's a problem with the 7-2 field. Just 2 guys on the leg side. The bowler then tends to bowl too wide outside off stump. And that's what Peter Malan capitalised on there. He had a bit of length as well to work with. But especially the width. Beautifully put away by Peter Malan. So, yeah, 7-2 field, it's very tricky to bowl to. And I think we are seeing, in fact, a third fielder now on the leg side.
As he ducks that, the point just going to the boundary now, going a bit deeper. To protect the boundary, just in case Chaha is on his lines, or rather his length there width, and was at a comfortable height for Peter Malan to just dispatch. So not too difficult for him to deal with.
Those impressive biceps of Peter Malan coming into play there. Punched that away beautifully. You don't want to give him room to cut or punch.
Maximum strength there. Biceps that a Boot would be proud of. A Boot being a gym enthusiast, if you will. Abut is many things, but we'll just leave it at that. But yeah, very very powerful shot there from Peter Malan. He does have the power, he does have the strokes, and yeah, the Indians will definitely want to get his wicket once again. Want to get him out cheaply. He's doing pretty well now, 21 off 37. Decent start. Chahar trying to bounce him out the game, and a smooth looking take from Kishan.
Kishan seems a bit upset about something, marching backwards and forwards. I don't know if that ball hurt his hand when he took the bouncer. Seems okay now.
He doesn't make it look like it. It looks very smooth, takes the catches, has been doing a few passes to his slip cordon that have been looking very slick. Very aesthetic. Okay, so obviously adopting that short length here to Peter Malan. Trying to bounce him out the game.
There are two men back. A deep square leg. At the moment, he's not all the way on the boundary. He's 3/4 back. There's a fine leg as well. Of course, that is the very long boundary from this end. So just 3/4 of the way back for the top edged hook.
Yeah, I'd feel if Chahar does pitch it in or pitch it full, they could really get a shot on the onside. There's only the one fielder there, and you'll see him coming into your screen now. Saini at mid on, and if he beats him, that's a certain boundary. But that ends the over. South Africa a 31-0 after 11 overs. The game in the balance. The lead only 23 for the South Africans now. Not big at all.
And it looks pretty comfortable batting out there at the moment. Prime batting conditions this afternoon. Doesn't seem to be too much happening with the ball at the moment. So this is the time when SA really needs to cash in. As is it Prithvi Shaw who's coming back onto the field after just a short.
I believe it was a Parajit that was on the field for him. Looks like Vihari is going off the field, but there's also a bowling change here. Saini looks like he's standing at the Loch Logan end, very keen to get ball in hand. Surprised that he hasn't operated with the new ball after his fantastic first innings display for the Indian team.
I can only think it's because Deepak Chahar and Ishant Parel are most effective with the new ball. That they need that bit of shine and hardness. So give them the first bite. But 6 overs for 12 Chahar, 5 overs for 18 Parel. But since lunch we've seen very few balls beat the bat.
So Ken, are you suggesting that it's more important for them to go with the new ball because they won't be able to be as effective later on in the game, whereas Saini you could use at the beginning of the innings, in the middle of the innings can still be a bit threatening? Is that the case?
Exactly right. So it's a bit like Vernon Philander always used to take the new ball for South Africa because that's when he was at his deadliest. And then you'd have one of the quicker guys coming on first change. It's a nice back foot punch by Sarul Evia, but mid-off gets across, no run.
I'm sure Saini's a team player, knows what's or does what's best for the team. If the captain asks him to just take the back seat, he'd be keen. But no doubt after his performance, he'll be very keen to bowl. I mean, 3 for 51, he was doing very well with the new ball in the first innings. Like, couldn't look away at that. Also has a potential call up to the main team here, operating with the new ball, but maybe that might not be his role in the big Indian setup. So that could be an opportunity for him to work where he'd actually be working if he did get called up. Porel coming in. This one dotted down. They'll take the single. Very well played single. Just guided that into the gap.
Yeah, I would think out of the bowlers in this series, Navdeep Saini is perhaps the closest to a spot in the Indian Test squad. So it does make sense what you've said.
We have a tweet here from Abai, bowled through the gates. He says 4 out of the 4, responding to our poll. Don't forget you can check out that poll. It's on Coach Dave's Twitter handle, Coach Dave 93. Out of the 4, probably Vihari would be called up to the Indian side, especially with Pujara and Rahane struggling for form. We'll continue the tweet after this delivery. This one very close to the pads, played quite late, but got bat on ball there from Peter Malana. That just stayed very low there. But yes, continuing the tweet, Vihari could be the solution for Pujara and Rahane struggling for form. Plus, he's good at sticking around and batting through and can bowl a bit of off spin too.
Interesting to see that last delivery from Porel just keep down a little. We're midway through the third day. Perhaps we are going to see a bit of deterioration, a bit more up and down bounce, which will be good news for those wanting to see a result in this game.
Shots off the back foot, finds the gap, but there's a man sweeping to probably cut that ball off. Will get 2, going for 3, and will make it comfortably. Not the best of throws there. Good running from the 2 batsmen. Peter Malan on 24, and yes. Oh, sorry, Ken, please. Oh, yes. Peter Malan gets 3 there, sitting on 24. A sporting wicket, as said earlier, and you could see that variable bounce already from Porel. So yeah, probably expecting a result. And you must commend the ground staff for what they've done here. 3 different pitches. We're just going to see the shot from Peter Malan. It's the one that stayed very low. Yes, that's the one. Stayed very low. And you can see Peter Malan just negotiating that quite nicely. So keen to see that variable bounce. And once again, props to the ground staff for preparing a sporting wicket. Woo! Flashed at that one, did Advia.
That was loose. He's good on the cut, but that was too close to him to try that cut shot. That'll encourage the Indian bowlers a bit. Bit of lapse in concentration by Avia.
You don't want to see that. Still very early in his innings. Still only 8 runs. Yeah, that would have been not good for the South African setup. But encouraging signs here for the Indian team. Seeing a little bit of frustration. They can smell blood in the water. Keen for a wicket, I'm sure they are. And there's the edge. Oh, hits the hands of second slip, and there's a chase there now. Oh, wow. Variable bounce. There's an appeal here for a run out. Umpire not buying that at all. Maybe trying to take a chance there, but you don't blame them for feeling that there's something here after that delivery.
Well, that was nearly a double play, dropping short of second slip. And then I fancy Peter Malan was maybe a little bit lackadaisical walking around the crease there when the throw came in. And Kishan, a very clever little flick onto the stumps. We'll see a replay now. Avia getting the big drive out, edged, but well short of second slip. And we are now going to see the bowling change with Navdeep Saini coming on from the Lochlogan end. So hopefully we'll now see just how close this run out was that India were very excited about. It's ended just at the critical moment. I'm sure umpire Arno Jacobs had a good view of everything that went on there though. So Navdeep Saini to have his first bowl of the second innings.
You'll be very happy about that. Prime performer in the previous innings for the bowling attack, got those 3 wickets. And also very economical, especially at the beginning of the innings, not giving too many runs away. And that might be exactly what the Indians need to build a little bit of pressure. He's got himself 2 slips in a gully. 3 men on the offside in the ring. Has played to one of them there at point. And then finally the other 3 on the leg side. You have mid wicket, and a man at fine leg, 45 in fact. Not quite that fine. Indians very vocal in the field at the moment, having conversations with one another, but definitely within earshot of the batsman, trying to just throw them off their concentration. Oh, a booming drive and very well fielded. A shy at the stumps as well. Fantastic fielding in the covers. He's limping around a little bit. May have even got that with his foot, it seems. But that was very fantastic. That was great fielding there. A booming drive from Sarul Arvia. That was certain. That was on beelining to the boundary, rather. A big shot from Sarul Arvia, and very, very well fielded. The Indians have been really lively in the field. Really focused, really switched on. It's very good to see. Oh, a cheeky leave there. Looked very late, getting his bat out the way, did Arvia. Saini having a good start here to his spell.
Yeah, helped considerably by actually a substitute fielder, Upendra Yadav, who kept wicket quite a lot in the first innings, while Kishan was struggling with lower back issues. That was a wonderful save, and always difficult when the ball is bouncing along the square, the used pitches, the ones that aren't being used for this match. And he's probably got a few roasties now for his problems.
Hate those roasties. Oh, finds the gap this time, does Arvia. Bisects the 2 fielders with a beautiful drive. That takes him to 13 runs at the moment. Classy looking shot here. Fielders are going to have to fetch that.
So that takes the opening stand to 40 now. We're inside the 13th over. So Evie and Milan really just doing a very good job here. They blunting the new ball, laying a solid foundation for this SAA second innings. Still plenty of work to do though, with SAA trying to build up some sort of lead that will give them a chance to bowl India A out tomorrow to win the series 1-0.
You need to take advantage of the bad deliveries here, not just sitting around and waiting. And a great response once again. Very well left. It's important to recognize when to be the aggressor. We saw yesterday I believe it was Safraz Khan, who just tried to get hold of Mutsami and send him out the park, but picked the wrong time to do so and got stumped. So as much as that was a good shot, it was off a bad ball. It's not like a bowler will bowl perfect every single time, so just wait for your opportunity.
Yeah, that's what Saul Avia is very good at. He's very patient. He'll wait for the bowler to come into his area, as Sani has just pulled out of that delivery. Avia very much sticks to his little box, if you like. He'll wait for the ball in his area, and then he's quite capable of putting it away.
Oh, you can say that again, Ken. Dispatch that previous delivery. Very good looking drive. Now kept the ball out. A powerful punch, but the man at mid-off will pick that up to wrap up this over. South Africa A 40 for 0. 13 and 24 are Advia and Milan respectively. You can see a helmet being brought on here for Kishan. Probably going to see introduction of a spinner. I'm assuming Kumar would probably be the first choice or the first bet. But Gautam also was operating very efficiently, very quickly in the first innings on the first day. What do you think of the introduction of spin? 13 overs in. We saw something similar in the first inning, so do you think that's the ploy here from the Indians? Yes, and yeah, it is Kumar at the moment. But yes, Ken, early spin, what do you think?
Yeah, well, India A just have the 3 seamers, and there's not a whole lot going on for them at the moment, so I'm not too surprised to see spin introduced. Spinners can also benefit from a nice, hard, relatively new ball. Gives them extra bounce. There's going to be a slip in place. No other particularly close catches, although there is a short cover and a short mid-wicket. Mid-on and mid-off are not too far back. There's a deepish cover, extra cover, and a backward point.
Kumar begins his spell with a dot ball driven right back to him. We just looking at the field placement now. We have a deep backward square, looking to come a little bit squarer here on the leg side, as Advia drives this to the man at mid-off. Other than that, on the leg side, just the mid-wicket to mid-on. And as Ken mentioned earlier, the slip. And then 5 men on the offside. A man at short cover, a man at looks like extra cover. As this sliced, it sounded like it came off the edge and even spun off the ground. The man at backward point picks that up. And another man at a little bit more of a square point. Not quite as deep as on the boundary, but not within the circle if we had a one-day here. And that's driven. They take a quick single, a misfield there from the man, and they should get 2 runs comfortably as the man from extra cover picks that up.
Again, very good running between the wickets by Avia and Milan. They put the fielder under pressure there, and he faltered. Gets them an extra run.
Just takes that out. And a quick single here from Peter Milan. And looked like they might have taken another one for overthrows. The man backing up at mid-wicket, not able to pick it up, but the man in the deep got it. It was a very quick throw, so it got to him quickly. Decided not to take on the throw. Looks like there's a little bit more urgency here. Trying to sneak in as many singles as they can. Not looking to bludgeon it to the boundaries, but to make use of the runs that they can get, or rather squeeze out the runs that they can get in the gaps in the field. Oh, that that should have been punished. A full toss there from Kumar. He'll feel that he was lucky. He did have coverage on the leg side for Sadal Arvia, but that ends the over. 43 for 0.
Yeah, they do seem to have a good understanding. Sarul Avia and Peter Malan as opening batsmen. Wouldn't have played together much. Peter Malan coming from the Western Cape, played a long time for Western Province. Joined Borland this season. Borland based in Paarl, which is a bit north of Cape Town. And Sarul Avia is a KZN Dolphins man. The team based in Durban on the east coast. But going about this opening partnership in just the right way. They're putting away the bad balls that they can hit to the boundary. Otherwise, just making sure that when there are opportunities for quick singles, they take them.
Another thing Sadal Arvia is called up into the South African setup. He's part of the 21-man squad that's going to be facing India during this festive season. Has had great performances in the domestic setup, and as mentioned earlier, a few good starts, a 70 in the previous innings. Ken, what do you think he has to do to... It's not like he's going to dislodge the captain now, because the left-handed opener, I'll tell you after this ball, blocked out by Peter Malan. Saini coming in from the Loch Logan end. It's not like he's going to be able to move Dean Algar from his position as a left-handed opener, but probably just there as backup. Or is it more than that, Ken? Do you think he actually has a decent shout?
No, Avia is very much the backup opener in case one of them gets injured. He went to the West Indies with the test team. Similarly, didn't get a game. Still waiting to make his debut for South Africa. But yeah, very, very much the next in line opening batsman.
As he just drives that out to the leg side. Do you think he probably wouldn't be discouraged by that? Probably understands the nature of high performance sports. There may be people ahead of you there, but it doesn't mean that you're not going to get a look in. I mean, we mentioned Stephen Cook earlier. He debuted quite late into his career. So, yeah, it's important. I'm sure he knows it's important for him to just stay focused, stay in it, make sure that he's constantly in the reckoning, because anything can happen. God forbid there's an injury, but I mean, if there is, that's your opportunity. A big appeal here from the Indians, and Saini strikes here. A very well bowled delivery once again. Peter Malan has to go. Unfortunately, making a good start here, getting 27 runs, but caught leg before once again.
I think it was hitting the stumps, but I have a feeling Malan got a little scratch on that. Hence his lingering at the crease and lifting up his bat, and he's making a big point of looking at it all the way down. It's all the way off the field. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, bat and pad. I just think I heard two sounds there. So Peter Malan not very impressed. No, a decent delivery from Navdeep Sahni though, nipping it back into the right-hander.
The Indians getting the breakthrough. The South African A captain falling for 27 or 50 balls. Lots of runs on the offside, 24 runs in fact, in that offside region, just square of the wicket, and 3 runs behind that. You'll feel hard done, especially after, or at least going out for things that are borderline things here, or things that are out of his control. May definitely feel unlucky about that, but that brings Zubair Hamza to the crease here. He'll be very, very keen to make some runs. Did very well in the one-day international. Had a good start once again in the first test, in the first innings in particular, but failed to convert there. So he's due one, Ken.
Yeah, Zubair Hamza, he's just one of those diamonds that when you watch him get runs, it just looks so beautiful. He really oozes class, oozes composure. Very, very talented batsman indeed, and it was great to see him get that half century on debut in the ODI against the Netherlands nearly 2 weeks ago. But he'll be desperate to get back into the test picture, and to do that he needs big runs, he needs hundreds, and that's what he'll be setting himself up for here in this innings, trying to get a big one for SAA. That'll certainly further his cause.
Not outside the realms of possibility. He has done it before in an SAA game, a first-class game. It was against Zim A, getting 200 plus, triple two in fact, as this one left. But now he's going to have to do it against Saini, who's been in impeccable form. Literally in his second over, getting the breakthrough here for the Indians. He's been a fantastic watch, truly. We've been treated to some class pace bowling from Saini, Navdeep Saini, who actually, I believe it was his birthday on the first day of the first test. Oh, on the app. Oh, an opportunity here for Saini to strike again. It was a full toss. It was in the arc, and Zubair Hamza just playing that straight to the bowler. I got a hand to it, did Saini. Got a hand to it, a solid hand, but just didn't stay in.
Well, I think Saini will be happy he stopped 4 runs there, because it was heading to the boundary, but unhappy that he just couldn't get hold of the catch. Look, it was dipping on him. It would have been an exceptional catch if he'd taken that in his follow-through. Came back at him very quickly as well.
I believe we still have... No, that's the end of the over. Ended on a dot. Oh, look at that. So very, very close. Smacks the left hand. Did very well to stop the boundary, as you said, Ken, but he definitely wanted the wicket there. Would have gotten 2 in the over and would have been an early exit for Hamza, as we just see a picturesque skies here in Bloemfontein. Mangong Oval does have a little charm to it, doesn't it? In the summer, actually, any cricket ground has charm to it in the summer here in South Africa. As Kumar continues from the Willows End. There's conversations happening there in the slip cordon. Maybe saying, I wanted to be in the slips, guys. Come on. Shaw moving to mid-wicket, catching mid-wicket there. It looks like, not quite 2 mid-wickets, just someone at square leg. Very close there. A bum ball, crowd catch. Hamza making his way down to the other side of the pitch very quickly.
Both the short cover and the short mid-wicket have gone a bit straighter than they were in Saurabh Kumar's opening over. I thought it might just be because left-handed Avia was on strike, but they're not moving with right-handed Hamza now taking guard. Looks like Saurabh Kumar, the left-arm bowler, is going to go through and around the wicket. Umpire Stephen Harris just giving him some space. Well flighted. And again, nicely forward Hamza.
Hamza will be really keen to make big runs here. Not quite getting the runs he wanted in the first innings, only getting 16. I believe he was even a victim of spin as he leaves this one, playing it straight to the man at cover. Went too hard at the shots in the first innings, wanting to get a move on. Oh, a little bit of fancy footwork from Kishan. Quite a flair play he is.
Footwork like that, you'll have Real Madrid interested, or Barcelona or someone. Yeah. And that's going to be the first afternoon drinks break. So South Africa a 44 for 1. They've just lost the wicket of captain Peter Milan, chapped LBW by Navdeep Saini for 27. Sarah Lavia on 14 not out. Zubair Hamza has just come to the crease and is yet to get off the mark after facing 6 deliveries. So South Africa effectively 36 for 1, and do join us after a few minutes for the rest of this post-lunch session.
Don't forget that this broadcast was brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your events in Cape Town, the world's leading events and festival destination, Destination 2020.
Welcome back to the Mungoing Oval for the afternoon session, the second half of the post-lunch session on the third day, South Africa A versus India A. And great to have Vian Duplessis next to me here, co-commentator. South Africa A 44 for 1 after 16 overs. The lead is 36. And Vian, looks a good time to be batting.
Yeah, I know. Always a pleasure to be in commentary with Ken the Gem, South African legend in the media. I do think it's much better to be in the batting side now. It's turning out to be quite the hot afternoon, as we've seen the Indian guys take a few drinks breaks. But yeah, it looks good for batting.
Navdeep Saini is continuing from the Lochlogan end to Sarod Avia. Good start and good solid defence by Avia. Saini's got 2 slips, a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. So the big thing now for India is how do they extract a bit of assistance from this pitch, which is baking a bit under a fairly warm sun. Evia got hold of that but couldn't find the gap, straight to cover. Saini over pitching and providing the batsman with a bit of width there.
Yes, no, definitely. It's I think the Indians they might be encouraged by the wicket, maybe starting to keep a tad low. That being said, I think only the Indian bowlers probably. But I think also the spectators. For me, I think it's quite exciting because it may lead to a better possibility of a result. And ultimately, that's what you want to see.
Ooh. Again, Saini going that very full length, almost a Yorker, and Avia, you can almost sense his eyes lit up, thought of the big drive, and then ended up just digging it out of the block hole. Yeah, it's been a very good pitch, I think, this pitch, and it would be even greater if it did get a bit up and down now. That's what you want towards the end of a 4 or 5 day game, is a bit of uneven bounce, maybe even a bit of turn for the spinners.
Saini once again on the money. And we've seen Saini target that top of stumps length with the bounce, then ultimately finishing about bail height. And I do think it's good to see a bit of invariable bounce. Not that it's been ridiculous amount of staying low and so on. But in test match cricket, I think ultimately you don't want a piece of concrete. You want it to do something. Otherwise, only one side's going to bat once. So it's nice to see a bit of a challenge for the batsman.
Absolutely. Here's Saini again. Nicely, Avia's found the gap this time.
make out where umpire Steve Harris is currently occupying the umpire seat.
Yeah, he handed something to umpire Harris as well. I can't believe it's light meters. There's still plenty of blue sky here in Bloemfontein, although there are clouds building up to the west. Saurabh Kumar in. Okay, nice flight on that.
Maybe third umpire just bringing a handful of wine gums for the umps, keeping them busy while they're watching some good cricket. As Zubair Hamza puts on his dancing shoes, trying to upset Kumar's length.
Yeah, Hamza still to get off the mark. Firmly struck, but straight to that man at short cover. I think it's probably hit him on the wrist. Bit of pain there. Prithvi Shaw is still complaining about his wrist there at short cover.
Yeah, and it's been interesting having Prithvi Shaw so close in, seeing as on screen now there's a lot of tape and bandages around his hand, and he has been on and off the field with hand and finger pains and so on in the previous games as well. As Hamza looks rather jittery, trying to get off the mark perhaps. But coming back to Prithvi Shaw, he has had troubles with that hand, and again holding firmly onto that hand now as he walks there close to the wicket as well. And after being struck by that previous shot, that was rather firmly hit by Hamza.
Yeah, I think he first hurt his hand dropping a catch in the slips. And has had problems ever since. So Saurabh Kumar has bowled his first 3 overs for just 4 runs. So doing a very good job from the Willows end. Navdeep Saini, the wicket taker, he's going to start his 4th over now from the Loch Logan end. Much the same field as he had in his previous over. He's bowling to Sarul Avia on 18 not out. That's nicely played by Avia. Waited for it beautifully. Picked his gap behind square on the offside. 4 more runs to Avia.
Sarul Avia has once again looked good. Very similarly to the first innings, he has taken his time to get in, and one has to feel as we look at the replay, nicely played back with a square on the offside. Well weighted shot, and one has to feel he would like to get stuck in here. But Ken, for how long do you think they would like to get stuck in? How long do you think the South African side would want to bat here? And how much do you think, what target are they setting themselves, and how long are they willing to give the Indians to chase that target?
Yeah, I was going to ask you the same thing. 56 overs left today. Judging by the first 2 days, we might lose a couple. So the run rate at the moment is 2.9, so we can imagine they're going to go at around 3 and over for the rest of the day. And so that's just going to be retrieved by cover running behind the bowler. So if they do go for 3 and over from here, that'll give them about another 160, 170 runs. They'll have more than 200 on the board, 220 odd perhaps. and they'll want to get there with maybe only a couple more wickets going down, and that'll set them up nicely for the final morning. They can have a bit of a dart, maybe set India A around 300 in 65 overs maybe.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout. Look, it's difficult to decide how long they're going to bat and keep on batting, keeping the weather in mind, because there is talk about a bit of rain later on in the third session today, and then possibly tomorrow as well, as we see a sharp bouncer to Arvia. But I do think you have a good prediction there. But to our viewers, give us a shout. Tell us what you think should happen and how this game should play out, what South Africa must do, and what the Indians would be comfortable chasing. That's well played to the right of mid-off, and he has a shot. Oh, Prithvi Shaw, I think if he had directed there, might have been in business. But coming back to what we were discussing, if you want to tell us your opinion, what do you think is going to happen, how this game is going to play out, go on Twitter, hashtag SAAVINDA or hashtag SSCricket. That's in small letters and English spelling.
Yeah, the good thing is the series is tied 0-0 at the moment, so one would presume India A are just as keen as South Africa A to get that 1-0 result, and one hopes that they would be set a target that's a bit of a carrot for them to chase. We could be in for a really exciting final day. Again, nicely, Hamza, he really does look good with his stroke play. Beautifully off the middle of the bat, but again finding the fielder. Still struggling to get off the mark. Zubair Hamza, he's now faced 15 deliveries. He'll be getting a little anxious, won't he?
Yes, definitely feel it's never nice to be on a duck for so long. He has been timing the ball rather nicely this inning so far without much success, as we see Saini coming in towards Hamza. Oof, slightly squared up into the offside, and still yet to get off the mark, but I have to feel he's maybe getting a bit anxious, and hopefully he can get off the mark soon from a South African perspective.
Yeah, you just sort of sense that he's just starting to reach for the ball a little bit more than he was earlier in his innings, just trying to maybe force something to happen. But he's still there on naught. Everywhere on 23 not out. South Africa 53 for 1 now after 19 overs, a lead of 45. Saurabh Kumar will continue now with his fourth over. He's just conceded 4 runs. Vian, how important is it for these two batsmen not to allow Kumar just to settle into a long spell here at which he goes at just 1.5 per over? So
I do feel it's important not to let him settle, or well, not to let him dominate them, perhaps, because one does feel they will probably try and keep one spinner on, as we see him come. Ooh, rather nicely reverse swept by Arvia out to the deep backward point region. I think they want to try and keep one end occupied and give the seamers shorter spells from the one end, or maybe make it easier for him to rotate the seamers, especially with it being hot and humid. And look, they have played 3 games, so they have been bowling a lot and might not be as fresh as they usually are.
Hamza picking out point there. I really like that approach by Saurabh Arvia. I think he's faced 2 balls from Saurabh and he's got a single off both of them. And that's just the sort of message you want to send to the spinner. Quite brave, some would say, pulling out the reverse sweep so early, but it was played with really a minimum of risk into a wide open area. Hamza using his feet again. It was a bit flatter though by Sorab, perhaps saw him coming.
As we can just sense a bit of pressure building here on Hamza now. Just to maybe get off the mark. As Kumar hands him a freebie, a bit of a help yourself to four, and Hamza get off the mark. I think he'll be thrilled, and I think the South African camp will sit a bit calmer now.
Well, Sorab will be kicking himself, and if he's not, someone else will kick him because he's really let Hamza off the hook there with a poor delivery. Short and wide, just what Zubair Hamza was looking for. Gift boundary to get off the mark. First loose ball he's bowled really in 23 deliveries. Quite round arm that one.
Yeah, that last ball you would have seen Kumar come a bit wide of the crease as well. He did bowl that ball slightly quicker and round arm as well, trying to get the stumps into play. As that 4 from Hamza, also seeing the lead go to 50. Yeah, I'm also happy with Erwia. I think he's taken the right approach to the spin of Kumar. As we see another change of bowling as Gautam comes in from the Loch Logan end. So spin at both ends now. Do you perhaps think there's going to be a double change? Maybe see him coming from this end and Gautam the other?
I think Sorab's going well, you know, apart from that one loose delivery. He was building some pressure, certainly. It doesn't really seem an afternoon when your seamers are going to be particularly keen to come charging in. Not much in it for them at the moment. I think we're going to see spin at both ends. Now, has that come off the pad or was there a bit of bat on it?
Do you believe there's an inside edge?
Yeah, there umpire Jacob signaling runs. Very full from Gautam. He's a tall off spinner. What does that bring into play for a batsman when you're facing an off spinner who's that tall?
Look, he's rather the same stature to Ravi Ashwin. Quite a tall off break bowler. As we see him in again, nicely defended. He gets a lot of drop. His balls come from a lot higher release point, so it can make life uncomfortable for the batsman coming forward, especially as another delivery comes in. Oof. Wouldn't want to be playing back to those deliveries. Didn't look all that comfortable, but I think also he gets a lot of bounce, and yeah, I think it makes playing straight rather difficult.
Would you like to see a close catcher in there, just at these early stages? They have a short cover for the lofted drive.
Yeah, as you say that, a slight inside half of the bat goes to that short leg region, but cuts away and no run added. I wouldn't be convinced to maybe put in a guy under the helmet in a catching position, merely because of the fact that the wicket is starting to stay a bit low. So I don't think he will be in play, but that said, maybe it not keeping that low at this stage with the normal bounce coming in, just one staying low every now and then. Perhaps the one that does bounce maybe gets that guy in play. So it is something to ponder upon for the Indian captain Vihari. I definitely do not think Kumar will get a guy in play because his balls tend to skid on a bit. I don't think he'll get a bat pad in play. But maybe for Gautam, perhaps. What's your opinion?
Yeah, Gautam, as you were saying, just being the much taller bowler and getting that extra bounce. Saurabh is bit more round arm and bringing it into the batsman, and that's again nicely driven by Hamza, but picking out a fielder again. Hamza down the wicket, and he's found open spaces towards wide long on, and that dribbles away over the boundary for 4.
Yeah, good intent. It does seem to maybe there is a message to the South African batsman as we see the replay of that shot. Maybe to take a more positive approach to Kumar, not to let him settle too much, because we have seen him toil away from one end in previous innings. So maybe just to put him under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, Saurabh did bowl 22 overs in the first innings, took 2 for 52, 6 maidens in there as well, so very tidy first innings display by the left arm spinner. But Hamza has used his feet 3 or 4 times now, which is good to see. End of an interesting over, a boundary for Hamza, and South Africa 66 for 1 after 22 overs, going at exactly 3 runs to the over now.
As we see a few spectators coming in, and I do think it's the same ones we saw earlier. I just think they maybe shifted for a bit of shade, or maybe just a bit of perspective, moving around for a different angle. But yeah, it does seem to be coming on nicely to the bat now. Definitely no demons in the wicket. As Sarl Avia comes down the wicket and absolutely belts Gautam down the ground over mid-on for 4 runs. And I do think the South African batsman might be keen to put the Indian bowlers under pressure, especially the spin bowlers.
It certainly seems the right time to do it. Lovely afternoon for batting. There's not much turn out there, and they are of course trying to set up a target here, so good to have that positive approach. You just got the feeling in the previous over that Avia faced from Gautam that he's just trying to clear that front leg. He's looking for something to hit, and he got hold of it beautifully with that delivery. Nicely done by Avia, following up the boundary with very easy single to the man who's halfway back towards long on.
Yeah, the old school cricketer or cricket enthusiast would tell you hit a boundary, next ball get off strike for the single. And Avia doing just that, hitting the ball over mid-on, pushing him back, and then taking an easy single.
I do know of batsmen who've been rather reluctant to follow that advice and get off strike. If they reckon they're easy pickings from a certain bowler, they'll be taking the single on the 6th ball of the over. Hamza has a shortish mid-on, probably just inside his eye line. He's found the gap there though. Sarfraz Khan chugging after it, rather escorting the ball. They'll get 2 runs.
Yeah, Sarfraz being one of the guys that's been off the park just before lunch. So tend to wonder if he maybe is carrying a niggle, and it seemed to be in his legs or. And defended into the offside where Sarfraz Khan again has to do the tidying up.
If he does have a niggle, I'm not sure he should be in the covers. End of another over from Gautam. He's gone for 11 runs in his 2 overs, so South Africa certainly not letting him have an easy introduction into the attack. 73 for 1 now after 23 overs. And this partnership is starting to get going. It's on 30. Hamza, who must have taken almost 20 deliveries to get off the mark, he's on 10 already now. Sarul Avia on 33. Slow left armer Saurabh Kumar to continue from the Willow's End. He's bowled tidily, 5 overs for 13 runs. I think the umpire, Stephen Harris, maybe just tidying up the ball a bit, doing a bit of trimming work.
Yeah, umpire Harris giving the ball a bit of a haircut, bit of TLC, and we see Kumar to continue. And hit to mid on, slightly upish, but evading the short east mid wicket fielder. Out towards the mid on field that's hanging a bit back, and they take an easy single.
Saurabh Kumar no longer going through and around. He changed to over the wicket there to the left-handed Avia. He's going through and around to Hamza. Just talk us through the different angles he's trying there, Avia.
Yeah, perhaps coming over the wicket, bringing more dismissals in play. Maybe trying to get one through the gates, or wanting to go on with the arm. Maybe just bringing both edges into play, whereas coming around the wicket, it tends to maybe just slide on. So maybe just the outside edge in play then. Maybe just bringing a bit of a different option in play, maybe changing it up to keep the batsman honest.
There's always such a fine line, isn't it, for a spinner between maybe trying to do too much and settling into a really good rhythm and building a lengthy spell.
Yeah, there's a fine line. It usually depends on the clarity between the bowler and the captain and coaching staff about what precisely the spin bowler's role is in the particular situation. At this stage, I do feel they're trying to keep it tight. I don't particularly feel one of these two spinners are more likely to be a strike bowler than the other. Perhaps Gautam bowling towards Arvia with the ball turning away, and likewise with Kumar to Hamza, but both being rather defensive bowlers at this stage, I feel.
Yeah, it does certainly feel like India are just trying to stifle the South African batsmen a bit, just pull them back. That run rate is now up to 3.1. It's growing steadily.
Yeah, and I do think the role of being a more holding or defensive spinner at this stage is also as a result of the wicket maybe not offering a lot. It's not offering much to the spin bowlers especially, as that's worked nicely towards the deep pitch long on mid on region. But coming back to my point, I do feel it's because the wicket's not offering a lot. They're going to have to bowl tightly, and I think they're just trying to bowl a bit of pressure and maybe just trying to manufacture something here as the South African batsmen do seem to be looking to take the game forward.
Yeah, on the third afternoon, it's really looking like a very solid slab of a pitch. There's precious little rough to speak about. So, as you said, Vian, tough time to be bowling. That's the end of the 25th over. As we see another substitute fielder coming on.
It seems to be Navdeep Saini making his way back onto the park. Perhaps that being the reason for two spinners operating in tandem so early on in the piece. We'll have to wait and see, as it looks to be Kumar to continue from this end, but it's nice to have all the seamers, I think, on the park. I've seen Parel and Chahar on the field as well, so it does give Captain Vihari a few options, and as one of our Twitter comments earlier on said, he himself can bowl a few as well. Perhaps a golden arm type of situation. Let us know on Twitter with hashtag SAAVINDA or hashtag SSCricket, and let us know if where do you think the wicket's going to come from, and where is this game going?
Devdutt Padikkal has now taken his turn to leave the field. But, yeah, Navdeep Saini has just bowled 4 overs, so he'll still be pretty fresh. A leg slip in place for Evia.
The ball is seeming to be sliding away from the left-handed area. Maybe the first two being arm ball type deliveries. Maybe setting up for one that goes a bit straighter. There we go. A bit straighter delivery, bringing the leg side into play. Out towards the deep mid-wicket region where Saini reels it in.
Having a leg slip surely indicates that Saurabh Kumar is expecting to be able to turn it a little bit.
As we see Hamza once again coming into the line and area of Kumar. Not letting him settle on an area, just letting him know he can move his feet a bit.
Another tantalising over comes to an end from Saurabh Kumar. He's bowled 7 overs for 15 runs. South Africa has 76 for 1 now. Avia has 36. Hamza has 10.
As we see a small meeting to the left of the batsman with a bunch of Indian players, maybe just discussing who's going to bowl and who's going to be fielding in which area, as we see a bit of playful fighting going on between Shaw and Sarfraz Khan, who has seemed to be pretty good mates on and off the field.
Chatting to Alan Donald yesterday. We'll just let Gautam bowl. Donald coached Sarfaraz Khan at the Royal Challengers Bangalore, and said he really is a character, really a brilliant, full of beans chap. Always good to have one or two of those in a team.
Yeah, in a team environment, usually you need someone to have a bit of energy, and when things aren't necessarily going your way, to get the fire started. Um, a lot of wood to work with, but someone has to be a fire starter here to light something in a team environment. And I do feel Sarfaraz might be that player, as it's worked towards long on for a single.
Yeah, especially on what could be a long hot afternoon for India. Not that the heat will bother them at all. They are extremely used to hot temperatures.
As we have seen Navdeep Saini, speaking about the heat, he has been wearing his long jumper and his pullover jersey, and I do feel as a South African it's quite hot in Bloemfontein, as that is worked towards Navdeep Saini, as you'll see now on your screen. He's wearing his long jersey, and underneath his long jersey he's still wearing his pullover jersey as well. So he's not feeling the heat, not bothering him at all. I do, however, feel he might be the only one.
Kind of makes you feel like a bit of a weakling, doesn't it? You feeling the heat, and Saini feeling cold. End of another Gautam over. 4 overs for 14 now for the off spinner, and interesting to see he had quite a fine little leg slip in play for Zubair Hamza towards the end of that over. So India is certainly exploring all sorts of avenues to try and break this partnership, as we have the India A physio making his way onto the field now.
Yeah, it's a common thing to see a stoppage in play in this series so far, and stoppage in play is a good way to take a wicket as well. I've seen that in games I've played myself, and then in this series as well. There's been it sometimes makes for a momentum shift, especially when the batting side, like now, has had good momentum on their side. The Indians taking a break maybe just at the right time. As we see, I think that's Gautam getting a bit of attention on his lower back to upper leg area.
So, just to recap, if you are just joining us here on the SuperSport stream or YouTube channel for the first time today, India A resumed on 229 for 6 this morning, and eventually were bowled out for 276. Kishan, really the mainstay of that innings, with a wonderful 91, and India were able to give themselves, in fact, an 8-run lead thanks to a rollicking last wicket stand between Saurabh Kumar, or rather Navdeep Saini, who scored 27, and Ishan Parel was 5 not out. 5 wickets for Luto Sipamla as well, and there were 3 for Marco Jansen. So South Africa A began their second innings probably half an hour before lunch with a deficit of 8 runs to make up. They've now made it to 78 for 1 after 27 overs, so they're leading by 70. Peter Malan, the captain, is the man out. He was chapped LBW by Navdeep Saini for 27. Sarul Evia has gone on to 37 not out, and Zubair Hamza is with him on 11. Just a reminder that this broadcast is brought to you by the City of Cape Town.
As we see a tweet in from Gills, I think, saying Luther Sipamla 5-wicket haul. What a great series he is having. Pity to miss out on the Indian tour. Hashtag SAAVINDA. And he has had a good series. He's been up there with one of the better bowlers. And what do you think, Ken?
Yeah, I think it's a tough one because there are so many bowling options in that 21-man Proteas squad. So it's cut off by the extra cover fielder. And I guess it might have come down to Sisanda Magala or him. And Magala offers something a little bit different. I think Luther Sipamla also just finding his feet a bit again after some fairly patchy form.
Yeah, I know, definitely agree with you, Ken. I do feel this series has been good, and maybe critical for Sipamla's confidence and his growth as a bowler and a player as well. He's taking on a type of leader of the pack role here with the Seamers. But I do think he might be unlucky not to have been there, but we'll definitely see him in the bigger picture. He's going to make his way back into the side at some stage in his career, as we see Kumar in again. And scampered single to the mid-on area, nicely taken. As let us know what you guys think. It's a difficult topic and always open for discussion. Let us know on Twitter at hashtag SAAVINDA or go to hashtag SSCricket and let us know. What do you think? Should he have been in? Did the selectors make the right call? And what do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sipamla would be number 22, probably, as slight misfield by cover, but never any thought of a single from that firmly struck drive by Avia, and we've completed another over. South Africa won't mind the quick over rate with two spinners on the go. It does give them more overs in which to build a target. The lead is now 71, 9 wickets in hand, so South Africa in a very tidy position. 46 overs left in the day. Here's Gautam again. Oh, there's just a captain. It was not even the captain. It's mid off, trying to make some adjustments to the field. So we see a leg slip and a slip in place for Hamza against Gautam, targeting both edges.
That's once again nicely pulled and brilliant energy in the field from Sarfraz Khan as he just seems to be trying to light something up in his fellow teammates as a buzz starts to go up in the field.
Another quick single, that's well run. Good fielding too, but Sarah Levia comfortably home. As we just see the replay there. Evia getting home with quite a lot to spare. He's run very well between the wickets. He's quite a big man. Hamza, I think you would imagine, is a bit of a dasher. Ooh, opening the face there, Evia. Picks out cover.
Once again nicely bowled by Gautam, and yet another quick over from him. He does go about his business rather swiftly.
Yeah, I still don't think we're going to get the full 45 overs in today. We've only got 9 minutes to go until tea. And then from 3 o'clock, 2.5 hours. Scheduled close of play is 5 o'clock, but then you get the extra half hour, which inevitably comes into play. And generally we've been finishing an over or two short every day. Here's Saurabh Kumar again to bowl to Hamza.
Oh, sharp fielding by Kumar, and one sense a sense of belief here from the Indians. The chirp has gone up considerably, as you see the replay, and it was sharp work by Kumar. And maybe the Indians maybe just having a sense of belief here before the tea interval.
He was almost nonchalant the way he just plucked that ball out and then threw it back to the wicketkeeper. Sent Hamza scampering back. They will get a quick single this time to a deep mid-on. But it's those little moments, isn't it, that someone pulls off a good stop that can really lift a team.
Definitely, and what a time to do so, with tea just looming in a little bit of time. A good time to maybe do something special and lift the spirits of the team.
Saurabh has also got a leg slip for Sarul Avia. Oh, he's played all around that one. India are very excited about that LBW appeal. Did it pitch outside leg stump?
It looked to be a good shout, and the bowler Kumar seemed to be convinced of that one. We'll get the replay now, as you see on your screens. It was a good shot, but it did seem to be sliding down leg. Maybe a bit of bat on it, but I think the reason for it being not out is maybe going down.
Close call for Sarah Lavia just before tea. Firmly struck, but they're still able to get the single to deepen it on. End of the over, 82 for 1 now after 30 overs. Avia on 38, Hamza has 14. As we just see the two change rooms there up above the dugouts that the teams are using.
Yeah, and the South African change room does seem to be calm. I didn't see someone padded up. Maybe the next batter just sitting in a bit deeper in the change room. But one has to feel with the tea interval so close by and the two batsmen going well. Sense of calmness in the South African dressing room.
Are you a watcher, Fionn, when you next into bat, or do you go and hide in the change room?
No, I don't miss a moment, and maybe slightly superstitious in the fact that I don't move when I'm next in. I sit dead still, and I'm scared to stand up at times because it has happened in the past as just when you stand up or do something, then the wicket falls. I do believe when I'm next into bat, I must be firmly placed on my chair and not move until there's a breakage in time that's appropriate for me to move.
What's the worst case of pad rash you've ever had, and how many did you get afterwards?
I once played in a school match. It was a club game. I can't remember. Well, I played with a lot of my schoolmates then, and the first 2 wickets fell early, and which brought 3 and 4 to bat together. And I was batting at 5 on that particular day, and I think it was the second over. I was batted up and didn't face a ball.
Yeah, well, at least being an all-rounder, you at least can get something out of the game with your bowling. Here's Gautam again, nicely looped up there.
Yeah, no, it definitely helps being an all-rounder, playing a sport like cricket, giving you options to stay busy in the game. The game can get rather long if you're an opening batsman and you depart early on in the piece, and you know you're not going to bowl, so you're going to watch a long game, and that's your part for the day.
Bit of a grunt from Gautam as he delivered it. It was an effort ball and has beaten the infield. Deep mid-off is running around to do the fielding. They are going to come through for a third. And Gautam is furious. He hurls the ball into the turf. I dare say the umpire might have a little bit of a word with him about that. They get upset when you bounce the ball in from the outfield onto the other pitches, so they should surely have a word about that.
I can't imagine the ball being too happy, being thrown into the wicket like that. And understandably so, the bowler being frustrated with the batsman getting through there, with 2 misfields coming in there. And we see a golden arm moment here with Sarfaraz Khan not even taking off his specs. And yeah, he bowled in one of the previous games, and he bowled quite well as well. I think he bowls in first class cricket a bit. Not quite sure, but I'm excited to see him go. Yeah, before tea time.
Yeah, well, the first ball was a real gimme down the leg side. Avia's got it away for a couple with the sweep shot. All that chirpiness and ebullience in the field has earned Safra's an over before tea.
Ooh, and a wrong one. Perhaps not quite picked as Erwia has a smile and tells Safra as well bowled. A nicely bowled wrong one must say. And I see 5 guys are hanging close to the fence, maybe trying to burgle one here.
It's just a pity he's landing everything a foot outside leg stump at the moment. Another sweep for Avia.
Once again, looking to be a wrong one bowled, but nicely negotiated by Hamza, playing it with the turn towards the long on region. Handing the strike back to Erwia, who has 2 more balls to negotiate while Safras changes his line of attack, coming around the wicket. Ooh, and another wrong one, but this time from around the wicket. Safras being quite the clever and wily bowler.
That was well bowled, wasn't it? It was angling in towards leg and definitely took the outside half of Avia's bat. He might be one of those guys where his googly is more of his stock ball than his leg spinner. Oh! The double arm action by Safra's Khan and certainly put Cyril Avia off. He's probably accusing Safras of a bit of balking. That's a wonderful end to the second session. Safra's Khan, you beauty. Avia almost drawn into having a bit of a fiddle at that. So that's the tea break here at the Mungawing Oval. Entertaining second session. South Africa 89 for 1, leading by 81. Avia 44 not out. Zubair Hamza 15 not out. Vian Duplessis, the home side will be pretty happy with how things have gone.
Yeah, I did believe they would be 89 for 1 with the lead. 89 for 1 with the lead of 81. They have gone well. They've gone at a rate of 2.8 per over, and a rather nice end to the session with Safras Khan putting on a show there for 1 over. But yeah, I look forward to the last session of play. It's been an honor.
Thanks, Vian, and come do join us in just over half an hour's time for the final session of this third day. And just a reminder that this broadcast is brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination in 2020.
Welcome back to the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. Don't forget that this broadcast is brought to you by the city of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020. Game finally poised. Alongside me for commentary is Tsepo Tyler. I'm Dave Midgley. Tsepo, how's that tea? Good?
It was delicious. We've been singing the praises of the catering staff here at the Free State Cricket Union, and they've done it again. Peppermint crisp. Too good. Too good.
While we're speaking of singing praises, Tsepo, how good have the ground staff been here? We've seen that they've worked tirelessly to ensure that we have 3 wickets that are seriously worth commending. And it's also a short turnaround time between games as well, Tsepo, which means that they are not able to nurse the system. I mean, it's really been good stuff from them, hasn't it?
No, 100%. We were talking about it at lunch, how sporting wickets were prepared, how a great test match wicket was prepared. I mean, if we just continue with these conditions, day 5 could be very interesting in a 5-day game. The pitch deteriorating a little bit, getting a little bit dry, getting a little bit more speed, bounce, turn. So, yeah, it's lovely to see. They've done a fantastic job here. And as you said, that turnaround time, literally 3 tests in 3 weeks. On the same ground, very impressed.
Where the game stands is South Africa AO 89 for 1 with the lead of 81. Zubair Hamza 15 from 55 and Sarul Arvia 44 from 87. He's going along very nicely. There was a period in which you might have thought that the game was lulling a bit, Tsepo, but an opportunity now for both teams to shift the momentum one way or another.
9 wickets in hand on the final session of day 3. I think I'd like to be in the South African camp if I could choose. Have a lot of wickets in hand, and we saw some strokes from both batsmen. Tons of drives, over the top shots as well. So they may be looking to increase the urgency here, take the speed up, as you see Gautam coming in from the Loch Logan end. But it's good to see.
Just defending that one. You might think that if you're a South African A fan, that there's going to be some acceleration here to maybe push for a result. If we're not going to get a result, then I suppose you wouldn't see anything of the kind. But Tsepo, you would just love a result. 2 draws, 0-0. Just defend it again. They take a quick single. There's a shy at the striker's end, but it's a little bit wayward there from Ishan Poral. Ishan Kishan not able to cleanly take that. But Tsepo, you would think that if we're going to get a result, there has to be some sort of acceleration here. 9 wickets in hand, like you said. Yeah, he would have been probably safe there in the end. Are we going to get somewhere with this game? Are we going to see a result, or is it just going to peter out into nothing much?
I really hope so, David. It's been an enthralling 3 tests. We've seen tons of brilliant individual performances, which is good for the grand scheme of things. With the India tour coming to South Africa very soon, potential picks here, people wanting to put their hands up. We saw a few call-ups from the SAA squad into that 21-man South African squad. So all to play for, just no results yet. And if you're the team that gets the result, you're the team that wins the series. It's the decider. And it's a must-win series, this.
Leg slip no longer in place. And Long On is making his way out onto the boundary. Long Off coming in. A lot of discussions around this field. Want to make sure that they're absolutely certain. He comes around the wicket now. Ooh, that was a narrow one. Looked like it was too close to cut. he manages to squeeze himself out of that difficult situation. That's the end of that over. 90 for 1. And come wide on the angle. They're forcing it, Tsepo, to squash Arvia in the angle there. What a beautiful day. A little bit of cloud, Tsepo. Nothing too menacing in sight, but still some clouds compared to the azure blue sky we had this morning.
Candy floss. That's what comes to mind here. Soft, fluffy clouds. Extremely aesthetic. A great day to be outside. A great day to be at the Cricketon. You can even come to the cricket. There's still time. Just bring a 50 rand, a red randella, and also bring your proof of vaccination. And boom, you're in the field. You're in the stands. As we see Safraz Khan continuing his spell here. Or Kumar, sorry. A little bit of turn. This goes to the leg side.
Yeah, I really thought that was just going to be 1 over before that tea break, but they're continuing with Safraz Khan. He did a bit of a dummy move as the last ball before tea and had our commentators in stitches. But I think they're looking for a man lurking out there in the deep. Maybe a mistimed pull shot or a sweep. Well, there's the sweep, and it's gone very fine, but there's somebody out there to collect it. And they'll come through for 1. He'd prefer, Tsepo, you would imagine, to bowl to the right-handed Zubair Hamza. If he's bowling to the left-handed Arvia, he's likely to go into the arc of the left-hander's strength. And generally good off the pads are left-handers.
It seems like the ploy is to actually hope that he does go for the shot, go for the big stroke. Has a man sweeping on the leg side, but could also potentially be a catcher there on the leg side. Could just sweep to the car corner boundary to take the catch.
Yeah, you've got to wonder about the line that he's trying to bowl here, particularly to the right-hander. We saw in that pre-tee over that he was bowling it very wide outside off stump. Ken Borland pointing that out. That you really have to challenge somebody, particularly with spin, if you're going to give yourself a chance. They didn't quite get that as well as he would have wanted, did Arvia. 3 from the over. 2 balls remaining. And Arvia nearing a milestone. Wide of the wicket. There you go. And that's a little bit shorter. So that's the pull that he's looking for. Is Arvia. Just the one to get to the other end. And he goes on to 46. This partnership is actually 51. So these two really putting a wonderful partnership together. Just coming together when South Africa were 44 for 1. He's floated that. It's a full toss and it's hit square of the wicket. It's going to try and squeeze between 2 men. Porel does the fielding. And it's ably assisted there. And they're going to come back for 2. 6 from the over. And 96 for 1.
I saw a little flight in that delivery. Came in very full. And as you saw, Hamza met that as it bounced. Or met that on the up. Made it a full toss. And almost got the gap on the offside. But very good sweep fielding by, it looks like it's Gautam. Or it could be Porel. That's Porel. It was Ishan Porel who did the fielding on the leg side. Definitely saved 2 runs there. Very acrobatic fielding. The Indians have been looking lively today.
Gautam from the Loch Logan end. Oh, that was straight. A lot straighter than perhaps Arvia was expecting. A little bit more bounce as well. Hands on head stuff from Hanuman Vihari there at first lip. The captain himself stand in for Priyank Panchal. There you go. That's the length that Arvia will be comfortable with. But it's not unlimited amounts of turn here at Tsepo. It's becoming all the more batting friendly. The norm here at Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein.
Yes, looking to get big runs here are the South Africans. And as you said, flattening out. Doesn't look like there's too much in the pitch here for the bowlers to extract bounce, to extract pace. We saw a little bit of variable bounce from delivery or two. I remember one particular from Ishan Paral that just stayed low with Peter Malan, the only man to fall here for the South Africans. He fell for 27. So maybe you might see something happening with the pace bowlers here.
Just slowly tightening the vice grip is Krishna Bhagautam. There's 5 from the over. Balls bowled, rather, but there is not a single thing yet to be scored. He continues. It's a wonderfully bowled over. He floats it up so nicely. Good line most of the time. And he's bowled a maiden. South Africa now 4 away from 100. So is Ervia. You can see Sarfaraz Khan looking like a headmaster there. Hands on hips. Chatting to the skipper to see whether or not he can get another one.
Doesn't seem happy that he didn't get one. Much like the Pakistan guy meme, the disappointed Pakistani fan. Hands on hips. Why'd you take me out, Cap? It looks like the spinners are playing a holding role here. Not really looking too threatening.
It's a lovely little conversation there between Sarul Ervia and Zubair Hamza. Sarfaraz will actually continue. Maybe he's hatching plans.
Maybe the conversation they were having there was about plans. But a valuable maiden from Krishnappa Gautam. Did well to build pressure.
Oh, that's a full toss and smashed out into that deep square region, but easily cut off. There's 2 men out there. There's one at mid-wicket region and another at a deep backward square. There's a lot of flight on that one. Maybe a bit of a wrong in there. Maybe just because our angle is slightly askew, that may have looked like it'd have done something there.
Tons of flight here. Looking like he's just baiting a carrot in front of his carrot with a stick, rather. Asking to be hit. A few full tosses here, but fielders.
You can see a little bit of frustration in Arvia's body language. He's clearly not happy with his inability to suitably deal with what is essentially a part-time bowler, Tsepo, with all respect to Sarfaraz Khan.
And I think that's what the Indians want. They want a lack of respect for the bowler. I believe that it was either Sarfaraz Khan or Kumar who got Hamza out. In the first innings, I believe it was Kumar. And it was a Parajit, the part-time spinner in the second test. He got Hamza out. Hamza not giving a Parajit enough respect.
Yeah, that previous one before this last delivery was actually a wrong, and you could see it grip and turn a little bit. That one last one was just pushed out into the cover region. Just 2 from this one. Much better. Just moving that man at deep square a little bit behind square. That's well bowled. It's well bowled. Very well bowled from Sarfaraz Khan. He continues with his hands on his hips there. And looks to the umpire for his hat. But because of COVID protocols, he doesn't have it any longer. Well, he never had it, really.
We're just seeing Navdeep Saini coming onto the field. Bowlers, the fast bowlers especially, have been given some time off. By off, I mean off the field, just to make sure that they're not overexerting themselves. They've been working very hard, been putting in good shifts, Saini especially. So some much valued rest here. We'll probably see him into the attack relatively soon, now that he's onto the field. Quite a hot day in Bloemfontein, 29 degrees Celsius. It's cooking here. Oh, back foot shot, absolutely punished to the offside, but there's a man that picks that up. Sadal Advia playing some good strokes, not quite finding the boundary. He'll feel that he'll probably get a boundary relatively soon.
Defended once again, and Tsepo, we were looking at that weather forecast tomorrow with 77% rather, rain forecast. Hopefully like to get a full day's play. And he just drives this down the ground. There's a man there at long on. So Arvia is able to rotate the strike, and a polite applause from his colleagues there in the change room, recognizing the fact that he's gotten off strike and can now lean on his bat at the other end. It's been a difficult period here for Saro Arvia. He keeps hitting the fielders as leg slip comes into play. Swept and swept hard. He's beaten the man at the mid-wicket region, and that's going to race away to the boundary for 4. Good shot there by Zubair Hamza. He just got on one knee and swatted it away, really. Look at this shot, Tsepo.
Absolutely classy. As you said, one knee. It was in the arc. It met him around his hips, and he just sent it to that onside boundary. Zubair Hamza keen to get some runs on the board. You've seen his quality. I'll keep mentioning that half century that he got against the Netherlands. As Krishnappa Gautam coming over the wicket now to the right-hander. This one played off the back foot, a little bit of turn. The man on the onside is going to pick that up, the long on. Decent partnership here, 61 runs. That's very good to see if you're a South African fan. This one played off the back foot. So very good to see if you're Zubair Hamza. Once again, a decent start. Hopefully if he keeps his calm head, he can make a decent amount of runs.
Just watching Sarfraz Khan, he walks around like he owns the place, and that's exactly the confidence you want from somebody who's going to be bowling for you. You might seem like you're behind the 8 ball. Partnership of 61. They're building nicely on these two, and India A would like to break the back of this partnership, Tsepo.
Oh, yeah. As you're saying, Sarfraz Khan does have a swagger about him, the way he carries himself around the field. I believe Vian was, when Vian and Ken were chatting about Sarfraz Khan, saying that he's the spark that can set the place alight. Hoping that happens now. Are the Indians? Is this one just blocked out?
So there are 3 men out. 2 men on the leg side. 1 at mid-wicket, 1 at deep backward square. And then the man in the covers sweeping. Yeah, there's the 1 man out on the offside. That's the sweeper that I was telling you about. There is a bit of a catching cover in place, Prithvi Shaw. You saw Sarfraz Khan giving Shaw his cap and glasses ahead of this over.
Looking like with the men out in the boundary, may tempt the batsman to try bisect those fielders, take a chance, smash it over the boundary. This one just played to the man on the offside. No one straight, going straight on the boundary here, so potential to get runs.
Yeah, and that is the shorter boundary you're talking about, Seppo, to the leg side. And a sweep shot there by Hamza means that they cross ends. The risk then is that if they are to hit to that shorter boundary, that they would be hitting against the spin, and that's where the possibility of a catch comes into play. It's an intentional decision here by Hanuma Vihari to have each man bowling from their allotted ends. One from the over so far. It's been magical. He thinks about it but doesn't bowl it. It's been magical here from Sarfraz Khan. It's exactly what you want from somebody who doesn't generally bowl for you.
He's been economical as this one just driven down to the man that was at long on now. A little bit of fancy footwork there from Devdutt. But that does end the over. South Africa A, 106 for 1. Hamza sitting pretty on 27. Arvia even pretty on 49.
Yeah, intentionally taking the single there, Tsepo. He wants the strike. He wants this milestone. Got 75. First time up. Leading the South African innings. And he would love to do more of the same.
If there's anything you can say for Sarel Arvia is that he's been consistent. Constantly getting a start. Started with 38, then 41. Then eventually got that 75. Yet another start for him here. So you'll take encouragement in that he really has earned his call-up for the SA team.
His only real blip, Tsepo, was that third ball duck in game 1.
Oh, yes, that's true. That's true, yes.
So he's done well here. Like you said, consistency is key. Gautam to Arvia. A little bit of extra spin on that one from Gautam. And hit straight to the man at a squarish cover region. You can see Prithvi Shaw there. He's just disappeared from your screen. It's also in a shortish cover region. Intentionally going back on the angle to Arvia, who now sits on a Nelson's worth of deliveries.
Hopefully that means nothing. Almost taking the single there, did Sarel Arvia. Decided against it. No need to force it. Good fielding off his own bowling by Krishnappa Gautam. Don't forget you can tweet us using the hashtag SSCricket. That's not the only hashtag you can use. You can also use the hashtag SAAVINDA, as Vian would like to say. Spell it in English. Our local boy Vian. Always good to have a local in any team. Understanding the conditions, understanding the atmosphere. That ends the 39th over. 106 for 1. Still one away from a 50 is Arvia.
Yeah, and some news from elsewhere. Pakistan have dismissed Bangladesh for 205 to secure an innings and 8-run win in the second test at Dhaka. Sajid Khan claiming 4 for 86 in the second innings to end with match figures of 12 for 128, with the visitors completing a 2-0 series sweep.
After seeing all that rain, I thought they wouldn't get a result, but Pakistan absolutely dominated, did very well to get the result there. They're proving to be a strong team, are the Pakistanis.
See the swagger and the step of Sarfraz Khan. He's bowled a brilliant over in the previous one. He'd like to continue with that.
No one on the corner has swagger like Khan.
Oh, that was the wrong one. The googly. That one worked away to square on the leg side. Brings Arvia back on strike. The last thing Arvia would want here is to get out to a part-timer.
Just one short of his 50, but no matter what, he's played this innings very well. Paced it very nicely, dispatched the bad balls, almost dispatched that one, a muted appeal. But yeah, he's been doing very well, not playing any unnecessary shots, keeping himself in, and playing a decent innings. This one takes the edge. The man at point picks that up. Not wanting to rush this at all is Sadal Arvia, not forcing the topic. Slip now in place. It's tense. It feels tense. I don't know about you, Dave. I'm feeling a little tense at the moment. Shoot.
I said it straight back, and there's the scampered single. Didn't get a clean pickup, did Parikal. And that's a 50 for Sadal Arvia. Hands on heads from Parikal, but you've just said it, Seppo. Arvia's batted really well. He raised his bat briefly to the change room. And that 50 coming off 117 balls and 6 fours. Glorious stuff. Well batted young man. There's one to come in the over.
Well batted indeed. He's earned those runs. Been making them consistently, except for that one blip in the first game. It's been a decent partner as well. Built some good partnerships. Even when he didn't convert that 50, he had a good partnership with Reinhard van Tonder in that game. So he's been doing very well, has Sadal Arvia.
That brings to an end Khan's 5th over. Have a look at this replay. He's floated it up there, and good attempt there to stop it, but Arvia saw and immediately put his head down there and raced to get to the other end to get to his 50. Well batted, sir.
Well batted indeed. Hamza on the other end will be looking to do something similar, looking to convert, but the Indian team maybe just getting into a little bit of a lull here. Nothing really happening here. Trying to generate a wicket there. Trying to manufacture some pressure with the scoreboard pressure there. Having Arvia on 49. They saw an opportunity with a potential run out as Gautam continues from the low Loch Logan end.
Goodness me. Sadal Arvia is not messing around. The lead was 100 and he thought, I'm going to get moving. Oh, and they immediately tell a fan, no, slow down, don't touch the ball. Because that's COVID protocols. Good shot there by Sadal Arvia. Gets a big stride in and sends it toward the boundary. But important to remember, as we see a little graphic there on the scorecard, you've got to be very careful in these environments. These players are all in a biosecure environment. And we need to maintain that in order to ensure that series like these can continue.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I'm sure as a fan you'd love to get the ball and give it to the players, but It's the COVID-19 reality. You need to respect the biosecure environment. You need to respect the fact that India are here. And we really appreciate that once again, the BCCI and CSA just sorting that out, making sure that we have cricket here. We have cricket over the festive season, and you don't want to mess that up at all.
No, not at all. He's just deposited it on that embankment there next to Castle Corner. It is the shorter boundary, but he's done well. There's no man out there now anyway. Packed offside field. Arvia knows if he can get it over that man close in, Safras Khan on the onside. There's a vacant space from mid-on rather to a deep backward square.
So David, tell me, at what point do you start bringing in the pace bowlers? At what point do you bring in Navdeep Saini? It's, as I was saying earlier, it feels like there's a little bit of a lull here from the Indian team. They were doing very well, high energy in the field.
Oh, that one's just clipped the pads and it's going to run very fine. The man at slip, Hanuma Vihara, is having to do a bit of collection work, and they get through for 2. The signal there from the umpire is that it's leg byes. The question around Navdeep Saini, Tsepo, is a quite a big one, because the pace bowlers have been underutilized, but particularly Navdeep Saini, 1 for 13 from just 4 overs. Is a possibility that he may be nursing a bit of a niggle of some kind. Just float that up and smashed at Prithvi Shaw. He's had a horrible time with his hands, Tsepo. They seem to have taken quite a beating.
Yeah, he's in the covers. Prime position to get smacked by a very classy cover drive.
Good to see a bit of humor there from Gautam. Had to pull up there and kept the joke alive there. 1 to come. 8 from the over. Just tries to open the blade, does Arvia. Doesn't get anything for it. But a good over for South Africa. 1-1-6 for 1.
Yes, David, you're talking about the underutilized pace bowlers, underutilized in the pace attack. I mean, you could make a very strong argument that in the first innings they were the pick of the bowlers. Navdeep Saini at the top of the order. He was tight. He was aggressive, got a wicket as well without conceding a run. And then it was Chahar who cleaned up the tail as well. So, am I the only one that's a little bit surprised at the continuous overs of spin? Maybe holding up one end so that the pace bowlers could operate on the other. But right now we're just seeing spin both ends.
You've got to understand that there is a flat wicket before them. Safras Khan in again. It's short and helped up and over the top of the man at mid-on. 1 bounce into the advertising hoardings. 4 run. It was a half track at Tsepo, unsuitably dealt with.
Indeed, that was absolutely dispatched. It was in the arc. Hamza tried to send this one. Absolutely flying. And as you said, it was right there. A half tracker from Khan.
Yeah, so this pitch is quickening up, which means it's going to be easier for batting, and we're seeing that at the moment. And I wonder, with a ball that's 40 overs old, not yet reversing, what this fast bowling stock, short and cut away, but not quite as square as Hamza would have liked, and so the man cleans up in the covers. You've got to wonder whether or not the fast bowlers are being set up for failure if they do come on. It's just going to come onto the bat, almost like throwdowns, wide and slashed away into the deep cover region, and they canter through for a single.
Okay, I see the point there. Not really getting much turn, much movement, and you also don't want to just set your pace bowlers up for failure. It is also A bit of a hot day. We mentioned the temperature out here. There is a little bit of a breeze, but yeah, we saw that it's hard to be out there on the field. Lots of drinks, lots of comfort breaks. A big appeal, but from the bowler only, that's usually a sign.
Yeah. It's often that the spinners in particular will loudly clear their pipes for a chance most others seem unperturbed about. He would so love a wicket here, and you can only imagine what kind of celebration may come out here if he does get one.
That one played to the man at cover.
Five from the over, and he'll wrap it up now. It's the wrong end there. There's a big shot that's probably pitched outside line of leg stump. Sarfraz Khan, certain of a wicket there. You can see the umpy. Yeah, that's just pitched outside the line of leg stump. Good umpiring there. Hands on his hips. He looks thoroughly disappointed, and now says to Shaw, "You should have been umpiring. You would have given me out."
Yeah, I know Indians trying all they can to get a wicket here. That's a tough going at the moment, a flat track. Batsman really getting stuck in here. Sadal Arvia, 56 at the moment. Hamza getting a good start here, 33. South Africa 1-2-1 for 1.
Hamza's played the perfect support role for Arvia. Ishan Poral makes his way back on the park, but just as he does, Sarfraz looking like he's meandering, if not to fine leg, he might be heading off. And we saw Navdeep Sani warming up as well. It's a hive of action at the moment. Looks like there he goes. Yeah, Sarfraz Khan not happy with something, and he might need a bit of a comfort break. Nevertheless, Gautam to begin a new over, and just dotted back up the pitch there. Navdeep Sani, who's warming up there, Tsepo. You might have called for the bowling change. We might see it very soon. Gautam staying very wide of the crease in his approach, but then getting very close up to the stumps.
Oh, you just feel that the Indian team will want to shake things up a little bit. As I've been saying, there's quite a lull here. South Africans don't seem like they're being put under pressure. One end isn't being held up. We saw the one maiden from Gautam. But since then, just happy to find the gaps and really take it to the bowlers when they can. So scoring runs relatively freely are the South Africans. A good stroke. Didn't get a boundary, but did get a run. And that's the thing. No pressure's really being built up here. So it's hard to see where a wicket would come from, except for from a lapse of concentration from the batting. So like an unforced error, if you will.
This partnership now worth 80. And the frustration for these Indian bowlers will continue. Ishan Kishan maybe having a chat with Hanuma Vihari. You just saw him there gesturing, did Vihari, about the opportunity for a catch. Always played that and played it fine. It's going to race away to the fine leg boundary. That's 4 runs for Zubair Hamza. He's played the sweep shot so well, Tsepo. He just gets down on that front knee very early and makes sure he controls it nicely. What a shot.
Classy shot that. Recognizing the gap on the onside in the fine leg region and just sending it to the boundary. Yeah, very well played shot there from Zubair Hamza. He's been getting down well.
Good comeback from Krishnappa Gautam. That ends his over. He's standing like a bit of an Oscar. You know the Oscar statue?
Oh, golden. Absolutely golden.
No more puns from you.
Let's Seems like there's a call to the dugout by the South Africans. Sarel Arvia has his gloves and helmet off. And we can see Jason Smith running onto the field at the moment. He's got his bib in hand.
He ran so fast, he left his bib behind. Probably just a change of gloves for Arvia. It's a hot day out there, Tsepo, and not as much as we say that these conditions are set for batting. It still doesn't mean that it's any less challenging for the men under the helmet.
Sarel Arvia especially has been spending ample time in the middle here to get his 57. So no surprise that there's a little bit of sweat. A lot of sweat in the gloves as well. And as you said, David, as much as it's tough for the bowling team to be out there in this heat, the batting team have all that equipment on. Maybe not the whole batting team, but the men in the middle certainly do. Seeing activity on the sideline, tons of substitutions, feels like rolling substitutions. Umran Malik is now on the field. I haven't seen him. He made a little bit of a cameo here in the second test. Makes another one now. It looks like Safraz Khan is going to continue here from the Willows end. Nope, it's Kumar. Sarab Kumar is coming in. That was short, dragged down just a little bit. And Sarel Arvia just sending it to the man sweeping on the onside. A single off the first ball of the over. So where do you see a wicket coming from, David? You're the Indian team. Something needs to happen. Something's got to give. You can't go in to the end of the day's play with only the one wicket. We see the sweepers on the offside now for Zubair Hamza coming in from long on and long off, sorry. And the sweep on the offside gets the single there with the aforementioned fielder. But yes, where do you see a wicket coming from?
Pressure creates wickets, Tip. I think it's something we spoke about. I believe it was at tea, if not lunch. You cannot expect to take wickets in 4-day cricket if you're allowing the pair, who are currently on 86 as a pair, obviously, their partnership going along nicely. Well, they're going at runner ball stuff at the moment. It's 3 runs in this over. You're not really challenging their levels of concentration and levels of fortitude. There was a period just before Arvia retrieved his 50, but just after that milestone, things seem to have shifted. Short and smashed away by Zubair Hamza. And that one goes into the advertising boardings. Bounces once or twice. And now 7 from the over. This is expensive from Kumar. And I think the big thing that Hanuma Vihari has to keep an eye on, Tsepo, is not letting a snowball. It can so very quickly become a lead of 200 or 250 before you've blinked.
No doubt about that. As this one played off the back foot to the man that has just fetched the ball, Ishan Poral. I had a long, demoralizing walk, you'd feel, all the way to the boundary. It's never nice playing fetch. A run off every ball off the over. So, yeah, no pressure being built here at all by the Indians. And control of the game slowly slipping away, ball by ball, slowly slipping away, and pressure is being built here on the Indian A team. Just a little bit of a delay. Fielding change here. It looks like Umran Malik.
Straight on the pads, and they run through for a single. So there was a run in every single delivery of that over Tsepo. No real stress on anybody. But what we have seen is both Sarfraz Khan and Navdeep Sani make their way back onto the park. And Navdeep Sani has removed his long jumper, which means you know he's going to have a ball.
Yeah, that's what I wanna. That's what I wanna see. I feel like the South Africans are really taking stranglehold of this game here. Just taking the game away from the Indians just a little bit.
We spoke too soon. He took the ball, did Navdeep Sani, and then he was immediately robbed of it. Captain Vihari having alternative plans. We were certain Tsepo he was warming up at fine leg, and Hanuma Vihari is playing his cards very close to his chest. He continues with Gautam from the Loch Logan end, which makes me think that the lone Kumar over will be the conclusion of his spell. I think we're going to see Navdeep Sani from the Willows end, although he has been a little bit more successful from the Loch Logan end. Gautam now. Just the slip in place. Everybody else is ring or outside.
Goodness gracious. That was in the air for quite some time and just plonked down just before it reached the boundary. Sadal Advia taking the attack here to the bowling team. As you just see that, just heaving it over the infield and gets 2 runs, just 2 runs for that.
Good response there. Good cricket all around from everybody involved.
A little bit of something there. Indians perked up just a little bit, going around the corner with that delivery.
A little bit of a quicker one there. That's what took Advia by surprise. He just pushes this into the onside as well. You can see he's pointing. He was pointing where he wanted to hit it. See that shadow bat's shot again. He knows where he wants to go. The matter is just execution. Oh, he's tucked this away fine. And Vihari has to do the fielding.
Just an indication here from the umpire, leg buys off the pad that time.
Just pulled up there, did Gautam. Vihari not happy with the field. He wants Navdeep Sani a bit squarer. Just drives this out into the cover. There's a hard run first, and we get through for the single. That means Hamza will retain the strike. He's on 45 now, Tsepo. He's on his way to his own milestone.
And building on another milestone here as well. Partnership sitting on 97. Ken Scorer just made me aware of that. So you're just feeling that the South Africans are really taking the sting out of the Indian lineup here. Piling heaps and heaps of that slow building pressure, that slow burner where you don't even realize it until 5 overs, 10 overs, 20 overs in. And all of a sudden, the lead is 132 and you've only taken 1 wicket.
Driven into the covers forcefully, but he just finds Sarfraz Khan there at a catching cover on the bounce. There's just 1 man out at deep square because they know that Hamza's not far from a milestone. which means you want to cut off any singles. There's going to be a delay once again here. Looks like footholds are the concern.
A little bit of a delay now. The game just taking its toll on some of the players, or on the pitch rather. Just slowly deteriorating. A much welcome break for some of the players. Players keen to just have a sit down. It's tough going out there in the field. Tough going indeed. Doesn't look like there's much that could happen here. Doesn't look like there's much pressure being built. There was lots of energy earlier in the day from the Indian camp. Lots of energy in the field, jokes. But then just the sting being taken out of the game. I'm thinking of the partnerships in the last game, or it could have been in the last innings, with Pieter Malan, Reinhard van Tonder. He was doing very well until he himself ran himself out. Tony de Zorzi also did something similar, as we just see some conversations here between Saini and the rest of the Indian teammates.
That's it. Well, the good thing about this is that, or at least if you're an Indian fan, is there's an opportunity to break the concentration of these two. They know they're near milestones, both as a pair, but also Zubair Hamza as an individual. There's a bit of a replacement sweat pad for Zubair Hamza as well. Rather, Sarul Arvia, and Hamza looks like he's going to get a bit of treatment while the physio is out. Yeah, just getting a drink as there's a bit of work on the footholds there. They're hammering down with that railing. The tracks, rather.
Railroad track?
Railroad track, yeah.
A section of it, rather?
Yeah, just a cutout. Used as a type of battering ram. Traditionally, you'd see Tsepo a small, those 5-pound hammers.
Oh, the mallets. Yes.
Not the rubber one,
Not
though.
the rubber ones.
Yeah,
Oh, I
yeah.
see.
This gives you a little bit more of an even flattening. We just welded a pole together to a track, but you can see the players getting a bit of refreshment. Sarul Arvia with a cold towel on his head, maybe.
Just a reminder that this broadcast is brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your events in Cape Town, the world's leading event and festival destination 2020. They've done well, these two. Done very well, Arvia and Hamza. A little bit of a speed bump here just before some milestones for both them as partners, and for Zubair Hamza. Gautam looks like he's also getting some treatment. Looks like a treatment session for pitch and players. Just making sure that they get refreshed. But the Indians will definitely be keen to take a wicket here. Keen to make something happen. Keen to manufacture something. Just a lapse in concentration is all it's going to take. If they just stay sharp and they stay ready, anything can happen at any moment. But yeah, it's not looking too convincing just yet. Spinners not looking threatening, not building pressure. We saw in the last over runs off every single delivery. So these guys are in good nick. Actually, that must also be said. Yeah, you're going to have to commend the South African batsmen for putting pressure on the Indian bowlers, because I mean the same way you'd build pressure with dot balls, and that leads to a wicket. If you just continuously rotate strike, continuously find the gaps, and eventually find the boundaries, you're constantly just keeping that scoreboard ticking.
So Kuma will continue with his over. Just the halt there because of the foot marks. You just see Navdeep Sani trotting away out to fine leg. Which again we hope means that we're going to see a bit of a change from the Loch Logan end. We were sold the dummy last time, Tsepo, and we completely bought it when he was given the ball. Masterfully defended there by Hamza.
Not going to lie to you, David. I was sold the dummy maybe because I really wanted to see it. Saini's been the pick of the bowlers of this game. Right now, the pick of the bowlers in this innings, the only one to get a wicket. So it seems a little bit... Whoa! That was very, very close. Quite a stroke from Zubair Hamza. But Kuma will feel that he was in there with a shout.
He's just come down the wicket and hammered it back over the face of, over the head rather, of Kuma. Got to be wary of those kind of return shots. You can so easily break a finger. He comes wide of the wicket and swings round that front foot. But Hamza hitting it perhaps a little bit straighter than he would have wanted to. And gets the 4. One away now from 50.
Yes, he absolutely thumped that, didn't he?
Driven hard, and that is Zubair Hamza's 50. He's batted well here. He's been under pressure. Perhaps self-inflicted. But well-batted young man. 50 runs from 89 deliveries. And the 7 fours to go along with it. The partnership, 102 now. These two going along wonderfully, Tsepo.
They really are doing well. He's earned this 50. Done very well has Hamza this time around. Last time getting the start but not converting. So he'll be very, very happy with that.
It's driven down to long on and they'll get 1. Safras Khan putting in the dive there. You might think slightly unnecessary. There was a man there anyway, but a good attempt though, and I think he's jammed his finger in the ground. He doesn't seem too happy, does Safras Khan. He gets up now and wrings away his hand. Kumar to tie things up. Drifting onto the legs of Hamza. That's going to go out to the deep backward square boundary. That's the end of the over. And we're almost certain to see a Saini over from the Loch Logan end as he warms up. Back into your screens. Vihari backing his quick man to try and break this partnership.
In Hamza bringing up his milestone, getting that 50. He's also brought up the 100 partnership, 104 at the moment are the two South African batsmen. Tons of pressure piled now on the Indian team, needing a breakthrough. And honestly, from the perspective here in the box, Saini is probably the most likely candidate to produce something. He's been energetic, high energy. He's been producing something, getting something from the Indian team, which is much, much needed at the moment.
Yeah, these two coastal batsmen, Saro Arvia and Zubair Hamza, loving life in the middle of South Africa.
In the heart of the country.
City of Roses proving fruitful for them, but change of bowling is indeed the case. Navdeep Sani, 4 overs, 1 for 13. Not enjoying life outside of the attack, Tsepon. He'd love to make an impact here with his first over back.
Oh no, he was frustrated when he got teased the way we also did. Creates that expectation when he came on that he'd come on to bowl, and threw his hands up when he was told that he wasn't going to bowl. I'm not going to lie, I felt the same way. I missed the competition, you know. It's been a well-constructed partnership here from the batsmen, but at the same time, it doesn't feel like they really fought for it. They did well to find the gaps. They did well to hit boundaries, but no real pressure, no real battle, no real war of attrition as you like to see in Test cricket.
He starts with a good delivery there. Line and length and probably just going over the top of off stump. So he's hit his mark straight away here at Tsepo, and you might see that war of attrition that you seek.
That's exactly what we want to see. Power, pace. Just very keen to see the South African batsmen get tested. It's all good and well getting big runs, but if they're easy to come by, it doesn't quite feel the same as we see a little bit of a fielding change here. The man from the offside, from the onside going to the offside now. They're starting to pack the offside a little bit. We see a slip. Probably going to get a second slip here. Yes, yes, yes. Aggressive field placements here from the Indian team. That's what Indian fans would like to see. Their team are in the game. They believe they're in the game. They want to take the game to the South Africans. Forward second slip. An interesting field placement there.
When he pushed hard at that, did Zubair Hamza. He's got to be careful here. He's just gotten to the milestone. Doesn't want to throw it away. But Tsepo's called for it. You can see those 3 men at the bottom of your screen having a lovely conversation. No doubt their plans. So there's a gap where you would imagine Tsepo first slip to be. So he's kind of at a second slip. Is Parikal with Safras Khan at a close in third. We've seen that employed quite regularly at this ground in the series. Just dots that into the offside. There's a clear plan here, Tsepo, with a heavily stacked offside field.
That's what we like to see here. Getting him to play on that offside line. Getting that fifth stump line. Not too far away. Sometimes short of a length. But the fact of the matter is, Hamza is coming forward. He's getting his bat there. Solid defensive shots from Zubair. It's going to take maximum concentration from the batsman now. Saini is no scrub. Just pulls out of his run up there, does Saini. But yeah, Saini no scrub here. Can really make something happen. Can rattle a cage or two. Hoping to hear that energy that we heard earlier from the Indian field. Oh, wow! Zubair Hamza, what a shot! Beautiful drive, down the ground, beats the bowler. Absolutely classy.
He's just erred in his length, has Navdeep Sahni. He's overpitched, and it's a half volley, really, and that's the kind of stuff that you get underarm before you go out to bat as a bit of a warm-up. Sahni building pressure, but again, Tsepo, pressure released with a half volley there. He'd want to come back here with 2 balls remaining in the over.
Solid forward defensive here from Zubair Hamza. Did very well to keep the wicket taker of the Indian bowling lineup out. That boundary brings up the 150 for South Africa as well. Did very well to get there. Hamza happy there at 55 in the middle. Arvia sitting on 63.
Their run rate's just creeped up in the last 10 overs. It's now up to 3.2. There's also the angle in which Navdeep Sahni's coming is very wide of the crease, trying to force it into the right-hander and across the left-hander. 47 gone, and it's 151 for 1. Just having a look out over that main grandstand setup. What looks really concerning. Some more all-encompassing cloud cover out towards that side of the ground. As we see a bowling change, Ishan Poral to come. But everybody will be keeping an eye on that. We said that 77% is the chance of rain tomorrow. They'll want to make sure that we don't encounter that rain at all.
Yeah, as we start speaking and as the cameraman just shows us that shot, you can literally just feel the shade of the clouds over the ground. Ground looking a little bit darker at the moment. Bad light might not stop play here. It's not that bad. Still tons of blue out there, but you can definitely see some clouds rolling in from the south, I believe. From the west, I was just corrected. Sometimes when you travel, you forget where your sense of direction just sort of goes away because you don't know where. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's probably around the southwest or so. But you weren't far off, Tsepo. Ishan Poral from the Willow's End. He's going to come around the wicket to Sarul Arvia.
And Poral's due some wickets here. Showing his performance, showing his quality rather from the last game. Did very, very well in the last game. Line length, constantly on that off stump or the fourth stump line. Constantly getting the batsman playing and finding the edge, finding a little bit of movement. So keen to see how he operates now. As you mentioned, it is a bit of a flat deck, but good bowlers could get something from this, and hopefully he proves his quality.
Yeah, just before that last delivery, that one didn't leave Ishan Poral happy. Just landed there and really not happy. Truly unpleasant from Ishan Poral. I don't think he'll want anything more. You can see just pulling up there. Another stop here in play. We're just holding up the game here once again. Seen a number of these delays. Umpires won't be too pleased with it. Over 8, not great.
Yeah, I'm sure the players won't be pleased with it either. Just the reason for these stoppages. Poral not looking too comfortable at the moment. Very, very wide deliveries. Two loose deliveries. Straight from the gate. Very wide. Arvia didn't play at them. It feels unnecessary. South Africans will feel that they have control of this game here at the moment. Have the game by the scruff of its neck. A partnership of 108. 1 wicket down. Third day of 4 in the last session.
Yeah, Tsepo, we're just seeing now, sorry to cut you off there, but Hanima Vihari is presenting the ball to the umpire because 2 balls have been bowled into the foothole at the Loch Logan end, and so he's been a little bit unhappy with the damage, but throwing it through the rings, and he gets it back. He's not going to get another ball.
Yeah, looking for something here are the Indians. Looking for a wicket. Again, Poral missing his line completely. Not what we came to expect. Not what I came to expect, especially seeing his performance. Not the greatest deliveries. Literally zero pressure put on the batsman now. Sarul Arvia doesn't need to play that at all. Game also slowing down here as well. Pace feels very sluggish, David.
Yeah, it's coming to a standstill because I am told that drinks will be at the end of this over. should be. Although we can't yet see the third umpire Lubabalo Tsuma. 2 slips in a gully in place. He comes round the wicket to Arvia. Full toss and smashed into the covers. Stopped by Sarfraz Khan. Not cleanly. And that's how the South Africans are going to get a single. It's not Sarfraz Khan that has done the work. It looks like Baba Parajit who's on the field. Or Abhimanyu Eswaran. Just confirm that for you in a moment. It's a long conversation here between umpire Harris and Deepak Chaha.
Not the greatest delivery there, David. A full toss. It's also wide. Could have actually gotten punished. But unfortunately for Arvia, hit straight to the fielder. So I'm not sure what's going on with Poral. I feel like when you recommend something to a friend and then the friend comes over and they're like, this isn't as good as you said. I'm not doing his fans favors here.
And that one was very wide. He's just landed and tumbled over. He's really not happy. Ankle is of grave concern. Seen the physio run on here. Tsepo, the footholds have been a challenge for everybody, particularly in the second game. But it looks like we're gonna take a drink here. So we'll be back with you in a couple of moments. Don't go far away.
Don't forget that this broadcast was brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and events destination 2020.
Welcome back to the Mangaung Oval with Ishan Parel coming into bowl to Zubair Hamza. And we've had a rather lengthy drinks break, in case you thought you missed anything. That was the first ball after a drinks break that then extended into another session of fixing the foot marks. Not a huge amount of urgency being shown here this afternoon. But technically 26 overs left in the day. But an hour and 9 minutes of play left, so we're going to lose plenty of overs today. But still lots of interest to chat about, and not least of all, India's test squad has been announced to come to South Africa. They'll be departing in the next day or two, I imagine. So we'll just quickly run through that. So, India's test squad: Virat Kohli, captain; Rohit Sharma, vice captain; Lokesh Rahul, Mayank Agarwal, Cheteshwar Pujara, Ajinkya Rahane, Shreyas Iyer, Hanuma Vihari, the India A captain, on the field at the moment. He's made it into the full test squad as speculated. Rishabh Pant, Riddhiman Saha, the two wicket keepers; Ravichandran Ashwin, Jayant Yadav, Ishant Sharma, Mohammad Shami, Umesh Yadav, Jasprit Bumrah, Shardul Thakur, and Mohammad Siraj. And we'll get to the standby players and those players who weren't available due to injury. Once we've seen Navdeep Saini bowl the first ball of his 6th over. He'll be bowling to Sarul Avia. It's a nice solid push down the ground by Avia for no run. The standby players: Navdeep Saini himself, who is bowling at the moment; Saurabh Kumar, the left-arm spinner involved in this game; Deepak Chahar, who took the new ball today for India A; and Azan Nagwaswala as well. According to the BCCI, players who weren't available for selection: Ravindra Jadeja, pity he's not going to be in South Africa; Shubman Gill, Axar Patel, and Rahul Chahar. Oh, that's a beautiful drive by Sarul Avia. Lovely hands through the stroke, just leaning and stroking it through extra cover. Lovely shot. Tsepo Tayela is still here with me. And what do you think of that India squad?
Very, very exciting. As we just see the man that has made it into the squad, captain of today's game, Vihari. He got the call up. He was very convincing in the games that he played here in South Africa, and very well deserving of that call up. Keen to see him in the main side. Slowly lumbering over to fetch the ball. It's going to be an exciting matchup. Glad that the Indian team could come over. Looks like he's coming over now. Doesn't look like there's much urgency there. A long day in the field. Some could say that does that to you.
That looked a little bit like a golfer who's hit his ball deep into the rough and then hits his provisional, and that's straight down the fairway. He doesn't really want to find the initial ball. Yeah. So 156 for one now, South Africa A. The lead is 148 as Vihari slowly gets back into position at mid-off. Tosses it to Saini, who gives the ball a bit of attention. Lots of chit-chat and wandering around happening. Avia's not quite ready to face yet either. This splendid partnership with 113 for the second wicket. Here's Saini now.
No, that not doing the over rates any favors here. It's going to be difficult to get a result if things continue this way. You'd feel that ball probably took as long as a Gautam over, if you think about it. Yeah, it's just two Gotham overs here we have from the production team, but the fact of the matter is it doesn't look good. The lack of urgency here doesn't look like the Indians really want to play. Looking very lackluster at the moment.
Sani's keeping a steady line there. But yeah, with 64 minutes of play available left in the day, the likelihood is that's going to be 14 overs with the quicks bowling, if we're lucky. And that means we're going to finish a dozen overs short today. So we'll just perhaps leave it there. The facts speak for themselves. Here's Sani again. Oh, great diving effort at that short cover. It's that Prithvi Shaw who's is now gone down in a heap.
Tons of effort there, but he's down. He's down, injured. There's calls for the physio again, and there's going to be yet another delay in play in this over. No, it's unfortunate. You don't want to see a player injured. You do want to make sure that they're okay. He's getting up gingerly. Okay, awesome. The physio won't be necessary. He's back up. That's good to see. But that was quite some effort there from Sarfaraz Khan.
Yeah, diving pretty much full length. It was a fierce drive by Sarul Evia, and Sarfaraz is now wandering across over to the slips. I think he's Hamza is on strike. They got a single from that delivery. Sarfaraz still just flexing his elbow. He did land quite heavily. Very nice looking back foot punch by Hamza, but straight to cover. And that is the end of an 8-minute over. Leaves South Africa A on 157 for 1, leading by 149. Avia on 69, Hamza on 55. And the physiotherapists out on the field again. I dare say if we were in, I'm not going to mention the country so we don't cause any international incidents, but I have there are stories of a certain country where you get the Boers in the crowd, BOOR, shouting things like, "Get on with it!" And umpire Harris is now actually walking across to have a word to the physio and Sarfaraz, just to try and chivvy things along a bit.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ken, but we did see a lot of substitutions, people going on and off the field. I'm struggling to understand why the situation doesn't call for one of those moments. You know, if you do feel that you're injured, you can take off the field. Doesn't look like he can't walk. And the Indians have been happy to substitute their players at regular basis, on a regular basis. So I don't see why this situation doesn't call for that. It seems, it doesn't feel good looking at this. Not good for the viewership.
Well, exactly, and I think it's actually the umpire's responsibility to chivvy the teams along. Sarfaraz could quite easily have just gone off for an over to get the elbow cheated, but now we've had another couple of minutes between overs. Ishan Parel will be bowling from the Willow's End. pretty packed cover field with a cover and a mid-off who are fairly close in, and then an extra cover who's about 20 yards deeper, as well as a cover point who's quite close to the batsman as well. Oh, that's very wide by Perel.
We just see the umpires talking to Vihari now. Yeah, it's starting to seem a little bit blatant now. You don't want to accuse anyone of anything, but Perel, after a performance like he had in the previous game, an entire over that was that wide, missing his lines completely, excessive delays, it doesn't do the spectacle any favors. You know, it doesn't bring new viewers to watch Test cricket, and it really takes the sting out of the game. Not an enjoyable watch, I must say.
Well, there's a law in the law book under deliberate negative bowling, which could come into effect. That's a bit closer to the batsman.
Ken, do you mind just giving us an explanation of negative bowling? Just looking for that right now. I'm assuming it's... Yeah, we'll find the definition for you just to make sure that we get our facts straight here. Don't want to give you any bad information. But, yeah, you'd expect a bit more consistency from the bowlers here. They've been doing quite well, the pace bowlers. You'd expect that India would want to compete. But right now, not offering the batsman anything to play at. Not threatening the stumps at all.
Some more conversations between Vihari and Perel. Yeah, that's not a bad line, that one. But Avi, a very patient batsman, and he's not going to be fiddling at that one.
I just found a definition here of negative bowling. It refers to the continuous bowling of the bowler towards the leg side of a batsman. It's a common strategy used by bowlers, particularly in test matches, as a Perel comes in here. That's much better. That is much better from Perel. A decent lead from Sadal Advia. But yes, it's a common strategy used by bowlers, particularly in test matches. With the negative bowling, the batsman will have difficulty making runs. So not offering the batsman any balls to actually score from. Balls that are a bit too wide, but not so wide that they're given as wide. But if you continuously adopt that line without really threatening the batsman, threatening to come in, that could be potentially considered that. Perel coming in around the wickets. Oh, much better that. A little bit of movement. This is what we want to see. This is much better. It's a pity that it's only come here at the end of the over. South Africa 157 for 1. The lead 149. And Our fans in the stands here have been going from tree to tree, staying cool. They want a show. We want a show. And if you want to be part of the show, you can use the hashtag #SSCricket. I will be reading out your tweets here. Give us something interesting to say. Give us your thoughts. If you think that this isn't negative bowling, please do tell us. We would love to hear from you. Hashtag #SSCricket. Or even use the hashtag SAAVINDA. And we will keep updated and keep on top of your tweets. Navdeep Saini is continuing from the Loch Logan end. He's been the pick of the bowlers so far. 1 for 21 in his 6 overs. Definitely deserving of that call-up, or at least he's part of the backups, I believe. Has done very, very well in South African conditions. Really piling tons of pressure on the South African batsman as he comes in from the Loch Logan end. Oh, solid. That's what we like to see. A decent delivery here, well kept out by Zubair Hamza. He's got himself 2 slips and a gully, and a nice aggressive field setting here. A man at point, a little bit backward, a little bit deeper than usual. A cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at 45 on the leg side. Good drive there from Zubair Hamza. So with the lead at 149, Ken, is it safe to say that the control is definitely with the South Africans?
Yeah, very much so. And you get the feeling that India are kind of conceding that as well. They kind of trying to limit how long they'll have to bat for tomorrow, or maybe even trying to force South Africa A into setting them a slightly lower target. That gives them more chance of getting it. SA obviously very keen on winning the series as well, but they're probably going to get a dozen more overs in today if they can crack on a bit, maybe get towards 200. That'll be a lead of just under 200. Who knows what could happen tomorrow morning. That's another lovely drive by Zubair Hamza. That's the second one we've had in quick succession. Beautiful stroke.
And Ken, you said it when he came in. When Zubair Hamza is on form, he looks good. And that was a scintillating drive down the ground. Absolutely beat the bowler. Beat the men mid-on, mid-off. And we get to see it again. Look at that. Catches it on the up, in the slot, and it just travels. Navdeep Saini, I'm feeling he might have overpitched that. As Hamza just leant into that and sent it to the boundary.
Yeah, it was a nice juicy half volley, but beautifully dispatched by Hamza. He really is easy on the eye. So India with a staggered slip cordon, as you can see at the bottom of the screen there, and a short cover who's come in pretty close. Hamza has been middling his drives today, so that man will be a little bit wary.
Spank.
And now the pull shot. Didn't get all of it, Hamza, but he's beaten a wideish mid-wicket to his right quite comfortably and all the way to the boundary for 4.
Short delivery got the treatment it deserved. It was right there in range in the slot for Hamza. Found the middle of the bat and found the boundary. Well, didn't find the middle of the bat, but found the boundary. Same result. Beating the man on the onside. Did very, very well with that shot. And as you said, Ken, very easy on the eye. Back-to-back boundaries here. Not very far away from Arvia's score, taking the lead up to 157. So Hamza looking like he wants to get a move on now. A lot of time lost, so putting pedal to the metal. So another drive, but did find the middle, but didn't give it. It wasn't a drive, it was more of a punch, actually, now that I mentioned it. But Ken, would it be safe to assume that now that the South Africans see there's a delay in play, it's going to be difficult to really set a total with just 12 overs, that they'd start to up the ante a little bit, try to up the run rate?
Yeah, well, there are going to be some tired bowlers out there. It's still very good conditions for batting. The last hour of play is often a very good time to cash in, get some easy runs, and put themselves in a position where tomorrow morning they can have a bit of a thrash and see what they can set. That's beautifully steered this time by Zubair Hamza, as Sani pulls his length back, and Hamza just with absolute ease finding the gap between gully and point. Here's the replay.
Classy shot that. That came from the middle of the bat, and as you said, Ken, guided between gully and point. We're just seeing at the top of your screen ominous clouds, and at the bottom of your screen looks like 2 substitutions, or it looked like Prithvi Shaw. We're going to see that again. 3 boundaries in this over, pulled to the offside, one of them to the onside, sorry. Zubair Hamza. 1 drive, 1 pull, 1 cut. He's got it all.
He does have it all. He's got strokes all around the wicket. He's a wonderful wristy player, and it's got the same sort of unflappable temperament and composure of a Sipamla. He's certainly a batsman who a lot of people have very high hopes for, and showing us this afternoon why. Kishan is going to continue from the Willow's End. Parel just seems a bit out of sorts this afternoon. He's labouring.
Yeah, I know. Very much off colour. The first over he came back, he was tumbling. Looked like he was struggling with the foot marks. It just didn't look pretty. And you said it, he's lumbering through this, labouring through this, as he comes from around the wicket now. Almost gets an edge there. Okay, Porel, hush my mouth. Back in the game. That's what we want to see. Out of here there, just flashing at one on the offside there. Almost getting a top edge there.
It's a classic case of when a strength can be a bit of a weakness. Avia is strong on the cut, but that's the second time in this innings now where he's tried to cut one that's a bit too close to the body and has nearly got himself into trouble.
Oh no, don't want to see that. Solid forward defensive here from Sarel Arvia, a little bit better. But Parel was looking a little bit out of sorts. Will want to jump back into this. Will want to show his quality once again. He'll want to compete. You know, he looks like he's a competitor. Looks like he really likes getting under the skin of batsmen. Had like some vivid celebrations. But another thing, if he does look off colour, and I'm sure we're not the only ones that thought so. Maybe even Captain Vihari might have thought so. Why not bring in a Chahar? Someone that maybe could do something, or is he only a new ball bowler?
I think all quick bowlers have those sessions, have those days when the rhythm is just not there. It's been quite a heavy workload for Parel in the last couple of weeks. He could well just have a little niggle, something that's throwing his rhythm off a bit. It's been a better over this one.
Mm.
He seems to be getting into his work now.
Is it safe to believe, or the question rather is, would you say that bowling more gets you more in form as we see him continuing from around the wickets? Oh, was that a little bit of a jag there off the pitch? Just a little bit of movement off the bounce. But yes, do you think that bowling more when you're out of form gets you back into form?
I think it's an individual thing, but a lot of bowlers do say that they prefer to be bowling a lot, and especially out in the middle, especially match intensity bowling. The more they bowl, the better rhythm they get. Of course, if you are struggling for form, and I guess this applies to batsmen as well, sometimes a break from the game is just what is needed. You can just be trying too hard eventually and just digging a deeper and deeper hole for yourself. Yeah, Parole settled on a nice line now. That's just nothing wrong with that line. Obviously, India A want to slow the run rate, and they're saying to Avia, if you want to score, you're going to have to take a little bit of a risk outside off stump there, which at the moment he's not willing to do. So, sensible line that from Parole.
A beautiful drive, but finds the fielder, does Sarul Arvia. These two batsmen into the 60s now, into the high 60s, as we see Krishnappa Gautam, I believe, coming onto the field. And it looks like Aparajit is going to come off the field. He was the substitute fielder. But both batsmen now into the 60s, they'll definitely be wanting to convert. Hamza especially didn't seem to kick on this series. Had a decent start in his first innings, and then just went out. And he would be very disappointed with the way he went out in the second innings of the second game. Third game, first innings, 16. Went a little too hard, a little too early, but right now has a very, very good-looking 67. So yeah, you'll definitely be wanting to make big runs and stay top of mind for the national selectors. Maybe not for tests necessarily, but just to make sure that they know his quality.
Yeah, well, he certainly seems to have slipped down the pecking order a little bit. If we look at the extra batsmen, if you like, in that 21-man test squad, you've got Sarul Avia as, I guess, backup. He could bat anywhere in the top three, I suppose. Zubair Hamza can bat three, certainly. He's done that job a lot. He's batting three in this game. But he is more of a 3-4. You wouldn't really expect Hamza to be competing for an opening batting spot. But in that middle order, there's Keegan Peterson, there's Kyle Verreynne, Ryan Rickleton, who all seem to have overtaken them a bit in the pecking order. So, yeah, big runs will certainly give the selectors cause for a bit of a rethink, maybe. Oh, there's an appeal. I think Sarul Avia has got back in time. Navdeep Saini certainly getting a hand to it, and off the stump has gone practically all the way to the long off boundary. And they are through for 3 runs. It was another cracking straight drive by Zubair Hamza. If Saini hadn't have got a hand on it, it would have gone for 4. So Saini has saved 1 run.
Yeah, very good drives from Zubair Hamza through the last over. And we're just actually going to have a look at this. Thank you very much, the other Kenneth. Kenny, we like to call him. and it looks just in time. Advia got his bat down. Being sharp at the non-strikers end, very important. We see Saini coming in around the wicket. This one blocked. It's very important to be sharp at the non-strikers end. We saw Glenton Steerman going out in that fashion. We saw Tony DeZorzi resting on his laurels and getting run out at the strikers end. And we even saw Reynard van Tonder not being sharp, not getting out of the way, and causing a run out. So it's very important to be sharp at the non-strikers end.
Absolutely. 3 great examples right there. Yeah. And especially when you've seen Hamza's got a bit of a liking for driving straight down the ground today. That straight drive of his is certainly in the groove today. Sani has switched to around the wicket to Avia. That's straight to short cover, no run. Sani has not quite been as impressive in the second innings. He's midway through his 8th over, has gone for 37 runs already. The overall run rate 3.3 to the over. And the umpires are being asked to look at the ball again. Deepak Chahar. Umpire Arno Jacob's not interested. Sani's going to have to keep bowling with it. Oh, and he produces a belter of a delivery. That was a beauty. That perfect length. Avia had to play. There was a bit of bounce, bit of away movement. And that was a great delivery by Navdeep Saini.
I'm not sure what Chahar was complaining about. That was, wow, heart and throat moment there. Yes, I'd love to see this again. Creating that angle. It straightens up just a little bit. And Advia hanging his bat out. Almost hanging himself out to dry there. Hectic stuff. Navdeep Saini, love to see it.
It was a super delivery because Avia would have felt he had to play. That's another good looking drive. There's a cover sweeper on really a deep point who will do the fielding, keep it down to just the single.
A much better over here from Navdeep Saini. Getting something to happen, and this is what I was expecting. If anything was going to happen from this Indian bowling attack, you would feel that it would be Saini, and he's done it again, producing an absolute jaffa in the not the previous ball, the ball before.
Well, I think 173 for 1 tells the story that India's bowlers just haven't found that really good length and line enough times in this innings. They haven't been consistent enough. Although it's a good batting deck, there's still a bit in this pitch, as you've seen, and the quick bowlers really need to find that back of a length. They've perhaps been a bit full too often as well. That's wayward down the leg side. Saini gets away with it though. End of the over, 173 for 1. Both batsmen on 70, not out.
A comfortable place to be. Comfortable place to be. These batsmen have done well. A very good partnership. A partnership of 130. You can see to the right of the screen there. Both batsmen on 70. 53 overs have passed. And also a comfortable lead of 165. So what do you think the next step is here for the South Africans? Is it pedal to the metal for these two set batsmen? Do they try get to their milestones today? 60 runs in the last few overs. That would be very quick actually. So probably not. But where would you expect them to sort of aim?
No, I think they'll just want to cash in on whatever opportunities are presented to them by bowlers who will be getting a bit tired. It's good conditions for batting. They'll probably both want to make sure they're still in overnight as well, just so that South Africa can get away quickly on the fourth morning. They don't want to be batting for too long on the final morning. So 6 or 7 overs probably left in the day. I think South Africa will be satisfied to get to the 200 mark.
Yeah, that looks like a reachable target.
Yeah, I think 200 for 1 or 2, that would fit the prescription by Coach Malibongwe Maketa, probably before this innings started, setting themselves up nicely for a final day charge.
Poral continues from the Willows end. Oh, that's a big shout. That's a big shout, but there were definitely 2 sounds there. Now that is what we want to see. That is competing. That is Sadal Advia not looking very comfortable. Also, you'd see that there are 2 mid-wickets there, catching mid-wickets. Looks like the Indians are keen to actually probably cash in there. You can also feel a little bit of a breeze as we look at this replay now. Thank you for that. Creating that angle into the left-hander and wrapping him on the pads. But as mentioned earlier, there were 2 sounds there. Probably hit bat first, and that's why umpires weren't convinced. Yes, Ken, you can see there the 2 mid-wickets there. Probably looking to get Advia out.
They're now moving the 1 mid-wicket away, but they did try that tactic earlier in the day. The other mid-wicket's now gone more square of the wicket.
Still catching though.
Yeah. Parel angling one into the left-hander there, where most of his bowling has been outside off stump going further away.
Oh, yes.
And there again, he's brought it back in quite sharply and struck Evia in the midriff.
I'm watching cricket again. This is exciting, man.
And here's a replay.
Oh.
That's come back quite a long way.
Classy bowling here from Poral. Yes, more of this. Advia has a lot of work to do now. He has to earn these runs. Going to be tough runs and valuable runs nonetheless. And if he gets a century here, that would be a great knock for him. He'll definitely take confidence in that.
Well, I think already he'll be taking confidence. He's had a good series since he came in. Oh, that's off the outside edge, but there's only 1 man catching behind the wicket. They're going to scamper back for a second. Third man was more of a deep backward point. So 2 more for Avia. Here goes to 72. I do think I'm hearing a bit of thunder far away in the distance from the southwest, where those clouds we showed you earlier are spreading out ominously, looking quite dark.
Just looking at this shot again, a thick outside edge into a vacant region there. Very, very well bowled here from Poral. The 2 that jagged in and now 1 left outside the off stump, forcing Advia to play. Keen to get bats on ball and almost losing a wicket. Still no man out there. Shot. This one driven to the man at mid-on, and you can literally hear in the field now the Indians are getting their energy up. Maybe the cloud cover also helping the bowlers just a little bit. A little bit of moisture in the air. Getting a little bit of movement, a little bit of wind as well. Not making things as straightforward as the batsman would like. Hard runs here. for the batsmen if they get them. Valuable runs to try get South Africa over that 200 mark. Shot. Decent shot there. And you can just hear the call in the field. It's probably Kishan. No run there. Good stuff. Getting the energy up in the field for this last half an hour stretch. Just a little bit of chat there between Hamza and looks like it's Gautam. Solid defensive shot here from Sarel Arvia to end the over. Just the two off it, two off the edge as well. So Paral will definitely feel he has his tail up. We see Navdeep Saini racing onto the field, and Ken, the clouds you're talking about, they are now in shot.
Yeah, even if it doesn't rain, bad light could come into play. But hopefully we'll get to 5:30, 27 minutes to go. Navdeep Saini is going to continue after his short little break. 8 overs, 1 for 38 for him. Took the wicket of opener and captain Peter Malan early on. LBW, well, early on in his spell. But Peter Malan had scored 27 by then. Avia and Malan giving South Africa a very solid start with their opening stand of 43. And since then, Avia and Hamza have really prospered. 132 they've added to take the total to 175 for one. It'll be Saini to Zubair Hamza on 70. Sarel Avia has just nipped ahead of him again on 72 not out. There's that wristiness of Zubair Hamza. The man from deep square does get around to cut it off. But beautifully worked there, my Hamza.
Yeah, it was on the body, on the pads, and clipped there to the onside. We see a man with some water there for Prithvi Shaw. Some all white. Not sure who that is. But yes, a very, very well played there. Shot from Zubair Hamza. Great fielding to prevent the 2 runs there. That's tag team fielding that you love to see. That has become more and more prominent now with T20 cricket. Even seeing some very interesting catches.
It's become the norm, yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
Lots of ball shining going on by the Indian fielders.
.177 for one. 169 is the lead here for the South African A team. Some time here between balls. Oh, once again.
Yeah, Hamza showing that he's good off the back foot as well. Good pull shot down to fine leg.
Got himself the single. Takes the lead to 170. Hamza now overtaking his partner on 73.
I know you're a betting man, Seppa. How about a little side bet? Who's going to have more runs at stumps, Avia or Hamza?
First of all, I'm not a betting man. I just play Fantasy Premier League. It's close to betting, but I wouldn't put money on anything because that's irresponsible of me. But at the end of the day, I'm thinking Hamza. He's been looking a lot more solid. Advia's been flashing at a few. You'd feel that the Indians may feel that they might even pip him before the end of the day if they're going to pip anyone. Hamza's just looking very solid at the moment.
All our Peter Marisburg listeners, I'll give you Tsepo Taiela's address. Later in the broadcast, you can go and protest his anti-Avia stance outside his house.
Look, Ken, if I'm right, can they protest? If I'm right, they must protest outside Sarel Advia's house. Leave me alone.
Avia is on strike now.
It must be said either way that these batsmen have done very well to get where they are. As much as they really took control of the game, which was very important.
Ooh, slower ball from Sani, very full. And Avia content just to push it away.
Do you think that maybe they, in their own minds, are actually competing against one another? Or do you think it's we're building a partnership together, we're a team, this, that? Because, I mean, there is something to compete for, a top order spot in the national setup.
No, they'll have the team
True.
position foremost of mind.
That's
And
true.
they've done a great job so far. They just need to make sure they don't let it slip now. Oh,
Whoa!
that's beautifully dispatched. Imperious by Sorrel Avia. Just a short arm pull over mid wicket for 4 runs.
Oh, hush my mouth about having less runs. That was sent to the cow corner boundary with power, gusto, from the middle of the bat. I couldn't have asked for a better shot. Just clearing the infield. Oh, that was huge. Oof.
Yeah, he jumped on that short ball, hit it well in front of square. Here's the replay.
Oof. Literally pumped that. Literally just pumped that to the onside. That was harsh. It's power. Navdeep Saini just pitching that in a little bit too short.
It was a bit of an end of the day ball.
Indeed.
From Sani, looks a bit tired. And that's down towards fine leg. He's not going to make it. 4 more runs for Sorrel Avia. And this is just what the doctor ordered for South Africa A. Some quick runs before stumps.
It's like you heard me, Ken. It's like you heard me saying that Zabero's going to get more runs. And he said, no, you're wrong. This one, compared to the other one, deft touch just around the hips, not doing too much, but getting the same result.
You should have quit when you were ahead and just said you're not a betting man and left it at that. Tsepo,
That would have been the polite thing
you
to
must
say.
learn the art of sitting on the fence. That's the end of Sani's rather expensive over. He's been rather expensive in general. Today, 9 overs, 1 for 49. Just to run through the rest of the India bowling. Deepak Chahar, 6 overs, none for 12. He was tidy. We haven't seen him since that burst with the new ball, which is a bit of a surprise. Several Indian players are now down on the ground, getting attended to by the physio. Carrying on with those bowling figures. Ishan Parel, 10 overs, none for 26. The figures are probably a bit better than he's actually bowled. He's looked a bit out of sorts today after a very good series. Navdeep Saini, 9 overs, 1 for 49. We've mentioned the 2 spinners. Saurabh Kumar celebrating being called up as a standby player for the India Test squad today. 11 overs, none for 34. and Krishnappa Gautam 13 overs, none for 40. Sarfaraz Khan provided us with some really good entertainment, as he seems to do whenever he's on a cricket field with his leg breaks and googlies. 6 overs, none for 21. He looked as if he might have been a bit of a golden arm bowler, but didn't manage to make the breakthrough. And yeah, once again we have no play to describe to you at the moment.
Similar thing that we saw earlier. It's Kishan's back. That's been trouble for him as soon as he arrived on this tour. In fact, physio just helping him out there.
So we are now almost certainly going to lose at least 15 overs today. Play has to stop at 5:30, so that's 18 minutes away. And 20 overs left to be bowled in the day, technically. I'm probably asking a bit much that 5 overs will be bowled in the next 18 minutes, to be honest. So yeah, we are going to have a lot of overs that have gone missing on this penultimate day of the series.
What isn't missing is a sponsor for this broadcast. The sponsors, City of Cape Town, they bring you this broadcast. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading event and festival destination 2020.
So we are gradually meandering to perhaps a resumption of play. Perhaps some after play reading for everyone listening to the stream, and I dare say people involved in the game as well. Law 41.9, which deals with time wasting. Perhaps we could all have a bit of a refresher course on that. It really has been a painfully slow over rate since the tea break. We are going to see some spin, and looks like it's going to be Saurabh Khan, the slow left armour. Oh no, it's Sarfaraz Khan.
Yeah, Saurabh Kumar.
Jolly good. Sarfaraz Khan, the leg spinner, who bowls quite a few googlies.
Yes. The golden arm, potential golden arm that you mentioned, has fielders on the ropes. I'm expecting to probably get a little bit of tap, get sent to the boundary from time to time, but not only has protection, but could actually have some catches out there if they attempt to go against the spin.
Yeah, he's got a deep backward square leg, I guess, for the sweep. He's got a deep mid wicket, long on, long off, deep cover. So lots of ones and twos available for the batsman here. That's a bit short and wide, and the batsman seems to be looking for two. Hamza's keen. Here he comes, and he's made it with a bit to spare. Very good running there by Zubair Hamza. One of the things about the Mangaung Oval, because it's such a big outfield, is knowing the angles to get the twos and threes. Can make a very big difference on this ground.
No doubt about that. He was off in a flash, was Hamza. Keen to get 2 runs on the board. That's good running between the wickets. This one played off the back foot. There's a vacant region behind the batsman. There's no fine leg, no third man. Could potentially see maybe a scoop if he's feeling a little...
Be a very dangerous shot. There's no need for... there's a deep backward square leg. I mean, he can play a conventional sweep and still get 1 or 2 runs without any difficulty. Straight down the ground by Hamza for a single to long on.
To be fair, Ken, how risky is an unconventional shot? Or I put that in inverted commas because the game has sort of changed. We heard Mark Boucher talking about teaching batsmen new shots, and you surely want to get runs wherever they're available. If it's about finding the gaps and there's a gap behind you, you'd have to have some sort of stroke to get the ball there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there are plenty of gaps for just more conventional shots.
True.
So it's not as if they've blocked off all the other options.
Fair enough.
I think trying to scoop a leg spinner who's shown us he's got quite a good googly, unless you're reading him very well, confident enough. But as we see there are big gaps all over. There's no need to take any particular risks just before stumps.
Yeah, and they're just knocking around now, getting singles, getting twos, increasing that lead to now 182. So I'm not doing too badly. Yeah, I can see why you'd say it's unnecessary or unconventional. Yeah. Very nice looking drive.
Nicely flattered by Sarfaraz.
Just adjusting his field. Sarel Arvia sitting on 81 at the moment. Hamza on 77. 4 runs apart. 2 runs away from their 150 partnership.
2 slips now for Sarfaraz Khan. He's clearly feeling very confident in his googly.
To the left-hander especially. Slice. Now the man sweeping picks that up. Navdeep Saini, 192 for 1. The lead 184.
And the end of Sarfaraz's 7th over. 10 minutes to go before stumps.
These clouds have been creeping over the field slowly. Creeping like the over rate right now.
No particular sign of who's going to be bowling at the other end.
No rush to get there. I believe it should be
it is going to
Kumar.
be, yeah, it looks like Sorab is making his way down to the bowler's end.
In no rush to get the overs in are the Indians. Vihari still setting his field. hoping for people to rush through their overs. Would have been nice to see Gautam, but Kumar can hold down one end. Has been a very good bowler for the Indian setup. Been holding down one end, not conceding many runs. Has been economical rather, especially in the second game. Operating with the pace bowler, still setting his field. The man here on the legs on the offside being moved from the inner circle to the outer circle, square. Then fine, but yeah, finally the first ball bowled, and to the man, or rather blocked out to the man at mid wicket. Another conversation here about a potential field change.
They've fancied that leg slip quite a lot, India, but without really any inkling of a chance going there so far. That's a good effort. But alas, the single will still be taken by Sarolavia. And that's the 150 partnership between him and Zubair Hamza. It's come in 3.5 hours off 251 balls, 18 fours and a 6. And Hamza slightly the bigger contributor to that, 77 of the 150 runs, and Avia 70.
Well, that's just the partnership. Hamza 77, Advia 83, the lead 185, and the score 193 at the moment. From around the wicket now to the right-hander. This played to the man at a short cover.
Some real round arm stuff there from Saurabh Kumar. Sliding it into the right-hander.
Picked out the gap on the offside, did Hamza. Not playing too hard at it, just getting himself the single, taking the score to 194. As you said, Ken, these batsmen just keen to see out the day, make sure that they are still holding their bats before the end of play. Come in tomorrow, really cash in then. Get a good lead on for the South Africans and potentially try to get all 10 wickets in maybe 2 sessions. This one driven, the man at long odd mid-off will pick that up. A little bit deeper than mid-off, just a little bit.
Yeah, it still looks pretty good batting conditions, so it's going to be a big call to take 10 wickets in 2 sessions.
No doubt.
But then, of course, you also don't want to make the target too easy for India, so it's going to be a difficult balancing act between runs and overs.
Malan will be scratching his head, be doing the calculations as that wraps up the 57th over. We're just seeing a substitution on the side of the field. It looks like Horal is coming off. For Nagwaswala. Nagwaswala coming in, not playing this game. I did very well in the first 2 games, getting Peter Malan in the second.
So 4 minutes left in the day's play, and I'm fairly confident in predicting that this will be the last over of the day. They'll make sure of that. There's been another lengthy chat.
Yeah, it seems like that's probably going to be the case. Safraz Khan went to his marker now, is giving his cap to Gautam. He came from very far away at cover. Took his time to get there. In no rush are the Indians at the moment. No rush at all.
He's going to remark his run-up as well, just to make sure.
But Ken, has he not been bowling from there for the past 3 overs?
Well, you know, sometimes you just want to recheck.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. You need to make sure with these things. You need to make sure. Big driver, but straight to the man at mid-off. No run there.
What was it? Shy at the stumps. Apropos, nothing in particular. Zubair Hamza was going nowhere. Direct hit though by Prithvi Shaw.
Take the opportunity to practice. Umpire will also have to put the bails on. We see a fielding change here. We see fielding changes. The man on the deep onside boundary being moved a little bit more straight. Let's find. Oh, Sadal Advia gets that second slip in. Woo!
It's edged. Has it, or has it come out of the footmarks? Taken my first slip. India A are... Yeah, they don't look too unhappy that it's been given not out.
Not gonna lie, Ken, that turned. That really turned. It looked like it came off the edge the way the movements was so sharp away from the left-hander, but probably off the footmarks as you said.
Here's the replay.
Oh yes, slow motion's definitely gonna help frame by frame. The googly again, but clear daylight between bat and ball.
It actually got to slip via the wicketkeeper's.
Oh,
the wicketkeeper's gloves.
I see.
So yeah, it turned a bit. We've seen Sarfraz does turn his googly.
Okay. A little bit of bite in the tail here. Ooh!
Now that is an edge, and it's dropped just short of second slip. Some late drama here.
Now the South Africans will be grateful that this could potentially be the last over.
That was a ripper, as you see the replay there. Here it is again. It pitches well outside leg stump. And
oh, goodness gracious! Oh, just short. Good hands to catch it just on the bounce there as well. But Indians are in business here. 3 balls left.
I bet you Sarfraz Khan will be wishing there was time for him to bowl another over.
Yeah, I'm sure he would. Great over here. Great final over from Sarfraz Khan. Getting a little bit more excitement, a little bit more energy into this game. I want a little bit too much flight. Sadal Advia will be relieved with that delivery. Playing that to the leg side. The man sweeping picks it up for a single. 188 is the lead.
And the clock has ticked over now to 5:30 with 1 ball left in this over. So this will be the last ball of the day.
Well kept out by Zubair Hamza. And that is stumps on day 3 here. Bails come off from the umpire. South Africa 196 for 1. It's been a very interesting day of cricket.
If a rather disappointing afternoon, to be honest. We've only had 26 overs bowled since the tea break. That wouldn't be too bad in a normal 2-hour session. But this, of course, is an extended 2.5-hour session. And to only bowl 26 overs really not good enough by all concerned. That's an over rate. Probably not much better than 10 overs to the hour.
Not ideal. Not ideal at all, but just a quick wrap of the day's play. India
So apologies for that brief technical mishap there. Yeah, the penultimate day of this final unofficial test match between India and South Africa. India A began the day on 229 for 6. They were bowled out for 276. That's a lead of 8 runs on the first innings. Kishan fell for really a wonderful 91. Unfortunate not to get his 100. And then a rollicking last wicket stand between Navdeep Saini, who made 27, and Ishan Parel, who made 5 not out. Put on 33 runs for the last wicket, which gave India that 8-run lead. Sipamla got his 5-wicket haul this morning, bowled really well, and there were also 3 wickets for Marco Jansen. South Africa A then came into bat half an hour before lunch, and Peter Malan and Sarol Avia made a solid start with their opening stand of 43 before Peter Malan was chapped LBW by Navdeep Saini for 27. Since then, it's been all Sarol Avia and Zubair Hamza. They've added 153 for the second wicket, taking South Africa A to 196 for 1. That's a lead of 188. Avia is on 85 not out, and Hamza on 78 not out. Tepa Tayela, it seems very nicely set up for SAA tomorrow morning.
That it does. And what else is nicely set up is the sponsors here for today, the City of Cape Town. Don't forget, the City of Cape Town is the best place for you to host your event or your festival for 2020. From myself, Tsepo Tyler, and Ken Borland, we bid you adieu, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock, at 9:15. At 9:50, 10 to 10.